It looks like we're live, and yes, we are. So, good morning to everyone online. Good morning to Giada Legati. Good morning.
Good morning.
And it is a good morning out there in the lineup there. Have you had a chance to really check the surf, Giada?
I have, and I've seen quite a few really good ones come through. There's still a little bit of swell, so it's going to be another great day of competition here in the Krui Pro for the day 4.
It is, and we are starting with heat 12 of that round of 64. So I'll enlighten you as to who we're looking at, everybody. Where's that women's draw? There it is. Okay, so Murata Aikida out of Japan in the red, Emily Burke in the blue from Australia. Sierra Kerr, they've got her penciled in as Australian in the white there, and Annette Gonzalez in the green from the Basque Country. Would that be? That is, I think.
Yes, that is Basque Country. That is Janir's younger sister. Both came all the way from Spain to come and compete in the Krui Pro.
Unreal. And of course, Josh doing the rounds with his daughter. Seen him around the site the last few days, Josh Kerr. So, look, the waves are still pretty good, everyone. Watching the free surf this morning, I thought, okay, today allegedly the smallest day. Doesn't look that much smaller than yesterday morning.
No, it doesn't, and I even feel like there's a little bit more pulse to it. There's more, it's a little bit more consistent. So I think it's another really great day out here.
I think so. What I did notice is no wind this morning. Has a little bit of ruffle and a little bit of perhaps sort of semi-morning lump on it. Could be a little bit tricky and easy to get caught behind today if you're not on guard and really got your foot to the pedal straight off the bat. But yeah, the free surfing looked mighty fine. Once again, it was occupied by about 80 people. But you would expect that. Here we are this morning. So my name is Mark Clift. This is
Giada Legati.
And welcome to day 4 of the Krui Pro, everybody. Cheers. At this stage, the format is to finish these 5 heats of the round of 64 for the women's. Pro juniors are on hold, so they're a potential. And so is the round of 32 for the women's. So we'll know in probably about an hour. I think the boys in the tower just want to have a look at what's going on and see what's worthy to go next. Or
yeah, I think depending on the conditions and maybe taking a look how these ladies go out there. And then obviously the official will make a decision to what to throw, if either to continue with the women or to head into the pro juniors. We haven't seen the pro juniors out there yet, so it'll be nice to see them there.
Oh, it sure will. And they reckon the same thing. They've been hanging every day. Okay, so Sierra Kerr goes a little bit wobbly there on her first effort. How's the dude out the back fishing? All day, every day, that's what he does. He's like, what's going on the beach? Who cares? The fish are biting.
Getting a little bit of sarapan, some breakfast.
Bit of sarapan pagi.
As we see Annette Gonzalez taking off a little more down the line. We saw her unfortunately fall off the first one, and it seems like something's going on out there a little bit.
Well, first heat of the day, you know, it's one of those things. I'm not sure whether these surfers actually had a free surf or not. It is pretty tough getting a wave out there in your free surfs. I'm pretty sure Sierra did not have a free surf. I think that little one just then, Annette did. But everybody just finding their feet early. You can see there's kind of a bit of a reverse current going on, taking the girls up the point by the look of it. So they're just repositioning red and blue. So what did you do yesterday afternoon, Giada? Did you have a surf?
No, I did not. I don't go out there for the free surf. There's too many people.
I remember the last heat of the day, and the beach announcers were trying as hard as they could and kind of failing at keeping the vultures out of the lineup while the last heat was still going on. There were people coming from both sides, and they were just about on top of the girls before the end of the heat. It was a little bit unfair, but the frothers they are. Meanwhile, surfer in red, Emily Burke. Wow, that was a really good hit off the top. Driving hard again, another spicy turn. So it's not Emily.
No, this is Mirai Ikeda. This is our Japanese surfer in red. That was the first ride of the day. A beautiful...
First decent one, yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful style from our Japanese surfer, as we've mentioned before. Very precise.
It's Emily out in the back by herself, so apologies there. Here it is again, though. Akita's first wave. So the judges may sit on this one for a little while just to make sure they haven't overcooked it or undercooked it. They want to get it right to set the scale perfectly for the day. Pity she fell on that end move, but some really good work done early, so I'm sure that would have released some nerves, that wave.
Yeah, it's always these first heats where the judges, kind of create the criteria for the day, what they're looking for. You have to see what the waves are doing and what the surfers are capable of. So
yeah, and they've got to fit that in 0 to 10 and stay with it for the whole round.
Yeah.
So we've got a ripping next heat as well on paper, Giada. Do you want to have a little look at that and let everyone know what's going on?
Yeah, in the next heat we have Anon Matsuoka from Japan, Rhea Campbell, Australia, Minori Kawai from Japan, and Miyasaka Maiko as well from Japan.
Yep, 3 Japanese surfers up against the lone Australian.
Yep. I'll be honest, Anon Matsuoka is one of my personal favorites.
Anon, yes. Now, I remember she won, I think, the Pro Juniors at NIAS last year on a backhand.
Yep, she did. Her backhand is so solid and so strong.
I remember the blue-orange surfboard thrashing around. She did really well at this event as well in Krui. And I see a lot of her posts, so she's a young Japanese lady on the rise for sure. And on Matsuoka, coming up in the next heat, leading the crew out in red. There's a pretty good number, a 5.5. The judges went right in the middle of the scale and thought, well, okay, we've got plenty of room to go up should something better happen, and there's plenty of numbers to fit in other stuff that is not as good below the 5.5. Emily Burke will starting to be a little concerned, the only one without a ride, obviously with priority. So 1 okay number, 3 throwaway scores, bit of a sleepy start here for day 4.
Yeah, Sierra Kerr, I used to be on Volcom, and I remember she came to Bali, and I was hanging, kind of showing her around, and she told me that she really loves Australia. She feels like Australia's home.
Well, we've listed her as Australian, her old man is. So
yep.
She's flying under the Aussie banner.
Of course, the family travels so much. It almost seems like they don't have a solid home, but she told me that she loves Snapper. She says most of her best friends are there, so definitely the right choice for her.
Yeah, I mean, potentially a huge future coming up for that young lady in the white. And it's all about getting through, negotiating these teenage years. A lot of things can happen, with growth spurts and hitting the age of 18 and license and all that sort of stuff. But here goes Emily Burke now. So her first effort, the big tall goofy footer winding up here.
That is...
Oops.
That was looking like a great start for Emily.
Did notice a few ridges start to come up the face of that wave, so that might have cost her. But let's have a look at Sierra Kerr.
This is Sierra Kerr, a beautiful wrapping cutback to open up this wave. Hits that section really nicely as it looks like she's going to set up for this finishing turn, and that was a really solid finish for that wave. Yeah,
100% it was. That's the best turn we've seen this morning, and backed it up with a bit of handiwork prior to that end section. Really got the end turn up there above the lip, made it look really sharp and really rotated hard. So here we go, boom, that was pretty good. So this wave is already on its way to a decent number. Another little mini setup move, and boom, that was really good. That was so good. So I'm predicting wave of the heat.
Yep, definitely.
Yep. So Sierra will have released some nerves. The old man's probably just gone, whew. There's one under the belt.
Still early days though, 15 minutes and a half remaining. So as we wait for those scores, the tide is going down here today in Ujung Bocur. We'll have the low tide at 11:30, so that's why we're seeing that current take everyone out the back.
Okay, thank you very much for this intel. It's nice to know. 2-3-3 for Amelie's fall-off wave. Yep, White's is going to be a ripper. Straight into first place. So day 4 here, everybody. It's been a pretty good outing so far. We've had non-stop swell. We've got through 67 heats in the first 3 days. Ty Sarati, our head honcho, cracked the whip, but rightly so, because the surf's been pumping here at Tanjung, Setia. Thanks, Dino, for giving us that little correction last night. It is the local village down here where we're set up. We are parked up. Our contest site is in Karang Nimbor. That's our location. Oh, 750. Thank you very much. That is a great number. Probably 4 or 5 of those points coming off the end move.
Yeah, that was that finishing turn was really great. A little bit of a slow heat though. There, you know, we have reached the 14-minute mark. We're almost halfway. Not that many waves ridden. Many of the girls don't have a backup.
Yeah, true. 2 surfers really struggling. I imagine red and white are both going okay. Settle, we're going pretty well. Sierra would be mighty relieved with a 7.5. She's put herself in a really strong position. Priority with Annette Gonzalez. Both her and Amelie will need to capitalise on their next opportunity. The Pesisir Barat is the government, the local regent government here in South Sumatra, so thanks very much. They're our sole main sponsor of this event. 5,000 QS points up for grabs. It takes quite a few dollars to put one of these events together, so thanks very much. And we're actually on the wave that is called Ujung Bocur. Good morning, everybody online. It is just after 7 o'clock here in Sumatran time. Our first heat of the morning is just about halfway through. It is effectively heat 12 of the round of 64 for the women's. 4 more of these heats to roll out. I imagine somewhere during those 4 heats we're going to have some more input into the format, because their next round for the women's is on standby, and so are the Pro Juniors.
Yep. Yeah, the Pro Juniors will... Yeah, both the women's and Pro Juniors on standby. I'm sure the Pro Juniors are really excited to get out there. They've been waiting a few days. So it'll be good to see them as well. I'm excited to see those juniors take the lineup.
And I know the men's side of the QS 5000 is off for the day, and I'm sure there's a lot of relieved lads down at Lavina because it was Xavier Huxtable's 21st birthday last night.
Really?
And I believe the boys turned it up a little bit. And old Sammy Norwood was down there singing his much beloved Take Me Home Country Road down there on the karaoke. Jamal tells me, yep, they definitely gave it a nudge. They were singing their brains out. And he's going, the men are off, aren't they? They're off, they're off. I went, yep. He goes, that's good.
Yeah. It's, you could probably hear them singing from where I was staying, and I'm on the other side of Krui.
So happy birthday, Xavier. 21st is a big milestone. He's a cool lad. He got through yesterday. So did most of the other crew that he's staying with down there. So a tight-knit crew at Lavina. And I remember last year I was staying at Lavina, and the men's winner was staying there. Jesse Mendez won. The women's Pro Junior winner was staying there, Simon Iwa. And the men's Pro Junior was staying there as well, the winner, in Jamie Thompson. So you could imagine the headaches we all had the next morning.
Oh, for sure.
It was a big time fiasco down there, and the karaoke was non-stop, seriously. I think we had about 5 reruns of Country Road. Sammy Norwood knows what I'm talking about. He's the one that started that.
You know, I think the karaoke here in Krui at Lavina is like world famous.
It's an institution, it really is.
Since I've been here, I've had two people message me from Europe, like, "Oh, I heard the karaoke in Lavina is amazing."
People from all around the world are coming just for that. They're not even bringing surfboards. They just
they just want to join the karaoke.
Check in and have a sing along. Just over 10 minutes. Let's get some requirements, if we can, please, Toto, of what they are chasing. All these surfers. We'll stay with Annette Gonzalez. That was a solid belt. Grabs the rail. Thanks very much. Wow, this is rapidly turning into It's super dynamic ride. Whoa.
Wow.
Now, how does that stack up to Sierra Kerr's wave? It's got to be right in the neighbourhood.
I think so. I feel like Annette's wave was much more vertical and critical in all her turns. She really didn't have any of
Especially
those.
that first two.
Yeah, she didn't have any cutbacks or any slow moments in this wave. Look at this one. Straight into it.
How's the confidence there? That was just hectic, full commitment. Probably that's the one she missed the most, connecting well with the end. So 2 really strong hits at the start.
Yeah.
Here goes white now, so this is Sierra.
A really nice few turns from Sierra, and she finishes it off really nicely. I love how she really taps that end section. Well, smashes that end section. But I have to say, in this exchange, I think Annette got the better of it.
Yeah, for sure. That was seriously good. So a nice backup wave it will drop here for Sierra either way. So once again, relieving a few more nerves. Once you got your second okay ride, it's like, okay, all right, still time to really get one and totally tee off, but just playing the game right there and putting some more runs on the board. I think Annette will go in. Well, she won't go into the lead because Sierra will put a decent number,
but we have to see what she does in this one. A nice first turn, gets a little bit stuck, manages to just tap it close, but that's some beautiful surfing from Annette Gonzalez. And behind we have our surfer Mirai Ikeda in red. Just a 1. She'll be definitely wanting to look for something a little better than that, since after we've seen both Sierra and Annette's wave.
Yeah, she might be a bit threatened for that second position for sure. Under threat, so she's going to have to do something here. She's got the matching red board. That was pretty sick. Pity nothing else happened, but you can see clear intentions are got to go big right now. This little one always loves trying to get down and grab the rail off the bottom turn, and it's a pretty cool technique when you get it right. Well, that was a really solid exchange. Congratulations, green and white. That will consolidate their first and second billings for sure. Red was on a way to a number, but then fell. And poor old Emily Burke is going, what the hell? Where are you guys finding these waves from? What about me?
Yeah.
She's going to need a substantial score once these numbers drop.
Yeah, Emily just a little more quiet in this heat than the other girls, being a little bit more patient, but hopefully it'll pay off soon. Maybe a set will come and switch things up.
Sierra, a 5.93, is a great backup. Gonzalez will go squarely into second here in a moment. Or maybe because, let me see, Okita will still probably have a 4-ish for her really good hit.
That was a very good,
it was a really good
one
hit.
turn.
It was. So maybe she might hold on to second.
Here
we go again.
Annette getting around this section. A beautiful first, looks a little bit more like a check turn, since that was a beautiful fins out.
Whoops.
And unfortunately doesn't make that closing turn, but that was a really nice second turn.
So it's going to be really tight for second position. Sierra's kind of really backed up her performance those last 2 waves. This is kind of alright for green as well. So this will lock in as her backup ride. Had she got to the end section a little earlier, that could have really challenged for a first placing. We're still yet to see any numbers for her best wave.
Yeah, has she made that last turn, that was definitely going to go up with some of the biggest scores of this heat for sure.
I'm sure she's really keen to hear from the beach announcers to go, give me that number.
Yeah, the judges really thinking this one through. I think maybe comparing it to Sierra's in some way. But I'm excited to see what they give her. I think it's going to be a really good score.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for sure. That was such a good wave.
Very critical surfing in the pocket.
Wow, it was so good.
There it is.
7.6. So they've gone the wave of the heat just. She's got a little backup number to come as well. It probably won't be it definitely won't be the 5.83, but just starting to put some distance between herself now and Red. Red still has that one good maneuver wave to be locked in.
Yeah, we're still waiting
So there's 2 scores we're owed, one for green, one for red, before we can confirm second spot.
There's still a few waves to be given. There's still 2 waves from Annette, and our surfer in red, Mirai Ikeda, as well, is waiting for her score.
One of her nets just dropped in. 317. Might have been for that one. She was a little late to the end section on.
Yeah.
I think it was. So Akita has the one big strong belt to lock in. I'm not sure whether it's going to be a 528. It was a really strong hit, probably one of the best turns of the heat. And I think the judges need to see a bit more. Yep, there we go, 4.4. So the stage is well set. Check that out. 0.87 separating second and third. Sierra Kerr has a strong lead. Amelie Burke needs to go nuts here. She needs an 8.44. Just winding up. Going to have to get a little bit more brutal than this to track down an excellent number. Sleepy wave. Amelie will know that's nowhere near what she needed. Wow, the heat has not gone her way. Look at her head down, a little bit dejected.
Yeah, this is a replay of the last wave of Amelie. A nice little check turn hits that section, but I agree. I think this is definitely not what she's going to be looking for to get back into this heat.
No, not compared to what we've seen out of those 7+ rides out of the other 2, green and white. So Amelie Burke is having a bit of a non-event here. She really needs to hope a really good A-grade wave swings down her way in the next 3 minutes. She needs a 9.1 just to get to second. Kersey has priority in the lead. That 7.5 looking really good. The backup is solid. That backhand blast she did from that end move on the 7.5 was so good.
Yeah. Such an all-rounded surfer, Sierra Kerr. She knows she has some amazing turns, gets air, gets barreled. I think she's got it all.
All right, yes, definitely, and like her old man, I believe she's got a really strong air game. Red now vying for second, so she can challenge should that wave line up. It does not. Needs a high 5. That wasn't it. 2 minutes. Annette looks over her shoulder. First and second place also have top priority.
Yeah, but Annette only has a 3.83 as a backup.
Yep.
But with only 2 minutes remaining, I would think Annette's probably going to start to sit pretty close to Ikeda.
Well, she's close to Amelie. You can see that. Her requirements just come down. It's just below 8 points right now.
Yeah. We're reaching the last few minutes of this first heat of the day. This is round of 64, heat 12. This is day 4 of the Krui Pro 5000. Men will be off for today. We're waiting to see if we will continue into the round of 32 to women.
Yep, potentially. That's the word outside. Juniors are going, no, give us a go. We've been waiting 3 and a bit days. 4 times we've rolled up and you've called us off. Give us a go. So I imagine within the next heat or 2 we'll be able to have some input on the format. I just heard my phone click. Maybe that might have been Ty dropping us a little update. Sub 1 minute. Sierra Kerr and Annette Gonzalez barring something radical happening from red or blue. Look like they're pretty safe for a round of 32. Here goes Sierra Kerr.
Oh, this is a beautiful looking wave. A nice first turn. Oh, that was sick.
Yeah, she liked it too. You could see the body language there. A little drift across the top of that lip line. That looked pretty critical. Really cool. She landed it with a bit of body language that was going. Oh, I love it.
Amelie Burke on the inside. A really nice first turn. Gets around this foamy section. Goes down the line. She's looking for 786 and just falls off
Ouch.
as we reach the last 5 seconds of this heat. All right. That was the end of that first heat of the day. That was heat 12.
Well, it's going to be congratulations, Sierra Kerr. Her and Annette Gonzalez will move through to the round of 32.
So we're gonna go back to a quick ad break, and I'll be talking to Sierra Kerr. All right, welcome back. We are day 4 of the Krui Pro 5000. I'm in the booth with Billy. Good morning.
Good morning, G. How are you? How was that first heat? Fun to call?
It was actually a super entertaining heat. Sierra Kerr and Annette taking first and second. There we have it. Sierra a 7.53 and a 7.5, and Annette with a 7.60 and a 3. There was some solid surfing out there. They were hitting every critical section and finishing all the waves off beautifully. But I am super excited for this Heat 13. We have in red Anon Matsuoka from Japan, in blue Rhea Kemu from Australia, in white Minori Kawai, and in green Miyasaka Maiko. So I'm guessing this is going to be a very good heat to watch. We heard you earlier this morning calling all the free surfers out of lineup. How hard is that?
Really good this morning. Everyone was right onto it. I think the threat of the $200 fine really has come into play. No, I really appreciate all the surfers getting out. What the whole idea behind that is, Giada, that just because you're in Heat 1 doesn't mean you should have to contend with 20 other surfers sitting on the shoulder, while you're trying to concentrate and get your groove on, because it wouldn't happen in Heat 2. So, now, sooner or later, you are going to be in the first heat of the day, and you'd expect the same amount of room to play as any other heat. So, sometimes a little bit of tough love. It's all a bit of fun.
This is our surfer in green, Miyasaka Maiko. Unfortunately, just falls off in that last finishing section, but it was looking like a nice little score to start off her heat. Anon Matsuoka was last year Asia's junior champ.
Right on. That name is familiar. I think we saw her here and at NIAS, didn't we?
Yep, we saw her here. We saw her at NIAS, posting up some great heats. She was, for me, she was definitely a standout. As we see the replay of our surfer in green, Maiko.
Ooh, just swallowed up that last section. Bit of bark off and a few surfers yesterday.
Yeah.
Bit of lime action. Not sure it does anything, but it's pretty funny. You have Maiko again keeping busy in the second heat of the morning.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure your friends like to put the lime on more than it actually working.
red now. Anon.
This is Anon Matsuoka on the opening ride, on her opening ride of this heat. A nice swooping cut back as she hits a section and unfortunately flies down and goes over.
Yeah. Thought she had that last turn nailed, but nonetheless, there's still almost 21 minutes remaining. So Anon will get out the back, reset, take her place in the priority lineup. But one girl that's not waiting around is Maiko. She's been super busy early.
Yeah, Maiko, that was a beautiful turn right in the pocket. Goes into the second, looking like keeping busy is paying her off.
Yeah, well, 3 waves and not even 5 minutes has gone by.
Yep.
That's good running.
Great fitness as well. Can really tell that she trains. All right, we're gonna take it to the post-heat interview with the last heat winner down at the beach with Mark.
All right, here we are, everybody, and good morning. Welcome to day 4. For the first time this morning, we're in the athlete area with the winner of the last heat, Sierra Kerr. Job well done. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was pretty fun. It went a bit slow during the heat, but wish I could have got a bit more waves. But yeah, it was still fun to be able to surf with no one out, which is all good.
Well, you made 2 of them count. You must have been feeling pretty good after that 7.5.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't know what kind of score it was going to be like because it was kind of flat for most of the wave until that end section, but I was seeing where they were going to set the scale, so I was stoked on the 7.5.
Well, we thought that was the best wave of the heat. Then our neck came up with the 7.6. Were you a little bit concerned then?
I didn't really see it, but she was still paddling out. I was like, all right, I'll just get hopefully one more good one and, yeah, seal up the heat.
All right, and you said you've been having a lot of fun since you've been here. You've had your best surf where?
Yeah, Jenny's. It was pretty fun the other day. There was like no one out, which was good. So, yeah, just been able to get some fun rippable waves, which is always good.
All right, you were saying something about you're about to launch a movie?
Yeah, I'm filming a movie this year and then gonna hopefully launch it next year or the year after. But, yeah, just filming and only doing a couple comps this year.
Did you get any clips the other day up at Jenny's that you could probably feature in the movie?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe 1 or 2. So, yeah, we'll see.
All right, well, listen, there's a lot of really talented female surfers here. Who do you reckon are the people you're looking over your shoulder at the most?
Oh, I mean, everyone. I don't really pick one person. Everyone can have their good day and everyone can have their bad day. So hopefully I just have some good days and, yeah, make it work.
Very diplomatic. Well said, well surfed. Congratulations, through to the next round. Cheers, Sierra. Thanks, guys.
Wow, I actually really liked what she said about everyone can have a good day, everyone can have a bad day.
Yeah, valid point for sure. Also, not giving away the game plan. I love that. This girl has caught 4 waves so far, and that's probably her best turn. A nice snap in the lip line. Maiko Miyasaka. Love these Japanese names. So much more exciting than Bill. All right, have a look at these score tablets expanded up there off the screen at the moment. We'll get back to it after this replay of Anon. Nice dynamic style, lovely, aesthetically pleasing wrap, and just coming unstuck as she goes down the sinkhole.
This is Minori Kawai on her backhand. A nice first turn, but that is all she got out of that one. So we'll see. We're still waiting for some scores to drop. Rhea Campbell still hasn't got her first wave yet, but there's still plenty of time left in this heat. 25-minute heats. Lots of opportunity. And
yeah, that 4.67 and the 3.83 all coming within 5 minutes. Pretty good going. Anon with some minor scores by her standard. You know, she's capable of putting up some big ones in the good and excellent range. Ray Campbell yet to get going. Sits out there with priority. Still 16 and 30 remaining. Minori, just that little 2.50. Plenty of time left for all surfers. And let's saw a bit of footage of El Salvador the other day. The waves a little bit junky, but I think conditions are going to improve for the semi-finals. Here goes Anon. Beautiful style, straight to the top of the wave, top third of the wave for a bit of speed, and that's a great looking turn. Really ergonomic, no wasted energy, everything in the right place. That's a series of 3 snaps, again coming off at the end. What a pity.
Yeah, that was looking like it was going to be a really great score.
Yeah, the judges putting a lot of emphasis on the finishing yesterday. So coaches, parents, they'll be taking note of that. Really a lot of back foot in that first turn.
That was like really great surfing. I love how solid her style is. Anon is a really pleasing surfer to watch, has great style. We see Rhea Campbell just taking a quick look, but doesn't end up going on that one. This is Minoru Kawai looking to back up a 2.5. 2 nice first turns. A little bit repetitive on the third, and we see this wave start to pick up, and that was a little more like it. But yeah, a little bit of a fatter wave. She's definitely gonna be trying to replace the 2.5 after that one. That will definitely be the best wave of her heat for now.
Yeah, you're right there. That wave is full of water and lacking a bit of power, so the technique has to be spot on to whip that surfboard around. Effortless surfing there. Really good technique. Nothing really eye-catching until bang, that one. Yeah, so over in El Salvador, let's touch on that. It is Ian Gantel taking on Felipe Toledo in the semi one. Griff is taking on Liam O'Brien in semi 2. In the women, Tyler takes on Steph, and Carissa takes on Caroline. They are some
look at that.
Loaded semi-finals, aren't they?
As we see, this is a setup here in Krui. Beautiful white sand beaches. I love this part of the contest site. The water's just so blue, so clear.
Yep. There's the little keyhole that people walk out on to paddle around. This is the safe option where the sand is. The rocks up there. We saw a few people get skittled yesterday. A little bit of souvenir before you even get in the water.
There we have Rupik on the camera.
Yep, legend.
Uluwatu legend has his warung on the cliff. Made Rupik, one of the best filmers I know.
What's Made's warung called?
Rupik warung.
Tropic, okay. I go to the edge.
Yeah. I go in between Rupiks and by the cliff.
You're right on.
It's a back and forth. They're right next to each other, so it makes it easy.
I go there because I watch Lana.
Yeah.
And when he starts waxing up his surfboard, I follow him. 'Cause I know nothing about Uluwatu. That's all I know. Made Lana goes out, you go out.
Yeah, that's true. Made Lana, one of the legends at Uluwatu. That's always a good sign when he's out there.
Yeah.
So Anon Matsuoka's last wave came in at a 5.67, takes her straight to the lead. We have a 4.67 for our server in green, Maiko Miyasaka, and a 3.83. This is the current heat leader on a beautiful swooping turn and straight into the second one. Goes down the line, and it's look like this wave is going to pick up for her. A little bit of a tested layback. And such a dynamic surfer, finishes it off, not just yet, and takes it all the way down to the inside past the caddies, and a beautiful finishing for that wave.
Finishes at that time, G. The word professional comes to mind when you see this lady surf. And on Matsuoka, looking to ditch that mid 2. I think she's done that in the first couple of turns. What did you like about it?
I love how much energy she puts in those cutbacks. You really see that she doesn't do anything halfway. So I think that's a great point for Anon Matsuoka. Such a beautiful style. I love watching her surf. I love her clips. She read this wave incredibly well. Took it all the way to the end. You see the caddies in the back, and finishes it off very nicely. Looking at the body language, I think she was liking that one too.
Yeah, the Japanese not one for big claims.
No.
I appreciate that, and I admire that about them. Their surfing. Yeah, so ice cold competitors. You don't know, are they upset? Are they happy? And that's a great thing to do when you're.
Poker faces.
Yeah. You can't read your competitor. It kind of messes with your head.
Yeah.
Check this out. Raya Campbell now getting her heat on the march. Our surfer in blue. Beautiful drone shots from Ryan Williams. Wraps it around, which suggests it's a little bit full, this wave. Another wrap, looking for a lip. This wave not playing ball with the young surfer from Australia. So Raya Campbell reset, get out the back. She still has 10.5 minutes remaining. Quite the requirement at 8.50 at the moment. That's going to better with this wave.
Yep. This a little bit of a fuller wave, so you can just see it kind of taper off. She pulls off, but at least she'll get her first score up as we are reaching past the halfway mark. 10 minutes left in this heat. This is our surfer in green, currently in second place. Falls off on that last one, but looking to improve on a 3.83, and right behind her, Minori Kawai in white. Great looking wave.
Just a little bit late doing that turn and getting hung up on the coping. What a pity. That was a good looking wave, hugging the reef and running down towards the caddy shack. Here it is from the get-go. Minori, beautiful in the lip turn to start things off. And she was just getting going. She really puts a whole lot of effort into that one, but just failing to come down the roller coaster. She'll be wooing that, but still plenty of time to get out there and get a couple more. This girl, Maiko, has been busy and rattling up the scores, keeping the judges busy. Meaning business. Fair bit of back feet in those turns.
Yeah. And we see the surfing blue Raya Campbell looking on her. She went head first.
She went head first, yeah, over the handlebars, maybe hitting a little bit of kalapa tree or something there. I'm not sure what was going on, but Raya Campbell was on her way to a good score.
Yeah, it would be good to see what she did in the beginning. Maybe we're going to see a replay, but finally finding a little bit of rhythm, finding those waves. Took her, she's been fairly quiet this entire heat. Anon Matsuoka's last wave came in at a 5.13, increasing her distance between the other competitors. This is a replay of our surfer in blue. A beautiful first turn, a swooping cutback. She's back in the whitewash. This was another great wave from Raya Campbell. As we see, this is where you could see a little bit of the whitewash on the face and probably hit a speed bump or a little bit of a foamy section, and unfortunately it goes over the handlebars.
Yeah, a little bit straight-legged there after that turn. I mean, when everything's on the line, you've probably got to exaggerate your surfing, exaggerate your form, and so Raya will learn from that and quickly get out the back. 7.5 minutes remaining. Requirement at the moment is a 5.40 with that wave to drop, so that requirement will narrow. Still got a few good turns away before the stumble.
Yeah, she's just going to be chipping away at those scores. This is Minori Kawai in white. Under priority, Anon Matsuoka looked at it, let it go. Oh,
that's probably why it ran away a little bit quickly. But Minori really going for it.
Yep. The girl's keeping busy, catching lots of waves. This is heat 13 of the round of 64 women. In the next heat, we will be seeing in red Holly Williams, in blue Ziggy McKenzie, in white Coral Durant, and in green Catalina Zaricue from Peru. So it's an all Australian versus Peru.
Rightio. I hope Geraldo Bergiano in Western Australia is watching. He's a bit of a legend down there in Peru, now living in Western Australia for the last 30 odd years. Still can barely speak English. Love him to bits. He is one of my surfing heroes. Is Jerry from Peru. Hopefully he's watching and see his compatriot surfing in the next heat.
Yeah, Team Peru just came out of the ISA as world champions.
Yeah.
They took the crown, incredibly well deserved. They were all ripping. You could see them all really connected and happy to be there, and they hardly made any mistakes throughout the contest, so that was great to watch.
How good's the ISA Games?
Yeah.
They're just bringing a lot of people you'd probably never hear of if it wasn't around to the forefront. Getting a lot of media attention. A team sport is it's different to this individual stuff.
Yeah.
Here we go, Anon now paddling into a good-looking wave. I'm loving this drone work from Ryan. I keep mentioning, but it's world class, as is the surfing from this Japanese surfer. Looking for a big section now. You can tell she paused for a little while, throws her hands up, but coming unstuck on the way down. How cool was that? We see the bottom of the board. That would have been a really radical maneuver if she landed it.
Our surfer in red, Anon Matsuoka. A little check turn, takes the high line. She tees off this. She sees a section and just goes for it. And unfortunately drops from the sky from top to bottom.
All right, 4.5 minutes to go, G. Let's have a look at that score line. And Raya Campbell has moved up the leaderboard to third. Her requirement now 4.45. Back down to fourth after that last wave from White. The requirement is still the same for Raya. Priority sits with our surfer in white, Minori. Up there is Maiko, the very busy and frantic surfer from Japan. Her requirement 6.13 to take out this heat. But currently she's moving through to the next round. And Anon looking to get rid of that 5.13. Not sure she would have done it on the last wave where she come unstuck there.
Yeah. You know, looking at the scoreline, there's not a big difference between all the surfers. You know, this is still anyone's heat. It just takes that one wave that could just make the difference. Even between first and second, there's only a few points different. We haven't seen anyone with a major wave difference.
Yeah, no one's busted out of the gate yet. No one in the good range, in fact. No one near the excellent range at all. Had a couple try the last heat. A couple of sevens, I heard.
Yep. Sierra Kerr came out with 2 sevens, as well as Annette Gonzalez came out with a 7, backed it up with a 3.
Raya Campbell now on her third wave, getting things moving along now, and she needs to land this. She doesn't. So a bit of trouble for the Australian. Just under 3 minutes remaining. It's going to be a bit of an ask to get out there, get first priority, and get another set. So get through this little break, and she'll be looking for something on the way back out. Thank you, Mark Cliff, for my morning coffee. Legend.
This is Minori Kawai using priority over Anon on a great looking wave. It's looking much better than some of the other ones. Of course, we are looking at it from the drone angle. So everything always looks great from up here. We will see the replay from the beach.
Yeah, I saw Minori sitting there focusing for about half an hour before bounce down today. That was a fantastic turn. I haven't seen a surf before. That quality stuff.
That was a beautiful wave ridden by Minori right under the lip. She wasted no time in between those turns. And behind her is Maiko Miyasaka.
Wow. Flaring it. She's going to stick it. Yes. So that was a super cool wave. A little bit of funk on the end of the turn. Maiko on her 40th wave for this heat.
So a few scores to drop before the seat. And Anon on a bomb out the back. A beautiful, well, it gets a little bit stuck at the top, but sets it up for this one.
Yep.
That was more like Anon Matsuoka that I know. A little bit of a fuller wave. She's gonna be hoping that this one does something in the inside.
Yep, Anon reminding us that she is the champ with surfing like that, really dominating this heat. And this wave, probably the best of it. We'll see what the judges make of it with under a minute remaining, but it is all eyes on white for her wave. She needs a 4.17 to progress, and also a wave to come for green from that one tail drifting maneuver. But here is Anon looking solid. This is probably her third set wave. Played a really fantastic strategic game here in heat number 13 at around a 64 women.
Yeah.
Loving it. That was a bit drawn out there. Not so rail, a bit more tail than rail, but that one's a bit better. Of course, this end of the wave, full of water and super hard actually to get around to the white water. So Anon doing beautifully.
Yeah, we finish this heat off. Unfortunately, Rhea, I don't think this will go into her scores.
Yeah, after the siren for sure. Now let's have a look at all the pressures off. Beautiful looking cutty. Will probably nail this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, competition is a strange thing. Look at the body language. You feel for every
Yeah.
competitor when they are knocked out of the draw. But this is competition surfing. So it looks like it is. Congratulations to Anon. Still with the score to drop. Let's revisit this score line here because things have changed. Minori is now into the lead. We'll have all those results for you, and we're going to bring in Chris Benz after this ad break. Okay, we are back live with heat number 14, I'm pretty sure. Still waiting on the results from that last one. There was a couple of waves ridden late. Welcome back to the microphone, Chris Benz, for the first time this morning. There are the results. Is Anon Matsuoka out in the lead. Minori with a late charge taking out second position. Maiko, very unlucky, surfed a great hit coming in third, and Rai Campbell bowing out. Commiserations, congratulations, and this heat is underway. Let's have a look at the surfers in heat number 14. I'll just rack that up and I'll get Chris Benz to read them on out.
This is Ziggy McKenzie on her backhand. And she comes from the Bukit Peninsula in Bali, and that's a pretty familiar looking setup if you're a backhand surfer who lives up that way. So Ziggy opening her account. Holly Williams, the surfer in red. This is Coral Durant, no stranger to left-handers either, from the northwest of Western Australia. Opening the shoulders, big strong turn, carving through some white water, and this will be a decent number as she kicks out. And our last surfer is Catalina Zarakawi from Peru.
Yeah, 3 Aussies and a Peruvian. Coral Durant, we're looking forward to her getting into the lineup. We've known her since she's a little pup, hanging around the contest scene in Western Australia, of course growing up at the Bluff. with the girl gang that up there. It's got to be a documentary one day, doesn't it?
Oh, what a great! It's a Tim Winton novel to start off with.
You travel 14 hours from the capital of Western Australia into the desert, and there's a bevy of blonde girls ripping this left-hander to bits. This is Ziggy now. Her improvement in her surfing is just continuing to take the upward projection.
That was cool.
That's a great critical turn. May have lost a little bit of points on the control, but definitely heading in the right direction is Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Just really pushing it to the edge, losing her fins, and then regaining. And then this is Coral. For her, this is a knee-high wave. Growing up surfing the waves in that part of the world, opening your shoulders and kicking out down the line. So we've got Ziggy and Coral with scores to come. This is Holly Williams. I'm guessing that was live action. And then Catalina Zarakiwi opened up with a 2.67 early on as well.
Now in the ad break there, Chris, I saw just out of the corner of my eye a bit of promo for a QS in India. Is that right?
That is. It is the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open. I believe it's the first ever WSL QS event to be held in India. It's a QS 3000.
Wow.
It's put on by the Asian region, so it's not co-sanctioned like this one. There won't be any Aussies or Kiwis in action. Well, they might be if they happen to be passing through, or if they just want to go and surf in India.
Yep.
From what I've seen of the footage, it's a right-hand point break, similar to setup to a lot of the waves you see just over the pond in Sri Lanka.
Right.
And that is taking place from August 14th to August 20. And I'm pretty excited. I've got the call up. I'm going to India.
Are you going to go?
I'm
Nice.
going.
Have you done one before?
Have I done
A contest in India?
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
absolutely not.
Mate, it's pretty funny. We went up to the northeast 5 or 6 years ago now to a big festival up there. I was head judging, and the people are super enthusiastic.
Oh, I believe it.
Yep. Lots of expats up there who are got a different slant on life, so it's pretty interesting, and the waves are pretty good.
Yeah, so Tamil Nadu is down the south of India. Would get similar swells to the ones that Sri Lanka gets. And September, can't wait. All right, scores are in. Holly Williams, the breakdown, a 5.33 is her best score, a 7.5 her total. Coral Durant, a 4.5 for her opener. Ziggy Mackenzie, a 3.5 for her first wave. And Catalina, a 2.67 for hers.
Yeah, well, that's exciting. India's going to be great fun.
Oh, I can't wait. As soon as I heard a whisper, I was straight on the text.
Yeah. Give me a go, give me a go.
So very, very excited to get over to India for that one. I've surfed in Sri Lanka before, absolutely loved it.
Right.
And just chomping at the bit to get to India for the first time ever.
Ever been to India?
No, first time ever.
Right.
Yeah, no.
I can't wait to get in India.
Hey. I think one of the biggest challenges over there will be avoiding that joke all week.
Well, let's head on down to the athlete zone before we talk ourselves into trouble. I think Gia Lagarde has the winner of the last heat.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Anon Matsuoka. Anon, you look so comfortable out there. I know you came here last year, so what were you feeling knowing that this event was back on this year?
Yeah, my feel is so excited and it's so fun. Waves are so good out there, but it's so slow. But I focus to get the couple wave, and then just having fun and then try my best. Yeah.
It looks like you really trust your equipment. Tell us a little bit about what board you're riding and what other boards you brought for Krui.
Yeah, like this is Los Surfboard Driver 3.0, the new model. It's feeling so good, and then maybe if it's getting big, I I try to step up board. Like this is 5.5, and then it's so feel good out there.
All right, you told me you're in the Challenger. You have a busy schedule. What is the rest of the year looking like for you?
Like every day, like surfing and then training, rest. Yeah, it's so focused to every day, and then yeah, I can rest every day, so it's okay.
Perfect. All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
応援ありがとうございます。デイ4で今私にとってのクルイでの1ヒート目をやってすごい久々のクルイでいい波乗れてすごい楽しかったです。もっともっといいサーフィンできるように頑張るのでまた応援よろしくお願いします。Okay.
All right. Thank you and congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, great stuff there from Anon and Giada. Breath of fresh air are the Japanese surfers. Make you smile every time you see them. Holly Williams staying busy. Still currently in the lead. That 5.33 her best. Have a look at this one, Chris.
Yeah, on her backhand. It's just a beautiful looking wall, isn't it? Wasn't the strongest turn, but hang on, but that must have been her 2.17.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
While we were at the interview, that was the wave she caught.
And this is Catalina. Zarique?
I'll go with that. Only went to year 10, but yes, okay, no worries.
Zarique?
Catalina.
Mate, if you did Spanish to year 10, you should know.
Yeah, it's true. That's exciting news. I was just talking with Giada about the semi-finals at El Salvador. That looks interesting. Felipe Toledo is taking on Ian Gentile, if you don't mind. But right now the action is with Catalina again. This one allowing her a few more turns down the line. That way filling up the water and out of there.
Catalina from Peru, so clearly she's no stranger to a long point, left point either. So between Coral, Ziggy and Catalina, we have three surfers who are from just the Hollywood venues of left point breaks.
Yeah, very versed in going left for sure. Best feeling in the world going left. Have a look at this. Coral Durant. That's a good looking turn. Opens up the wings. She has been going left her whole life. A bit of a tail slide there. Losing the fins but recovers beautifully. Also, yeah, I'm going to call that a complete, that third turn. So Coral Durant putting her best foot forward. Her second wave. 15 minutes remaining. Plenty of time to get out there and get a couple more.
Do you remember Coral Durant's first ever heat at Taj's Small Fries back home?
I do. I couldn't believe how small she was. And how gutsy she was.
And do you remember what she did?
Shallows?
It was down at Shallows.
Massive.
It was quite big for Shallows.
Yeah.
And do you remember what she did?
Oh, no.
She went out and I think you had a maximum of 10 waves.
Yep.
And she caught them in about 5 minutes. And we had to call her in.
Over froth. Ziggy McKenzie now.
I think in her mind the goal was to catch your 10 waves as quickly as possible.
What's worked out all right for her? Here she is at a QS 5000. Yeah, she did really well. I think she may have won that year or she won the year after. And I remember getting the trophy and going, oh, it's like a little Tommy Carroll surfer doll.
All right, here's Ziggy McKenzie,
Ooh.
and that went a little bit wobbly. And Ziggy goes down. 14 minutes remaining. It's Holly Williams in the lead. Catalina Zarique in sitting in second. And Coral Durant, she will be threatening the lead once that last score comes in.
450 for Coral. Maybe we're waiting for another score. Ziggy, a couple of fumbles in a row there. Hopefully it doesn't affect her mindset. Get out the back, get the bit between the teeth and go at it. Coral, a 6-0-0. Pair that with her 4-5-0. She has taken the lead indeed. 6 there with second priority. Holly Williams now slipping down to second. 5.18 her requirement. She's already got a 5.33, so we know she's very capable of doing that. She has first priority. Catalina, a 4.80 is her requirement, and Ziggy, a 5.07. So anyone's ball game. 13 minutes remaining. It's going to be a good day of surfing. The round of 64 will clean that up. And then Tysarati will decide if we go to the Pro Juniors or the round of 32. Look at the fish out the back there.
Well, Ty has decided. We are rolling straight on into the women's QS round of 32. So
Oh,
that
nice
will
one.
be 8 heats. And after that, we are rolling on to the men's Pro Junior round of 64, heats 1 to 8. And then the women's Pro Junior round is on standby. So lots of action still coming our way today.
Yeah, how's that big fish bust up out the back? Super exciting.
Yeah, a lot of the local insignia and shields and whatnot around these parts have sailfish of some description on them.
Well, the contest motive. It's got a big marlin on there.
So 12 minutes remaining. Last score for Coral Durant comes in at a 6. Best wave of the heat puts her into the lead. Holly Williams slips down to second. She's tasting a 5.18 to get back to first. Catalina Zarrique is looking for a 4.8 for second. And Ziggy McKenzie, a 5.07 the requirement. Here goes the Peruvian surfer on her backhand.
Yeah, Catalina looking to square up. She does. Really goes 12 to 6, but comes unstuck. There is Holly Williams waiting on the end of it. She'll take that opportunity if given it. This wave is rattling down the line. Now into cutback land. Does it beautifully. Now it's going to stand up a little bit more. Time for a couple of points on the end of it.
Oh, I don't know if the end of it's coming. This
Wow.
just keeps standing up and letting Holly Williams tee off. And that's a bit of a blown opportunity for Catalina, because if you
Yeah.
imagine she'd ridden out of that really strong turn and then strung together everything that Holly just did, she'd have been looking at a huge number. As it is, Holly's going to be looking at a pretty significant score. She'll move back into the lead. Here goes Coral Durant.
Yeah, smaller one for Coral. She'll be eyeing up anything that is down the line. This is a replay while we were looking at the other wave. A full axe to the head. That's nothing for that girl. Ziggy goes under. I like that concentration by Holly Williams. Ever the opportunist. You know, there's no use going, well, she's got that wave, I won't even look at it. Got to be ready to go. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, this is really crisp, precise surfing. It's just beautiful conditions, isn't it? And hardly a drop out of place. Not any form of stiff offshore, but still very, very rippable. And the ladies this morning are on a tear. And that's going to be a decent number and the heat lead. This is Ziggy once again.
They're just struggling to find the open face in this heat is Ziggy. Coral Durant looking strong out there with the 6 and the 4.50. Not strong enough, because there is the second wave of Holly Williams, the 5.63. So second highest scoring wave of the heat. Holly back into the lead. 9 minutes and 15 remaining.
Yeah, so a fair bit of separation now between Holly and Coral and Catalina and Ziggy. So the ladies in green and blue need to get a bit of a wriggle on with 9 minutes remaining.
What about Liam O'Brien, mate, taking on Griff in the semi-final 2 over there in El Salvador? That's going to be a beauty.
Yeah, that's awesome. Everyone would have had Griff and Philippe in their fantasy teams and expected them to go deep. You'd have got good odds on Ian Gentile and Liam O'Brien making the semis.
Yeah.
Pretty happy to say Liam was in my fantasy team, because he's
a ripper.
He's a burly boy through and through, and Punta Roca bears, funnily enough, La Punta Roca bears a really striking resemblance to the rock break at Burley Heads.
Oh, it looks like Ana De Santos there warming up. Yeah, Tyler takes on Steph and Carissa takes on Caroline. A couple of cracking semi-finals. I think the call is in about 11 hours over on that side of the world. Saw a great photo of Ratzo Buchanan absolutely slicing the top off one at the early morning El Salvador. Right now it's Holly Williams here at Krui, Indonesia. Squares up at the bottom and delivers on the top. This wave running away from her. What a pity, because that first turn was money.
And she's caught that from 4th priority. So that has completely slipped under the pack.
Nice.
The other 3 girls obviously not interested in it. And that stood up for Holly. The first turn was great. Okay, here goes Catalina. Waiting for this one to stand up. Just a mid-facer so far. Big closeout section in front of her. Can she get around it? Okay, this will be our first bunch of points. Big finish and a little ambitious. That one never really came together. Coral Durant now swinging into action.
Yeah, the goofy footer from WA. She's done that a million times in a short life. Brings it up the top again, wraps it around. Looking what this wave has on offer. Starting to fill full of water through that part of the reef. The lip presents itself again. She deals with it. Really precise surfing, as you mentioned before, this time from the girl from the Bluff.
She really holds a rail for a long time through that carve as well. That's great. So 6.5 minutes to go. Not sure if Holly Williams is going to add to her score with just the one turn. Coral Durant, I would suggest her 4.5 is in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah,
here's the replay of Catalina's last wave.
Yeah, a bit of a mid-face wiggle there, and around the tricky little section. Been seeing people hit that foamy climb, and then a bit of a nothing on the end, so that can go in the bin, that wave. Holly Williams, I like this turn. That was a ripper. Just got stuck behind that section I was talking about. That's a hard thing to really put a bit of back foot into your turn and keep that momentum flowing down the line so you can make the section. I love it. I know I keep talking about Gabriel Medina. As you know,
You're a big fan.
I am definitely a bigger fan of Australian surfing, but his backhand is excellent. He can really chuck a big turn and keep that momentum going down the line. Anyone I have a little bit of coaching to do with, I get photos of him. He seems to have a technique where he lays the whole back foot into it, but he's still looking down the line as the board's facing back towards the whitewater. Really hard to do, but a bit of disco stew hand jive up top, and he gets it done every time.
Okay, so last wave for Coral Durant comes in at a 5.27. Does indeed put her into the lead. Got rid of the 4.5, so upgraded by 3/4 of a point as she and Holly Williams continue to run away with this one. 4.5 minutes remaining. Ziggy McKenzie needs a 7.46 to jump up to second. Catalina Zarique requires a 7.19. Is Ryan Williams' drone shot. You can just see it is picture perfect. It's a beautiful Indonesian morning here in South Sumatra, the Pesisir Barat Regency in the province of Lampung, South Sumatra, Indonesia. And this wave is called Ujung Bocur, the leaking edge.
Bocur.
Bocur.
The C in Indonesian, that's a ch sound.
Bocur.
Like Chamaja. There you go, mate. .335 left on the timer. Coral Durant.
It's Chorrol in Indonesia.
That's right, you're learning. Well done.
Take that.
Coral Durant is out in the lead.
From Catalina Zarique. Who have we got next? Let's have a look at this one. So we are currently in Heat 14. Up next in Heat 15, Sarah Wakita, Kako Yoshida, Kokona Kawase, and Sky Brown.
look forward to that. First time I'd seen Sky Brown surf yesterday. I wasn't let down. It's the first time I've seen Sierra Kerr surf in the flesh today as well. Definitely wasn't let down. Super impressed with Izzy Campbell yesterday also. Similar style to Sky Brown. I think it's that bowl skating I kept banging on about yesterday. But
First time I saw Sierra Kerr surfing in the flesh, we were all in the Maldives.
Yep.
There were these clips going viral of her doing air reverses at the Waco wave pool.
Yep.
But she was still quite young, and the surf guides were happily pushing her in on the waves that I was already riding.
Of course.
And you just can't get angry when a 12-year-old girl who surfs 1,000 times better than you is getting the VIP red carpet treatment onto your waves.
Yeah,
You're just
well,
like,
what are you going to do?
You go for it.
Yep. I hope I'm not in the shot.
I know I was once at Canggu. Kersey got a great clip of his young daughter fading me at my beloved Rivermouth, right? Anyway, just had a chat with Josh out the back. They're having a great time. The whole family's here.
Yeah, I saw Mum super happy watching her daughter surfing that first heat of the morning and delivering.
They're just staying up the road at Mandiri, so plenty of waves for them. A little bit away from the contest zone, so they're just cruising, hanging. Kersey was chipping golf balls around.
Gosh, yeah, Sarah's a good golf player too.
Oh, yeah. And a skateboarder. 90 seconds to go. This is Catalina Zatakwe on her backhand, and she's now chasing a 7.19.
Oh, look at this.
Holly
priority.
Williams playing the priority card. That is ruthless, but why not? That is exactly the surfer you need to keep off the waves at the moment. And who's to say that Catalina wasn't on her way to a 7.19 there?
That's right. That is exactly what you got to do. Her coach,
1 minute
whoever
to go.
it is pumping the fist, because this is a great strategic move. Absolute ice in the veins of Holly Williams. Check this out. Sorry, Catalina, I have priority and I don't want you to get a big score. I might rattle off a couple of points while I'm at it. That's a good looking turn, and I like this closeout attack. Boom.
Yeah, that was great.
Done. Come on into the beach because there's under a minute remaining.
So she needs a 5.65 for the lead. Probably not. Not quite.
Good defensive play though.
Good, fantastic defensive play. 20 seconds to go. I think Holly Williams can make her way in. She's going to be a million miles down the point. So it's looking like an Aussie 1-2 in this one. The Bluff's finest up-and-comer. Called around.
Get to have a chat to Coral. Awesome.
You can see through here. It's a bit of a lottery. You don't quite know where the shallow pits are until you're on them.
Yeah, bring extra fins when you come up this way, folks. Well, that was an entertaining heat. We're going to cross to an ad break. I'll jump out of the booth. Mark Cliff will jump in with you, Chris. And stick with us wherever you're watching around the world. This is the Krui Pro 2023. We'll be back after this ad break.
To the Krui Pro. This is a QS 5000. We are in the
Heat 15.
south of Sumatra. That is Ujung Bocur on screen. And in the water right now, Sarah Wakita from Japan, Kako Yoshida from Japan, Kokona Kawase from Japan, and Sky Brown, who surfs for Great Britain. And I think has grown up in America, but is half Japanese as well.
How's how good our picture looks?
Oh.
Here we go. Now a tight zoom in on the surfer in blue. So one of the Japanese ladies. So yep, back in the booth, everybody. This is heat 15, our second last heat of the round of 64 for the women's. We are going straight into the round of 32, Chris. So there will be another 8 women's heats attached to the end of the next heat. And that will complete that round of 32. Then the Pro Juniors get a go with the junior boys, heats 1 to 8, scheduled to bounce down a little later on, about starting just after lunchtime.
Yeah, so just the 20 heats today. Very lazy day.
Basically a day off.
Yeah.
Basically a lay day. 20 heats, nothing. No, and then the next round of, I think men's or something, there is something else scheduled after that as a potential, so it may turn into a full-blown day again.
Okay, this is Sky Brown. So Sky surfs for Great Britain, but she has nominated the Asian region as the one that she...
Ugly.
That got very ugly very quickly. Sky Brown running out of water. So what I was saying is, no matter which nationality you represent, you can nominate the region that you compete in. So that's the way we see a guy like Kian Martin, who surfs for Sweden, qualifying for the Challenger Series through the Asian region, because he lives in Bali. He does all of his competing around this part of the world. Sky Brown has gone that same tack. This is her first ever WSL event, and she opened in incredible style the night before last. I think going from 4th to 1st in the last 3 minutes of her heat with an 8.
And a little backup number as well.
A little backup number, and she was really buzzing in the interview afterwards. She's opened up with a 3 here.
Perfect conditions again, check it out, just rolling through. So Kawasi now on her opening wave. I think everybody's off the mark now. Pretty good looking conditions for allegedly our smallest day.
Yeah.
Chris, hey? Everybody's going, Thursday will be your smaller day. Like, oh, okay.
So I think Sarah Wakita yet to open her account.
Okay.
She's got priority. She's up the top of the lineup. The other 3 surfers, Sky Brown has a second score to come, and we're waiting on her first score for Kako Yoshida and Kokona Kawase.
And then our final heat, who's featuring that one, mate?
Philippa Anderson, Annie Dos Santos, Jessie Starling and Gabby Spake. So 3 Aussies, and Annie Dos Santos, who lives in Sydney but is Brazilian. And I think Annie is another one who maybe has nominated the Australasian region as where she would like to compete and earn her points.
Okay, so this reef right there, Ujung Bocur, everybody, is what it's known as in Bahasa, Indonesia, the area. And I was corrected last night at dinner by Dino from Lani's. He said, we've been saying it a little bit wrong. So the correct pronunciation is Tanjung Setia.
Setia.
Yeah, Setia. We'll lean on the T and the IA, the Tia, not Setia, as we've been saying. Setia.
Fair enough.
Thank you. We've got to get it correct. The local village down here good enough to host us, so we'll make the effort to get the name of their village correct.
Absolutely.
We'd like to say as well a big thank you to Pesisir Barat, which is the government in the local region that has sponsored the event, put up the big bucks to bring the 5,000 men's and women's here again. And the bonus for the juniors is the 1,000 points attached and giving those guys a run. We'll see the first of them this afternoon, but this event has got bigger every year since 2017. The first year when it started as just a QS 1000, 2018 and went to QS 1500, 2019 to 3,000 points, and then last year ramped right up to a 5,000 and added some Pro Juniors. Here we go now.
Wow.
Wakita doesn't like it.
No, Sarah Wakita has priority. She has turned her nose up at that one.
Not a bad little leftover, mate. I wouldn't mind that.
That's the drone angle, though.
You know what? I'd still take it.
What about this one? Looks like Sarah Wakita spinning. She's in the chute. And, yeah, good call. This is a bigger one. Looks like it's offering her a lot more opportunity. Up into the lip, drives through a beautiful opening turn Opens the shoulders, repeats the treatment a second time. Very rhythmical surfing from the top seed from Japan. Sarah Wakita has been doing the QS dance for a long time, and the veteran presence is felt on that first wave. That's going to be a decent number. Maybe not anything too spectacular, and she did fall at the end, but talk us through the replay, Mark.
All right, so this is what the judges get to see. Got a nice surface to play with to kick things off. Nice just grind to keep it back in the pocket. Another one of those moves, sort of out on the face and back to the pocket. Another one. Okay, so probably had the opportunity to square up a little more, but being in the first wave, it's a first appearance in a Rash Fest. Probably just wanted to bank it and complete that ride and get herself in the game. It's probably going to be the better number, considering that the highest score is only a 3.5. Anyway, everybody is now on the scoreboard. It's going to be all pretty similar numbers. I think red might be in the lead. But let's just have a little look at some of these action replays from the judges' tower.
Yeah, and this is, she's flying down the line right now. Oh, a little bit hung up on that one. And Kokona Kawase goes down. Just a minor score, 2.93 the result. So you can see the tide racing off the reef there. I think it was a low tide at about 11:30, Giada told me. We had the women's round just starting to drop into my hands. We'll get to the round of 32 shortly, but it's going to make for some pretty good reading. It is a bossy division, and there's some pretty talented surfers that have made their way through to the round of 32. Charlie Haitley out of Burleigh Heads will feature in the very first heat of that round. She's only 14. I can't believe that.
And same with Mia Huppets is also out of Burleigh. So Terry Tapatis got hold of me yesterday. He said, oh, by the way, a couple of stats. Here you go. They're both Burleigh board riders. Haitley is how you say Charlie's surname. Thank you, Terry. The Tapper man is a ledge up there in the Goldie. So good on you, Terry. A 6.50, huge number. So, that's two scores for White. The Wakita number, a 5.1. I think we are going to throw down to the beach interview with Billy Hangen. Who have you got, Billy?
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. I'm here with heat winner Coral Durant. How much fun was that?
So nice out there. The conditions are beautiful, and yeah, there's super fun waves, so I'm stoked.
Now, you are no stranger to going left, growing up in the desert, full of left-handers. How much time have you spent in Indonesia, and is this your first time in Krui?
This is my first time to Krui. I came to Bali, went to the Mentawais last year, spent 6 weeks over here, so I kind of know, not this area, but Indonesia a little bit, and I love it. So nice, so close to home. It feels like home, so yeah, it's good.
Well, you did look at home out there on those left-handers, but who are you travelling with here in Indo, and did you catch the West Aussies yesterday?
Yeah, I supported all the team from West Oz. It's so good to see so many of us over here. I'm travelling with Ellie Harrison. Me and her are staying at Damai Bungalows, and yeah, it's so good. We kind of just look out at the waves all day, and yeah, it's amazing. It's so good being here.
Now, Binz and I were just reminiscing the first time you competed at Taj Small Fries. I think you went out there and caught 10 waves in 5 minutes, and we had to call you back in. You know, you've absolutely developed into a great surfer. You're enjoying the pathway and the journey for you becoming a well-rounded competition surfer?
Yeah, I've always done the juniors, and this is my first kind of good crack at the QS, so I'm really enjoying it. I'm kind of got low expectations and just, taking it all in and enjoying it, so yeah.
Now, would you like to look at down that camera and say hello to all the Durants in Western Australia? I'm sure they're tuned in and watching.
Yeah, I'm sure they're watching. Hey, Mum, Dad, and my 7 siblings. I hope you're all well, and yeah, thanks for supporting me.
A great little character and an absolutely ripping surfer, Coral Durant. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Billy, Coral, and the seven siblings.
The old man up there pumping out girls, and a mighty strong family living on the hill there at the Bluff. Reed, we love your work. Your daughter's killing it, so stay tuned. There's going to be more. There's 3 West Aussies ladies through in that side of the draw. Let's watch Red here. Flying down the line is Wakita. This wave is looking that good. She kind of had too many options and went down for the count. Meanwhile, Chris, we saw a really, really good wave by Sky Brown, yeah?
Yeah, hopefully we can catch up with this one on replay. So Sky Brown, this is only her second heat on the QS. First turn was great, just sort of biding her time now. Now the wave stands up for her and she crunched it there. And up into the lip, that turn's not quite as on point. That carve wasn't bad, and that's going to be a decent second number for Sky Brown. A little bit of garnish down the bottom. This wave continues to run for her. Very ambitious attack on that end section where it gets a little bit shallow. This is Kokono Kawase, who is our heat leader. And this is nothing too dynamic yet. Now the wave stands up and starts to run a little. Couple more turns, and well, she's only getting rid of a 293, so she's done that very, very comfortably, possibly extended her lead. Sarah Wakita still has the best wave of the heat so far, and she's about to add to that as well. And we're going to see a decent number for Sky Brown too, so the action keeps coming.
Going to move up into second. Let's have a look at red now. So this is the
replay of Wakita's last wave. I almost feel like here she had a little bit too much time to think about this turn, because she got up, she had the section, and then she just overcooked it right there, and that was a great wave.
All right, so let's have a look at the action replay now of Kako Yoshido. Pretty nice turn to kick things off. Winding down the line, another turn in the pocket, and the error just coming. Maybe she swung the blade around a little too far coming out of that move.
Yeah, and the action just keeps on coming. This is our heat leader, Kokono Kawase. This is the wave we just saw live before we got into this run of replays. Pretty slow and sleepy to get things going. Still managing to hack away at some strong turns. Nothing overly dynamic to this point, but she's throwing a lot into it. And even just milking that last little half a point right down the bottom of the line. Big paddle coming up. I think that's Sarah Wakita, who's probably in the lineup all on her lonesome. Sky Brown will be rejoining her shortly.
Well, you can just see how many Japanese women are in this round. There's a lot of really quality surfers coming out of Japan, especially on the women's side of the draw. The men's are blowing up as well, but the women's, they seem to be like more than half the draw is filled with Japanese ladies. So
it's such an incredible, strong generation. You look at Amuro Suzuki winning the World Juniors in Taiwan a couple of years ago, and on the back of her efforts, there's just dozens and dozens of really strong Japanese surfers on the women's QS.
Well, maybe we can bring up everybody's two waves individually. Would be nice to see where those numbers went. That's a pretty big digit though for Sky Brown. We'll just confirm what it was, but
it's going to be a 7. Her
sitting
opening
on
was a
10.
3.
All right, we're sitting on 10 points. So thanks, Toto, if you don't mind. 10 minutes remaining. The stage is set. I think there might still be a few more scores dropping. 3 Japanese surfers trying to track down Sky Brown at this stage. Wakita with top priority. That's her in the middle of the screen. Here's our numbers. So yes, a 7 and a 3. Kawase in the white, yet to really post a solid number. The 5-10 is looking pretty good for Wakita.
Yeah, Kawase's still got a number to come. So does Sarah Wakita. And Kako Yoshida as well. So
Wakita on the move here, mate. So good looking medium wave, quite bowly. After that last rude opportunity, she'll be really keen to back this wave. Going about it pretty well. Boom, should be the end mover. Can't stick it. So back-to-back wipeouts there for Sarah Wakita.
Yeah, she's not going to die wondering. She really laid it on the line on that last turn. And here is the replay, timing her beautifully with the fishing boats out the back. First turn was good. That wasn't too bad. Caught a little bit of a rail, and then right about now she was hoping she could hang on. We saw her winding up the windows, but unfortunately couldn't quite brace for impact.
All right, so here goes our replay now. Last wave for blue, which is Kako. Down she goes. So the Japanese surfers, just a little touch of the fumbles going on there. Sky Brown back out the back, sitting on a 7, looking really strong with priority. Great place to be with 8.5 minutes to go. So I did see Sky Brown travelling with Rizal. A little chat with Rizal this morning. He's pretty impressed with his, stoked with his role of chaperoning the Browns. Might be seeing him in Lakey next week. He said he's probably going to bring Sky down there. They've got a skate park down there. He said, we want to come down and get some film footage of her on the skate bowl and obviously some surfing, but they want to promote the skate park in that neck of the woods as well. So thanks to Lana and her dad Nori for putting together a really cool skate park at the back of Lakey Beach. The grommets are all over it.
Well, you won't find too many better crash test dummies at a skate park than Sky Brown. She won a bronze at Tokyo in the park. She's the reigning world champ at the park, and she's won 2 X Games gold medals, as well as she won the Dew Tour in 2022 as well. So
fair resume.
It is an incredible resume, and now she's turning her hand to surfing. I mean, she's obviously always surfed,
but always skated by the look of things.
Yeah,
it's a good little crossover, isn't it, to be able to skate well and then do your act on a surfboard. A lot of the manoeuvres are coming out of the skating world, and Sarah Kerr, another one of those benefiting from that. Izzy Campbell, I'm sure there's a whole lot more as well. They're just the ones I know of. 7 minutes now. Wakita is creeping up to Sky Brown in the numbers department, trying to fend off Kawasi, who needs a high 4. Yoshida, she needs quite a decent number now to get back into a qualifying position. We have one more heat coming at us out of this round before we cross to the round of 32 for the women's. Coral Durant threw out of that last heat, so us being some West Aussies are pretty keen to see what heat she drops into and how she goes in the next round. Izzy and Willow also advancing through into that round, so pretty happy with the way things are going. I'm sure there's a lot of West Aussies tuning in this morning. Good morning, gang. What is it here? It's about just after 8:30 in Sumatran time.
Yeah, unfortunately on the men's side of the draw, the West Aussies lost Jack Thomas and Benny Spence yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, yesterday, the level of what was going on mid-morning yesterday, I think Dylan Moffat really lit the fire.
Oh, God.
Didn't he turn it up? I think he was throwing away an 8, wasn't he?
He was. He had a 9 and an 8.17.
And then his good travelling buddy Morgan Sibley picked up the baton and ran with it all the way and handed it over to Lennox Smith next heat, and he ran with it.
Yeah, talking about Sky Brown, the Olympian, soon to be dual Olympian, Billy Stammen went bananas on his backhand as well.
It was incredible, that men's round. So this morning, it's a ladies' day down here at the Point. We effectively run out 13 heats of women's surfing this morning before we cross to the little pups. The junior men get a go, and my little buddy Rajo will be in that first heat, so I'm already getting a little bit nervous, mate. I shouldn't be, but I kind of am.
So would you call yourself your coach or the mentor, or?
I'm his surfing buddy. He calls me Carcat Granddad, but I'm his surfing buddy.
Couldn't imagine you'd be much of a soccer dad. I couldn't imagine you filming from the beach when you could be surfing, that's for sure.
We talk tactics in the lineup. I don't film.
All right, here goes Sarah Brown. Sky Brown. It's getting mixed up with Sarah Wakita on the line below. And Sky Brown actually lives in Miyazaki in Japan half of the year, which is an incredible part of the world for waves.
I imagine living in Japan, she's probably into snowboarding too then. Any stats on that?
Don't have any stats, but I'm sure she can.
Yeah, I mean, if you skate and surf, take your act to the snow. Pretty easy transition, I'd imagine, for someone as talented as young Sky.
Yeah, Miyazaki's a little bit south of the
snow,
the mountains, but it's only a little hop to get over to Honshu and head up to the snow around the Nagano region.
Definitely no snow down here in Sumatra. It is boiling hot already. It's 8:30 in the morning. Tanjung, Setia. It's a very southern tip of South Sumatra. If you're thinking of coming here, you've got to get your act into Bandara Lampung. It's the airport nearest to where we're positioned. the way we did it, from Denpasar up to Jakarta into Lampung, and from there you have a 6 to 7 to 8 hour drive in a car. Depends on how your driver's feeling and what sort of traffic you've got in front of you.
Convoy dependent.
We had the policey in front of us the whole way. Sirens blaring for about 2.5 hours with no traffic in front of them, so they love a siren. Here's Sky.
Yep, streaking across the inside. The wave races off without her. So just the one turn. She's only looking to get rid of a 3.
Sarah Wakita now on a backhand, winding up, getting the speed needed. Goes past Sky, who's dry docked herself. Sarah's getting one nice hit away. You're hoping for a little bit more action down the line. She's been denied some green face until right there, so a couple of hits.
Yeah, she's happy with that, and I think rightfully so. She's only looking to replace a 407.
Here's the next heat getting ready out there, down in caddy corner. But how was Sky just fully dry docked in the foreground as Sarah went flying past her? You can see just the consequences, and the tide's still got another 2.5 hours to drain out.
And it also highlights that this point's definitely not mechanical. You know, Sky's wave closed out where she is, and this one of Sarah's continues just to reel down the point. So there's definitely a lot of variety, and you can't put too high of a price on your wave selection, because there's some surfers who are giving themselves far more opportunity than others. 2 minutes to go. And this is Kokona Kawase. She's currently chasing a 475. That might increase if Sarah Wakita's last wave was good, but that's not going to put Kokona in the hunt. Just the one turn, and she is out of there. 90 seconds remaining.
All right, so did Sarah improve on 407? I don't think Sky would have bothered her 2-wave total. 90 seconds. The 7 stacking up is a really good decision earlier on in the heat there for Sky Brown. One more of these heats to go before we cross to the round of 32. Still needs a 491 Wakita, I'm hearing from the beach marshal. So Kokona and Yoshida have to answer back in the next minute. So Yoshida would be out there somewhere in the blue rashi with top priority. Needs the second biggest score of the heat.
Yeah, so all scores are in apart from Sky Brown's last wave. So those requirements are locked.
Okay.
The only thing that could change, Sarah Wakita's requirement for first might jump up, depending on the last wave of Sky Brown's, but it was just that one hit, so it's not going to change too much too dramatically. $20 seconds. So at this stage, it's looking pretty academic. Still one number to come for Sky Brown, but she's going to take the win regardless.
Yep.
Sarah Wakita will be joining her in the next round, and unfortunately we say farewell to Kokona Kawase and Kako Yoshida. One more heat to go on the ladies' side of the draw in the round of 64. Then we roll on into round of 32 action. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro coming our way right after this quick break.
Righto, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Heat 16 is in the chute. Welcome back Giada Legati to the booth, and maybe you can tell us
Hello.
exactly who we have in this heat.
So in this heat, we have in the red Philippa Anderson, in the blue Ando Santos, in white we have Jessie Starling, and in green we have Gabby Spake. This is the last heat of the round of 64. Krui Pro QS 5000 for the women.
Yep, there's our lineup to confirm. Gabby Spake already has a wave at 250. Next heat to come up. Who leads out the round of 32?
So,
Here it is. It's right here.
yeah, we already have one wave ridden by the surfer in green, Gabby Spake. But after this, we will be going straight into the round of 32 of the women. We will be seeing in Heat 1 Charlie Haitley, in Nao Omura, Rina Matsunaga, and Mia Hupats.
All right. And he goes white, screaming down the line. Did well to actually nail that and ride out. So white would be, that's not Josie Starling, that's from the last heat. What happened?
No, Jessie Starling is in this heat.
Yeah, that's her there. I don't think that was her on that wave though.
Oh.
we had a little random replay pop up, and day 4, 3 long days previous.
Yep.
Stuff happens. Anyway.
So I unfortunately missed the last heat. What were some of the highlights?
One big highlight: Sky Brown got a 7, and really held that. Didn't back it up overly convincingly. Put it the 3-point ride or something like that together. I think the surfer in red, Sarah Wakita, had a couple of mid-range numbers and held on to second spot. So yep, Sky Brown continues on her winning way. I imagine Chris Spins is about to have a chat with her shortly, and we'll get to that when it appears. But a nice morning outside either way. No clouds in the sky today, Giada, so absolutely play on. And Ty Sarati has made the call to roll on through with more women's surfing because it's looking that good, unexpectedly good. So off they go with the 5,000 women's event next.
Yeah, it's the waves are firing still. It's a beautiful day, glassy conditions. I feel like it's slightly more consistent than yesterday. I see a bit more movement out there.
It's kind of a bit of deja vu, really. We roll up every day and look out, and there's just left peeling down the line, and you go, oh, okay, we're on again. So this wave does pick up a lot of swell, this region. And hence, when a big swell rolls through, it's generally too big.
Yeah.
It pushes off the reef and goes a little bit sideways. So we're approaching its better act when it gets down to this mid-size swell with some offshore. The offshore's been kicking in most days around about lunchtime. So that will see the juniors starting around about 12:30 our local time. So the little frothers will finally get their go. They'll be waiting 3.5 days before their opportunity. A lot of them are getting down here, kind of getting their groove on and watching these women's rounds.
Yeah, the juniors.
What heat are you in?
I am Heat 4,
Right.
round of 32.
Okay, well done. Who are you against? Doesn't matter really, does it? You and the ocean.
Yeah, I'm just want to catch my share of waves because I can't when it's the free surf. So
You had
my
enough-
opportunity's the heat.
You had another good heat yesterday, I thought. You capitalised on, pretty much everything you took off on. So every little pocket that presented itself, you were in there snapping and sa. So it's just another pat on the back to you, Giada. It
Thank
was
you.
looking pretty strong.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I love this event. I love being here. I'm comfortable. I'm close to home. So I'm just happy to be here.
Our work days are pretty good, aren't they?
Sorry?
Our work days are pretty good. Coming here
For
and sit
sure.
down on a nice comfy couch. Watch a TV, talk surfing, get some replays.
Yep. Not bad.
There's the boats out there in the background. There's about, I reckon about 150 of them that live on the beach just down to our north. There is it's just lined with those little putt-putts. They go out every day. They come in every day full of fish. And that's been going on forever in a day. It's a cool little vibe down here, good little beach, lots of little nooks and crannies. There's little phantom reefs that light up on the right tide all the way up this coast, all the way to Krui Town and beyond. Have you made your act to Krui Town at all yet, Giada? Have you been there?
Not just yet. Not just yet. We finished quite late, so by the time we're done here,
What about in previous years, no?
Yes, previous years I had the opportunity to go and drive around, see the town, see Mandiri, see the other spots. But not yet this year. I will soon.
We're running out of days. Philippa Anderson in the red there, just having an eyeball of a wave. That is Jess Starling in the white. And Dos Santos will be somewhere there in the blue. And Gabby Spake is probably sitting off them a little bit due to the fact she's got fourth priority. The first 7.5 minutes, a little bit lazy in this heat.
Yeah, we really see the differences in between like some heats where it's just flat for most of the time, and then others that's just pumping non-stop.
I think that tide draining off the reef, you can see that in the foreground.
Yeah.
Has something to do with that.
For sure. You know, as we reach that dead low tide, tends to have more lulls, but as soon as it starts incoming again, we'll see a bit of a push in the swell again. And
so you said 11:30 low, yeah?
Yeah, we're having the low at 11:30.
All right. So for the surfers in the upcoming heats, you've got to be thinking they've got to take a bit of that into account. Check it out. It's getting quite low in there at the moment, and it's still 2 hours off low tide, 3 hours off low tide. So it's basically mid-tide. All right.
I should probably be taking that into account. I'll be out there.
Yeah, your heat's coming up. You'll be just about right on it, won't you?
Yeah, almost. Just before.
Just before.
Maybe like 40 minutes or an hour before low.
Well, once again, Giada, make the most of your opportunities, I would suggest, because there might be those moments where it goes semi-flat, semi-waveless for a while.
Yeah.
Everyone will get a few opportunities, but not too many. The swell has forecast as well to be the smaller day, so that and the dropping tide might tend to disappear a little bit. Here goes Anne Dos Santos.
Yes, this is Anne Dos Santos on a beautiful looking left. Unfortunately, just runs away from her. She doesn't make it to the section, but that will be the second wave ridden this heat, and we're already reaching the 15 minute mark.
Yeah, so you've got to be thinking the two Australians, Philippa and Jess, will be kind of going, all right, well, enough's enough. 10 minutes off the clock, trying to hold my nerve here. No big scores is kind of working in their favour. When you think of 250, the biggest number out of 10 minutes, there's no real time to panic, but they'll be really keen to get a wave and finish it, and then get out there and repeat that at the back end of the heat. Here comes Green back into play. Gabby and Anne right there.
Yeah, both with third and fourth priority, because Philippa Anderson and Jessie Starling haven't caught a wave yet, meaning they have priority over Anne Dos Santos and Gabby Spake. Until everyone catches a wave, then you can start using the priority system. Yeah, before interviewing Anon, she did say it was very slow out there. There's not much opportunity, but when it comes, it's really good. So just have to keep your nerves down, and when the opportunity comes, try...
don't mess it up.
Yeah, don't mess it up.
We even saw a heat yesterday where a surfer who shall remain nameless caught 0 waves. We're going to throw down to Chris Binns, who's going to have a chat with Sky Brown. So over to you, Chris.
All right, thank you very much, team. Sky Brown, congrats on the win. That one was a little bit more straightforward than the last one.
Yeah, definitely. There was more waves, and yeah, I kind of got a little sketchy, but it was fun. It was definitely really fun. Surfed with like my best friend in the heat, so definitely sucked. But it was fun. Yeah.
You surf for Great Britain, but you've grown up in Japan. Do you have a good relationship with a lot of Japanese girls in the event?
Yeah, for sure. The girl I came with that was in the heat, Kako. We grew up together. I've known her since I was a baby. So, yeah, just have a lot of my best friends are Japanese, and yeah, it's definitely cool coming here and seeing all them. And
Tell us a little bit more about yourself. What would you consider your home break when it comes to surfing?
oof, I kind of have like home breaks everywhere. But I'm living in San Clemente now, and I'm feeling pretty homey at Lowers. Definitely Miyazaki too, where I live, where I was born and raised. There's definitely, I don't know, I have a few.
There's a ton of waves around Miyazaki. Any in particular?
Gosh, honestly, all of it's so fun. There's this little island, Takanabe, that I grew up in. It's beautiful, water's warm, and perfect waves, yeah.
You're obviously known as a skateboarder, but now you're having a big swing at the WSL, entering QS events, surfing here in the Asian region. What's the plan? Where are you basing yourself? Who are you hanging out with, and what are the goals?
Yeah, I'm definitely coming over to the WSL side a little. It's just always been my dream. I'm trying to get into Paris and, do both surfing and skateboarding. I came straight from Argentina, Olympic qualifier skateboarding to here. So it's definitely cool seeing the differences, and I love the surf events. I love surfing just as much as I love skateboarding, so it's definitely fun.
Is there a different vibe at a skate event to here where you're just hanging out on a tropical island with your mates?
It's definitely a lot different. We were in Argentina. It's just I don't know, skate events it's just, I feel this event's super
Made of
chill.
concrete.
Yeah, made of concrete. It hurts when you fall. But yeah, this event's so chill. It's so sick. I'm having the best time.
You've obviously got friends and family all over the world. Anyone in particular you'd like to say hello to?
Definitely would like to say hello to my mom that's watching at home. Miss you and love you, and all my friends watching. Hey guys, and thank you to Jesse, my whole family, my brother and my dad for coming here, Rizal for helping me, Sinar. Yeah, thank you guys.
2 heats so far, 2 wins. You got to be happy with that. Congratulations.
Stoked. Thank you guys.
Back to you guys in the box.
Right, thanks, Chris, and the bubbly, effervescent Sky Brown there, all smiles, winning another heat through the round of 32.
What a lovely, lovely girl.
Yeah. And the main difference between surfing events and skating events is it hurts when you fall at a skate event, as a takeaway from some of those comments.
Argentina, my hometown. Well, my mom's part of the family. I have family there.
You're a bit of everything. the full Nazi champ, or you surf for Italy, live in Bali, from Argentina. Any other blends you want to throw into the mix? Is that it?
I was born in Monaco.
Yeah. Oh, I can't keep track of you. All right. So really low scoring heat going on here.
Yeah.
So Philippa Anderson has just got to keep the belief alive here. She's almost chipped away 15 minutes off the clock without a ride. She's without a doubt the veteran surfer of the heat, doing the rounds for a long time. She's won a lot of events in her career, and she's just got to find a wave. You can't win a surf comp without riding waves, so
Yeah.
Philippa needs to just dig deep here.
Yeah, I know Philippa is here with Ivan, her coach.
Okay.
He's based in Bali, and I coach with him as well when I'm back home. And Philippa came over a couple months ago to do some training with him, and it was nice to be there with her and hanging out with all of them. She works really hard, as we
Here she
see
goes.
her
Go for it.
now on her backhand.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, a little bit of an awkward situation there, I think. This wave slowly tapering away, but she's gonna stick with it all the way down to this inside section, hoping that it stands up for her, and it does. She gets something a little bit more vertical, but I don't think that's what she was hoping for in her first turn.
No, something weird went on there. Basically, it was a nice recovery because she almost stacked it, and you could see the nerves or something creep in. I'm not sure what went wrong here, but check this out. That was weird. There was like no bite off the fins or something. But then she's probably gone, I can't mess this wave up. So she's just does some basic surfing, hanging in there, realising a super low scoring heat. It's probably going to come in as the best wave of the heat.
Yeah.
But some nervous moments there for Philippa, and surfed it like she wanted to make it, and she did.
Yeah, that was nicely done from Philippa. You know, unfortunate for that first turn. That was probably going to be a much bigger score if she managed to get that first section, but that will be the highest scoring wave for now, and you know, there's not much going on out there.
No, really lackluster heat. So Philippa will go into the lead with one wave, a very nervous wave at that. A nice recovery after the first little hiccup. So Philippa will have relieved some nerves, but she knows she's way better than what we just saw. Okay, so the women's round of 32 coming up next, I believe, are going to blow out into 30-minute heats.
And
Philippa again.
Yeah, that was quick. Found one on the inside, a really nice first turn, a little more vertical than the first one. She's going to be hoping to finish that. That was a nice one from Philippa. She's going to be liking that one a little better. She looks a little more confident. She got that first wave out of the way, so that was looking much better for her.
Fully. And how's that for experience? You know, she sat there for 16 minutes or something, then got a wave, didn't like it, but did enough, played the game, jumped straight on the next opportunity and put together another score. So she'll consolidate the lead, the 3.83 for that first effort. It was potentially a 6-point wave that she fumbled around a little bit on, you know, probably a touch of nerves coming into play there. But this backup score, as you commented, Giada, she did put together some better moves with a strong finish. And I'm sure the judges will reward that as her better number, because it wasn't as shaky as the first wave.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so maybe we can see the individual numbers, boys, if we could just bring up everybody's two scores. It would have to have been about a 5 for a second wave. There it is, a 4.6 and the 3.83. Thanks, Toto. I like to be able to see all the numbers and the requirements at the back end of a heat. It's pretty important. Jess now.
This is Jessie Starling looking to get around this section. She gets her first turn in straight into the second one, gets a little bit stuck on the top, and this wave seems to run away from her. She is looking to replace a 0.4, so I'm guessing with that one she is, as we see a nice set rolling through.
All right, so Gabby Spake, wave number 3. She doesn't have any numbers she'd be happy with either, so Gabby's got A, she's got a good wave. B, she's starting to use her rails and show a bit more confidence in her act. Down there now, past caddy corner, things getting a little flat. Might get a bonus inside tracky. Wow, that wave split in two nicely for her. Chipping away over her shoulder, just multiple moves. They're all very similar, but hey, in a low-scoring heat, gets to tag the lip twice now down at the back end of this wave. Gabby will be stoked.
Yeah, and behind her, Ando Santos on a beautiful flaring first turn and finishes it nicely. I'm wondering if she got to do anything out the back.
I'm sure we'll see it again, but good body language at the end of that wave, so she liked it. This is the way it started, so a little bit of white fluffy stuff to deal with, but still starting to get some crisp moves going on here. Really got a groove on at the back end of this. That was a sick maneuver, so good. And again now, looking clean, solid finish, well back in the mix.
This is a replay of Gabby Spake. It was one of the bigger ones of the set, but it was looking like this wave it was a little bit more full, maybe, than what she was expecting. It did get to reform here on this inside, and we see she gets around that double up kind of, and it did stand up a little bit more for her. But you know, we'll have to see what the judges think. This was probably her more vertical, and in the pocket maneuver was at the end here.
That wave offered a lot, really. I mean, a lot of the same stuff, but in a heat like this, you've got to take it. And Jess fighting away as well, so they're all starting to mount some sort of a comeback here, charging at Philippa. The judges now will definitely have to split these numbers and you know, compare them off against each other and separate some scores. I imagine there's a conversation going on up there in the tower right now, because all very important numbers for these ladies. So both green, all green, white and blue are owed their best numbers. It's a matter of how high they go. You can see the requirements. They're not very much. Gabby will put together her best ride and make those requirements for white and blue go up. And put together some crunching moves. It's going to be close.
Yep. So we'll have to
I think it's going to be real close once all those numbers drop. So Philippa will be sitting out the back. She would have heard all those announcements and wondering where everyone's gotten to and gone, oh, damn, what happened?
There
Here
we
they
go.
come. Gabby's, what's that, a 4:17?
Yep. Jessie Starling a 3:37.
This number of vans will be critical. This might take it a second. Maybe.
Yeah, that turn she did was really nice.
In the low scoring heat, she hit the lip. Made it look pretty clean.
Yeah.
Could be the difference. Needs the wave of the heat. She may go there. Gabby would be a little nervous. You can see Philippa's nervous. Arms are waving out the back. 2.5 minutes. And Dos Santos, I remember a tube she got on her backhand at Nias last year. It was like a 9.
Yeah, that was.
It was so sick.
It was really good.
And that's where I remember her name from. There she goes into second, 6.67. Best wave of the heat. And the crisp surfing on that wave was the point of difference. Everyone else is lots of out and back surfing.
Yeah.
Gabby got to go up and down a couple of times. Anne got to go up and down a couple of times for the 6.67. So the judges are using that as their comparison. Rewarding Anne. She'll be stoked as. Gabby will be like, doll. Jess will be like, doll. Low requirements needed from green and white, though.
That's exactly what I was going to say, because Anne has a 6.67, but her only backup is a 0.93, so she has third priority. Jessie only looking for 4.24, and Gabby Spake for a 3.44.
And Dos Santos would just be hoping to stand up on something.
Yeah.
She could easily improve her total. Imagine getting through including a 0.93. It might happen.
Yeah, we only have 1 minute 20 seconds left in this heat, so it's looking quite possible. I'm sure Jessie, here she is, looking for a 4.24.
Ooh, little face plant.
Comes off. 1 minute left. There's Annie on the screen.
Yep, she'll just want to catch something, stand up, and even if it's a couple of speed pumps in the foam or something, she's got to burn off that 0.93.
She does have priority over Gabby Spake and now over Jessie Starling, so she's a little bit more control of the heat than.
She's just got to stay away from Philippa.
Yeah.
Wow.
We see Gabby going up the point, probably going to be looking for something up there if
30 seconds.
If she
gonna have to hunt hard.
Yeah.
Where is she? No, not on that one. Thing about those smaller waves is how much do you want to keep your fins and your skin? So some of those things we see breaking, it's like, oh, I'm not sure. I like my board too much to catch one of those. 10 seconds. And Dos Santos doesn't look like she's anywhere near a wave. Oh, she is.
There she is.
A 0.93's gone. Now get off and save those fins. Oh.
Taking a look back, seeing if anyone else caught anything.
All right, so one little mini hit. I wonder what she needed to get to the lead. So only one small number will drop in. It will improve on a 0.93. She's dry docked herself. You can see she's having to do the shallow swimming strokes. That's how shallow it is right there. Check that. Yep, still got 3 fins in the back. You can just about see her ankles as the tide drains off. We are going to throw it on ad break. We'll come back in a moment with the next round of the women's.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is the Krui Pro 2023. This is a women round of 32, Heat 1. I'm in the booth with Billy.
Hello, Gianna Legati. How are you? You got a good morning so far?
Yep, very good morning. We are into the round of 32 for the women here. We have in this heat Charlie Hatley in red, Naomura in blue, Rina Matsunaga in white, and Mia Hupats in green. So it's an Aussie versus Japan, and we see Mia Hupats now just falling off on that one. It was looking like it was going to be a pretty good wave. But, yeah, we have moved into 30 minutes heats now. So it's going to get pretty interesting.
Yeah, 30-minute heats. Decision made by the WSL head honchos up in the tower. Charlie Hatley. Can't wait to see her go along her merry way. She's done nothing but impress since making a debut here at Krui yesterday. All the days are melding into one. Mia Huppert's always a strong performer. The conditions are just dreamy out there, not a drop of wind.
Yeah, it's really nice out there. This is Mia Hupats again. A nice swooping carve to open up this wave. It looks like this wave is going to double up for her. And it does. She hits that first section. Unfortunately, comes out the back. Looking like a little more action in this heat than the last one. Last one was very slow. Not many waves ridden by the surfers. So in the last heat, it was Ando Santos taking the win and Philippa going into second.
Right on. All right.
Another beautiful day in Krui.
Yeah, another beauty. It's a lively contest side out there. What are we, a Thursday?
I have no idea.
Thursday or Wednesday, something like that?
Yes, Thursday.
That's a good thing to happen when you're in the jungle. You kind of don't really know the days. It doesn't really matter. You're just looking at the tide and you're looking at the moon and the swell, and they're the things that dictate your days. It's a great way to live. And that's a great finishing turn there by our surfer in white, Rina Matsunaga.
Yeah, the girls, I'm pretty sure, happy with those extra 5 minutes out there. You know, who doesn't want to be surfing perfect waves by themselves?
Now, missed that last heat. How was Philippa Anderson coming up trumps, was it?
It was Ando Santos taking the lead in the last few seconds.
Oh, right,
She
nice.
came out with a 6-point ride. Philippa luckily got 2 waves pretty early on in the heat. You know, she caught that one wave, came back out on the way out, caught another one, got the lead, and secured her spot to the next round.
Yeah, right off Philippa Anderson at your own peril. She's a seasoned campaigner. Lovely girl, but ferocious competitor.
Yeah, she's been around the block a few times. She's been competing for many years. And this is a replay of her surfer in green, Mia Hupats. It was looking like it was going to be a great wave, and unfortunately gets her rail stuck and comes out the back of the wave. So, not ideal, but it's okay. 30 minutes is a long time, and she's back out there already in third priority, looking for her next opportunity.
Yeah, opening scores trickling in for Rina. It's a 5.83. Amura a 4.50. It's up there on the top left-hand side of your screen. 3.66 for Mia Hupperts. She will have a very small minor score to drop as well. Looking for Chuckles Hatley to get going. Mia staying busy on the inside, and why not? You saw what Philippa Anderson did that last heat. You don't have to go there and sit and wait for the sets to get a score, but you have to stay active and you have to stay alert, and that's exactly what Mia is doing on the inside. Charlie holding priority, showing interest in this one. No, I'm not. I'm just selling you a bit of a dud wave in her opinion, but Mia's taking it on anyhow and gets away a couple of really good turns. How's that? Fourth priority, still clocking up the points.
Yeah, I'm guessing Mia's strategy is just to build that house and have those 2 scores, because it has been very slow. Like, we have seen those big lulls. This is a replay of our surfer in blue, a nice cutback, and this wave is looking like it's going to be really good for her. Stood up, she hit that section, and here we see it just taper off a little bit, filling up, but that was looking like a pretty good score for her.
Yeah, Naoamura really sticking it to the rest of the field, but Charlie had something to say about that. I wonder if there was that one turn that we saw or a couple before it. We'll catch it on the replay, no doubt. But this heat not even 10 minutes old. I was going to say 5, but we have changed it up to 30 minutes.
Now this is the replay of Mia's last wave, a smaller one, but she surfed it really nicely, got those two turns in. And Charlie out the back, a great looking wave, opens it up. Wow, beautiful carve as she takes it down and sets it up for this inside section. This was going to be a really one of those turns she did yesterday, but unfortunately just falling off.
Yeah, coming down, she got all bent out of shape, coming down the face of the wave, but a strong start. Nonetheless, the turns before that were pretty impressive. Great job in the production room for giving us that replay. Guys doing a bang-up job in the room. Lots of cameras, lots of angles, lots of buttons to push. I have no idea what they're doing in there. But they've extended that score tablet to the best 2 waves. Thank you very much. We always appreciate that. Mia Huppert's a 4 and a 2.73. Matsunaga, just that solitary 5.83. Amura, scores are dropping all over the place.
Wow.
And it's Chuckles Haitley out with that 6.50. Imagine if she would have finished it, that would have been a super strong wave. So red now in the lead, green and Mia Huppert's second. The requirements are still very small. Even Amura in the 4th position only needs a 2.23. Very impressive on her opening ride.
Yeah, that was a great wave from Charlie. If she completed that, we would have been talking about 7s or even 8s.
For sure.
We did see her in yesterday's heat finish off one of a section just like that last one, and she rode out of it with so much speed and confidence, and that really mature surfing.
Yeah.
She's only 13 years old.
Wow. Yeah, well, you know that she could do it. She knows in herself that she can do those finishing maneuvers, so probably blowing that last turn will put a bit of fire in the belly. So I'm going to go at the back, reset, and I know I can do the surfing because they did it yesterday. So if she gets onto another set wave, I think fireworks is in the crystal ball.
Great heats coming up. In heat 2 of the round of 32, we have Nana Hotsuzuki, Lydia Kato, Janir Gonzalez, and Rosie Smart. A really international heat coming up. We have Japan, Indonesia, the Basque Country, and Australia.
Yeah, look at that. Heat number 4, Legati. I see that surname there and the Italian prefix next to it. You're pumped up?
I'm super excited.
Yeah, you were surfing well yesterday, so Coach Billy's going to tell you some valuable advice. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks.
There you go. That'll be $40.
Now I'm excited to get out there. The waves are firing. Conditions are great. We will be moving after the women's round of 32 to the Pro Junior boys.
They are out the front in the competition site and absolutely frothing. The excitement and tension is palpable. Sitting around for, what do we got? The best part of 3 days now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 8 heats to go. And they're already waxed up, waiting for the rashi.
Ready to go.
Let's go.
Yeah, we had an active start to this heat, but now we're seeing one of those lulls. Charlie Hatley feeling pretty comfortable with a 6.5. Only has a 0.5 as backup. So,
yeah, she's in a strong position, even though she only has that one real keeper. And she even fell off that keeper. So looking to make that her backup for sure. Matsunaga, also a decent first wave, close to the good range. And while we have a bit of a lull in action, we'll talk a bit more. And now, yes, there's the sign. We're going to go to the post-heat interview down on the athletes area. Take it away, Mark Clift.
All right, here we are. We are live, and I have the winner of the last heat here with me, Ann Dos Santos. Wow, that was a scrappy heat, Ann. What's your take on that one?
Yeah, that was really hard. I think we were all just being patient at the start and then started realizing that there weren't going to be many waves, and I think there were only like 4 good waves in that heat that came through, so I was lucky to be on one of them and then try and get a scrappy one at the end. But yeah, really happy to be here in such an amazing place and to be able to get a good one out there.
Okay, so when you get a dodge, the whole heat gets a dodgy start like that, and you're down to about 15 minutes and no one's done anything, how do you reset, or what goes through your mind in those moments?
Deep breaths and just keep steady and, you know, just don't freak out. Everything's all good, and, you know, everything happens for a reason, and you just have to trust that your training got you to the right mentality of, like, being calm and ready to go. So just stay calm and stay happy and motivated. And I knew that it was all the same. All the girls across the board only had low scores, so it wasn't anything huge that I had to get. So I knew that at least one set would come in that heat, and it did, and luckily I was on it.
Very wise words. That was so cool to hear all those things you said, because that's what you got to do. You can't freak out. You got to remain calm. Can you believe you won a heat with a 2?
Yeah, it's hard to believe, especially on waves like this, but I guess it is what it is. When it's in between the tides, it usually gets quite slow. Like, it's getting lower now, and I feel like it's changing, and then now you see more sets, so I feel like we had a slow heat. And I mean, a win is a win. It doesn't matter what it is with. If it's a 2 or a 0 or a 10, you're making it through, and I'm happy for that.
Unreal. I do remember the very first time I saw you about a year ago at Nias. You got this crazy backhand barrel that was about a 9. Can you remember that?
Yeah, that was like one of the coolest moments of my life. How can I forget? Nias was insane. I'm bummed they're not doing the event this year, but still really happy that they're doing it here because it's so good to surf pumping waves to yourself. But yeah, that wave, I just couldn't believe I made it out, and to get out of it and have my friends catting in the channel and cheering for me, it was just something so special, and yeah, it was one of the best moments of my life. So
unreal. Well, I remember that, and that's how I remember you, Anne. So we've had a good meet and greet, and I'd just like to say all the best for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Unreal. That's Ann Dos Santos, everybody. Ripper. Thank you.
What a great interview.
Yep. And great surfer, lovely human, loves music, loves traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Has Brazilian blood, grew up in Australia. She's also
what a combination.
Yeah, big combination, big champur.
Yeah, those waves that you remember for the rest of your life, you know, there's probably a handful everyone's got really locked away in the back of their head. And that was one that Ann Santos, you probably have that for the rest of her life. I remember seeing that also up at Nias. Super cool to have all the cameras and all your friends there watching as well. So you'll definitely remember that for the rest of your life.
It's really special already when your friends get to see it, but when it's on live
Oh, yeah.
and everyone's watching, it must feel even better.
Replay. What about you? You got any locked away there, waves of your life?
Yes, I do. For me, it's when we were in COVID. I spent a lot of time in Desert Point, and I have 2 waves locked in my mind forever. And I will never, I don't think I'll ever forget it. Yeah, it's those things that you just can't, you remember everything, even the feeling, how you felt, how the emotions going through you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I had one surf at Desert Point during the first year of COVID. I was down in the south of Indonesia. The best year surfing year of my life. I think I'd done it. I was just about ready to give up. Yeah, an amazing time. Seems like a dream, and it seems like so long ago. But you know, it was only a couple of years ago now. Strange times. But we're back. Everyone's there. Look at all those smiles in the athletes area. A bit of dancing going on. Look at Nala. You double shakas. All right, a bit of action while we were at that post-heat interview. That 5.83 for Reno's looking pretty good up there. The requirement's still not massive from the rest of the field. Priority sitting with Charlie Haitley. That's got to make the rest of the field a little bit nervous.
Yeah, only looking for a 0.93 to go into second, so that's not a big requirement. She has the highest wave of this heat. With priority, she's leading the pack. She's probably waiting for one of those sets to come through. She doesn't want to take off on just anything. But
don't want to stay there anchored to that point though, do you?
We've seen that quite a few times. If you sit there too long, it just sometimes might not work your way, and other times it will.
Yep, it's a strange game.
That's surfing for you. We depend a lot on the ocean, and that's the beauty of our sport.
Yeah, it adds to the drama for sure. Sometimes it's really cruel, and sometimes you can't believe your luck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something I really liked in Sierra Kerr's post-heat interview, they asked her, so like, who are some of the competitors you're mostly looking out for? And she answered, no, I think everyone has good days and everyone has bad days, and you know, we just gotta hope that it's your good day.
100%, that's right.
Very diplomatic, young, mature girl.
Very well versed.
I like that. I think that's gonna be something that's gonna stick with me for a while.
Yep, well, that's probably something to do with the stock she comes from. Her old man was a ferocious competitor. Australia owes Josh Kerr a couple of world titles, that's for sure. He really played a big hand in Mick Fanning's first one and Joel Parkinson's one too. Took care of Slater in Mick's first world title, and then played a massive role in Parko's too, there at Pipeline. So thanks, Josh. Legend. The Margaret River Pro is super famous for beating Taj in the last 5 minutes with 2 10s. Taj had him on ice. He came out and chucked a massive air rev. Wasn't even air rev, it was a full helicopter projected down the line. 2 on 1 wave. In between, he goes past Taj, and Legend says he gives him a wink. Bashes out another massive air. 2 10s, wins the comp.
Wow.
Goes down in ASP history.
That sounds like a crazy heat.
Yeah, well, we were all pumped because Taj was going to win, and then Josh absolutely pulled the carpet from under our feet. But it's hard to be disappointed with a performance like that. And Kersey's a great bloke, so yeah, he got the honorary Western Australian card for a few years there. But it was like being at a football or something. The crowd was that engaged and yelling, and Kersey just went away with that cheeky little smile and the winner's check.
That's how it's done. Here we have our current heat leader looking to replace a 2.8. A nice first turn, and here she goes into the second. Great flow, and it looks like this wave is actually going to stand up quite nicely for her as she makes this finishing. Oh,
almost. Matsunaga
I
just
jinxed
coming.
her.
Just getting. Speaking of getting the carpet pulled from under your feet, that's
There you go.
exactly what happened then.
Here, talk us through this replay, Billy.
Yeah, good start. You know, that's the way you want to do it. Get the tail right in the pocket and then hit the lip straight after that. Judges will be eating this stuff up. Nice flow through to the next section. Looking confident, and it's just that, yeah, she actually came down the roller coaster and just got bumped off a little bit. So a hit and miss there, whether they'll be called complete. I would speculate that it was a non-completion.
I think so as well. I do not think they will be considering that as complete, but I do think she will be improving that 2.8, creating a little bit of distance from her other competitors, you know, chipping away at that score, and there it comes. It's a 4.57. So creating that distance, one step closer into the next round, but we do still have 7 minutes remaining. And we're hoping for maybe one more push of sets to come through.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And that extra 10 minutes seems to be a good move. Look at that cool fishing boat going past there. And just behind a big bust up of fish. What a great area we are in. This is the region of Pesisir Barat in the province of Lampung. Ujung Bocur is the name of the reef and the wave that these ladies are surfing, and that those fish are busting up at the top of your screen there. I'm sure everyone watching West Australia is licking their lips. And the boys from Kalbarri, the Brown brothers, Ry Craig, all fishermen. Dino Adrian down there in Margaret River, he loves a good old fish. Of course, the brothers from the Mad Hueys, the twins, they're crazy for fishing. What about you? You a fishing woman?
No, but I do like to eat fish.
Oh,
so
me too. We're halfway there. Yeah, I'm a disgrace to my father. I'm not a really good fisherman, but still got time to learn.
Yeah, I will learn someday, but for now I'll just stick to surfing.
Yeah, surf and get someone else to cook it.
Well, maybe when Bali gets more crowded than what it already is.
Is that possible?
Well, I don't know. Never say never. But I'm close. The other day I left Ulus after only catching one wave in 2 hours.
Wow.
And I was already planning to start a new hobby.
You just buy a boat.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
For sure.
Yeah, well, it has kind of become the center of the surfing universe during these months. Everyone from all over the world comes. They want a big bombing barrel out of Indonesia. You get it more often than not, but not in the next foreseeable future here at Krui. We're going to turns. And while we consider that, let's cross down to
us.
Maybe. Let's see how we go. There we are. Billy Hangenji Lagarde. Good to be with you. Krui Pro 2023.
It's good to be back.
It's great to be back. You betcha. Rina Matsunaga out to a lead in this heat.
Not many waves ridden again in this heat. Hatley sitting on a 6.5 and a 0.5. So she'll be hoping for something to come soon. Otherwise, I have to catch that whitewash.
Oh, yeah. Stand up, snap the fins off.
As long as you win, it's all good.
Yeah.
Here she is taking a look at this smaller one.
Yeah, she's held priority for a long time, G, and it's coming under the 4 minute mark, so the end rapidly approaching. Of course, an extra 5 minutes. That would be the result if we kept the 25-minute time frame going. So an extra 5 minutes has worked in the Australians' favour.
Yeah, there's always seems to be a change in strategy every time you have more minutes on the clock in your heat. You know, you have more time. You can spread yourself out a little more. Have time to think of what you want to do as well. So it makes a big difference. 5 minutes might not seem like a lot for the everyday life, but in a heat, it can make a world of a difference.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of movement from Red now. All eyes on Charlie. She has the work to do. Look at that requirement, 0.93. It's just about a nothing. Probably could stand up on that white water, do a little bit of a wiggle, and you progress into the next round. Third priority sits with Amura. So a little bit of a checkmate situation going on. Maybe if you're Charlie, you could just hold on a little bit. You don't need a massive score. The risk she runs is she takes off, gets a 1 or a 2, and that priority board slips around, and Amura can strike back.
Yeah. We have 3 of the 4 competitors on screen there. Charlie with priority, staying close to the other girls. She still has control of the situation. She's
looking calm for a young girl, isn't she? Yeah. Yeah, Rena off screen, you know, 4th priority. Should probably be hoping something will sneak under these 3, and she can solidify that first position. But Rena surfed a great heat.
Yeah, we're reaching the 145. It's gone fairly flat.
Yeah. Attention. Will a wave come Charlie's way, or will the ocean stay flat for an extra 1 minute and 30 seconds? Red is going, give me a wave. Blue is thinking, please go flat. Two contrasting wishes. What is going to happen? Looks like a bit of a bump out there amongst the fish bust up. That's going to reach us in time for sure. Minute 10 left on the timer.
Wow, I'm even nervous right now. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, look, come on, let's sell the drama. All the people at home tuned in Australia hoping for Charlie to ride another wave. All the fans in Japan hoping that the ocean goes flat. Bit
Charlie,
of movement, yes.
Moving. She's only looking for a 0.93. She just needs to stand up on something. You can see the desperation in her paddle, looking for anything to come her way.
Yep, looks at her watch. She knows the situation. 35 seconds. There's a little bit of a bump. This little thing on the inside might give you something. You don't know. God.
There, it looks like something's coming out the back.
25 seconds. Gee, will it get here in time?
Oh, she's looking back. She's hearing that situation.
17 seconds. It's not looking good for the Aussie. The disappointment, you've surfed the heat perfectly, waiting for that wave, and it just doesn't come. We can hear the beach announcer in the background counting it out. There's the hooter, and it's disappointment for Charlie Haitley. She's had a great campaign.
Look at the wave, came seconds
afterwards. Well, what a bummer as we commiserate with Charlie and congratulate Rena and Na'o. Let's cross to an ad break. We'll be back with more action from the Krui Pro 2023 right after this. that last heat. Charlie Haitley missing out by the narrowest of margins, the clock beater. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Welcome back into the booth, Chris Benz.
G'day, mate. Gee, that's 0.93 the requirement.
Yep.
Had priority.
And now look at the waves pouring through. It's a cruel sport sometimes.
You don't need waves to pour through. You just need a little bit of just, you pretty much go straight and get a 0.93.
Yep.
I'd have been hunting a right.
Yeah, that would have
It's
been
generally my MO.
wherever
I am in the
something
world.
unique.
Oh, that is a real shame.
But congratulations to the Japanese surfers. They played a good chess match out there.
Charlie Hatley's only 14 as well, so we'll be seeing her
Yeah.
in action again in the juniors. That is incredible. It wasn't until someone told me that I'd even considered she was young. She surfed 2 really good heats earlier on in play. Super powerful.
Yeah.
Really strong. And for a girl from Burleigh to finally get to put your face against the wall and open up the shoulders on some big old calves, as opposed to doing it all on your backhand, she was relishing the opportunity. So, tough way to go out, but a lot of positives to be gained from the Opens for Charlie Haitley, and I'm pretty sure we'll see her fired up when she has... Oh no, there's no... it's not an Aussie co-sanctioned junior event, is it? It's just Asian.
Just the Asians, yep.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Asian region. However, it's a great introduction to the QS world. Everyone's going to know a name, that's for sure. They should be on the radar of a lot of coaches and surfers. Now the secret's out.
Yeah, she's bloody good. Alright, this is Janire Gonzalez coming up against Rosie Smart, Lydia Kato and Nanaho Suzuki. So a Japanese, an Indonesian, a Basque surfer from Spain, and an Aussie. Janire and her sister Annette have come in from, they were in El Salvador last week, now they're in Indonesia. I think they're turning this into a bit more of an extended surf trip as well. Coming from Europe, they won't be garnering any qualifying series points. And here is the lady in question, Janire. Been really impressed with her performances getting to this point. This is her third heat, and she's found the wave to her liking as well. I'm still confused that she reckons she hasn't spent much time in Mundaka.
Well, it doesn't really matter with surfing like that. They were cracking turns, especially the last one. Love the hand flare above the head. Super cool.
This is Nanaho Suzuki on her backhand, highly touted Japanese surfer. I feel like she's been doing this QS dance for quite a while now. Becoming somewhat of a veteran. And here's the replay.
Yeah, Nanaho, nice, low, powerful style. Fluent through the motions. Loving it. Always putting that surfboard in exactly the right place. Working beautifully. Bang, look at that. Nanaho Suzuki, well on her way to a good score.
And here's the replay of Janire. I think she might be on her way to a slightly better score. That turned through a bunch of spray.
I like this last one.
Yeah, just really pacing her run at that one as well.
Great timing.
Huge fan at the finish.
Crowd likes it.
Yeah. Local spectators having a blast.
Yeah, it's not something you'd see every day living in this region of the world. Whole bunch of 200 to 300 international visitors coming in and setting up a competition on your local point. So a lot of interest around the local populace.
Decent injection into the local economy as well.
Yep, check this out. A 6.67 for Gonzalez. That's a good way to start your heat. Followed up with just that -3. Yeah, I agree, Chris. And Xavier Huxtable's birthday yesterday. Massive injection of local currency over the bar. Super stoked that they weren't surfing this morning. There's some very relieved young men.
Yep, it was Xavier Huxtable's 21st birthday yesterday, so the very popular young redhead from Torquay who's competed as a wild card at Bells after winning the trials a few times in the past. I don't know if he in particular was the catalyst, but I think his birthday was the excuse.
Of course.
And there was a lot of guys just deciding that today was going to be off for the men.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of inside information there. Who knows?
No,
but
there was no inside information. They kept coming over to me and saying, "Is it off? Is it off? Tell us it's off." And I was like,
okay, sure, it's off."
I was like, I can't say anything of the sort. And then someone would be like, "It's off." And then
Lydia Cato now, Chris. Check this out on the backhand.
Cue up another Bruno Mars song. All right, here goes Lydia Cato on her backhand. Strong turn, nicely positioned. It rides out just the one turn. Yeah, Karaoke, the big winner last night.
It was in full-blown party mode when I dropped by for one beer. Quickly realised that I was 20 years older than anyone there and went to bed.
Yeah, well, I did a little bit the same, except I don't drink, so I just had the one song and was out. Probably the first time I've ever sung karaoke with a Sprite in my hand.
It's different, isn't it?
Don't mind it. All right, on that note, we're going to cross down to Giada Legati, who is with the winner of the last heat.
All right, so I'm here with the last heat. Congratulations. It was a very slow heat. What do you do to stay calm?
It was really slow and inconsistent, but yeah, I'm so happy to get like good wave to good wave.
So this is your second time in Krui. Do you like Krui? And what's your favorite thing about Krui?
Good waves. Really good.
The food?
Yes, good.
All right. Is there anything you would like to say to your friends, your sponsors back at home?
いつも応援ありがとうございます。次のヒートも自分のサーフィンができるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
All right. Congratulations and thank you for joining us. Good luck in your next heat.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice work, Giada. Back to the booth now, back to the action.
All right, so we've got some scores slowly filtering in. And, well, so far it's Janere with the pick of the bunch, a 6-6-7. She's got a 3, but she's got one more number to drop in.
Yeah, here she goes.
Yeah, this is the replay.
Oh,
well, that's not going to be a significant number to drop in.
Rosie Smart now, a wave of her own. That's a good way to deal with a falling lip. Just smash it to bits. Follows up with a nice fluent turn after that. Finds the pocket. We've missed this wave while we were at the post-heat interview, and it looks like a beauty. Through to the danger zone under the camera tower. Rosie Smart. So Rosie just with a 0.93 next to a name. Of course, that wave yet to drop. Will shake up the leaderboard for sure. She might be pushing into second position. Definitely in the conversation, that's for sure. Nanaho Suzuki with priority. And just at the moment a 5.50. Looking to make that her backup score. 19 minutes remaining. You see her out there contemplating.
Contemplating?
Contemplating.
Pondering. Pondering life.
Yep. Yes, pondering. Contemplating, do I just sit here or do I get busy on the inside? What are the other girls doing? All these things running through your head for competition surfing. Or you're just out there super ice cool. courser wave will come to me.
Yeah, I always think that whenever you've got John and Gabby in a heat together, like Gab Medina's probably wondering, how he can break John's legs. And John's probably watching a bird go past and
look at that. Yeah,
trying to wonder how its wings quite work.
yeah, love to be sailing. I'll just pop out a 9.5.
All right, here goes Nanaho Suzuki to put our audience out of the misery of us dribbling. Not to happen. So she's coughed up priority on a paddle and a miss. That's a bit too much pondering there.
Yeah, too much contemplation.
Too much pondering, not enough paddling.
All right, that priority does slip down to Lydia Kato. Going to be happy with that. We've seen her put in some strong performances in this event. Lydia, a wily little competitor, that's for sure. There's the athlete zone there. Everyone checking out the action. And here is Lydia now, using that priority to take any wave she wants. And this one looks like a beauty. One good turn, a little check up to follow. Now it's a steeper part of the section. She's got to hit it and flare the tail. She does. Can't quite stick it. So you can see a little bit of a shake of the head there. Not too happy with herself. I love the first turn and the second turn though. Priority back to the Basque Country.
You been to that part of the world?
Never been to Europe, mate. No, I've got to go. My heritage lays in Cork in Ireland, so I promised myself I'd travel there one day. I've just got to pry myself out of Indonesia. Yeah, here's that wave of Lydia's. Was making all the makings of a big high score. And she's come away with a 3.37. Probably could have doubled that, I reckon, if she didn't fall off that last turn of hers.
All right, Janira Gonzalez, 6.67, the pick of the bunch. Rosie Smart, a 5.33, and Nanaho Suzuki, a 5.5. And they're kind of the only three waves we're dealing with as we snake down towards the halfway mark. So we've added 5 minutes in this round.
Yep.
30-minute heats now.
Have a look at this next heat, mate. We have Ellie Harrison, Charlie Hurst, and Kira Pinkerton, and Willow Hardy. That is heat number 3. Funnily enough, it follows this heat number 2. And
who'd have guessed?
There's some big names there, that's for sure.
Yep, had breakfast with Charlie and Willow this morning. We're all staying about 800 metres down the road in the Sumatra surf camp.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, not too bad. Slightly later start this morning, and I got to eat breakfast. It was wonderful. Our dining area has a huge PA.
Indonesian techno first thing in the morning?
No. There's a resident, I think he's an Aussie. Apparently he's a yoga instructor.
Oh, yeah.
And he's either playing acoustic covers or DJing and dropping like trance kind of house, like just techno stuff that's about 25% too loud to have a conversation.
Right.
For no apparent reason. No one's quite figured out how he fits into the scheme of things.
Maybe he's a little deaf.
But, yeah.
Characters all through Indonesia, that's for sure.
Really, you just look at each other and you're just like, oh, well, Indo things. I felt 1,000 years old the other day, but I actually asked if he could turn it down.
Well, we digress. Let's get back to the action.
What action?
First priority sitting there with Gonzalez. That 3.00 not looking very attractive to her in her score line. She's going to get that, throw it in the bin. Lydia Kato thinking the same with her 3.27. Only need a 6.31 to take out that first position and also fend off Rosie Smart. And that 5.33 looks good in her score line. Nanaho Suzuki, write her off at your own peril, Chris, because that 5.50 could quite easily be paired with something professional, something excellent.
Well, lots of waves up the point. Haven't quite surfed out here enough yet to work out if there are indicators or not, because it's such a shallow shelf out the back there. Just drops off the reef straight away. It's a little bit treacherous when you try sneak across the reef to backdoor it to get out.
Yeah,
looks like there's nothing coming, and then all of a sudden something jacks up and lands on your head.
Yeah, when it's absolutely pumping, Chris, it just come across the reef there. You can count them. I'll take the third one. It looks so good. A little bit tricky today and yesterday. The ones that came down the reef weren't always the ones to catch. This second little swell line you see coming there at the top right-hand part of your screen, that was the business yesterday. Just passing the girls, under the girls now. But a beautiful looking piece of reef. 12 minutes remaining.
A few urchins, have you had any encounters?
I haven't, but I interviewed someone the other day and they trod straight on top of one on the way out. Can't remember which one of the lads.
It was Jack Thomas, was it?
Could have been Jack Thomas, yeah. Yep. They sting a little bit, they're not too bad. The local remedy for that down in the south of Indonesia where I am, they get a big stick and whack your foot where the urchin spines have gone in, and that breaks it up and they fall out.
I thought they were going to say just whack you in the head.
Yeah, yeah.
And that hurts more, and you forget about your foot.
Well, no, the whacking actually does hurt more than the spines going in. So
look at all those ridges through the reef.
Yeah, mate. All the good reefs around the world have that. You've seen Lakey Peak. That's got a heap of fingers running through it. Same with Macaroni's Reef. There's something in that. So if any artificial wave builders are listening in around the world, stick some of that in the bottom of your pool. See what happens.
The lifeguards at Karamis are some of the best urchin removers in the world, and I'm on very good terms with them. Here goes Lydia Kato scratching on the inside. She's got fourth priority, so why not have a little bit of a look at that? Wasn't to be. It's funny, all the lifeguards in the various beaches have their specialties. The lifeguards at Snapper, very familiar with getting out the spray when you've been done by stingers and blue bottles.
Yeah, that's for sure. Blue bottles a big thing on the east coast of Australia, not so much on the west coast, only when the northwesters come in. I know the specialty at Trig from the lifesavers there is texting on your phone. Super good at it.
And putting the flags up at the one surfable bank.
Yes, love out to the Trig Beach lifeguards.
There's waves and sandbars here. It's a little bit of a rip bowl starting to run. Let's put the swimmers here. Forget about the calm stuff either side.
Oh, God.
Just kidding. They do great work. I'm not sure what, but I'm sure they do.
Hey, they're good. They save many, many lives a year along that stretch of the West Australian coastline. Penda Pasipa Rat. There's a region we'd love to thank for their support. Pertamina. We'd like to thank them as well for keeping us in the juice, keeping our generators running, keeping our support vehicles running. They are the petty company here in Indonesia. PLN, they're providing the power and the generators around here. Doing a great job. We haven't had an outage yet, and we are in a pretty remote part of the world. Telkom and Telkomsel, we thank you for your support. Tourism Indonesia will be loving seeing this. Their girl from Indonesia, Lydia Kato, on a wave at the 9-minute mark. Just the one solitary turn, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, Tourism Indonesia, a big supporter of surfing throughout Indonesia. We thank them. The ASC, what a team.
Speaking of great supporters of Indonesian surfing.
Yeah, Timmy Hain, Tibi Jabrik.
Tommy Chaminade.
Yeah, all the gang there sticking in the hard yards. And Alex.
Hasn't he been a revelation?
He really has. What a hard worker. The PSOI, which is the Federation of Indonesian Surfing. Thanks for your effort, lads and ladies. This is a great event to be able to bring to the rest of the world from a pretty remote southern corner of Indonesian island named Sumatra.
How good's Sumatra? If main island of Sumatra isn't enough, why don't you just hang the mental eyes off the west coast?
Yep. Incredible part of the world. Nanho Suzuki, an incredible surfer on her backhand. Takes that high line to get a bit of speed around that tricky section. There's the pocket. Deals with it super cleanly. This wave going a bit small, but rearing its face on the inside. She's going to hit it. She's going to flare the tail, and bang, there's the completion. So Nanho Suzuki, a backup for that 5.50, or will it go above it? We'll have to wait and see from the judges.
She was having a very good look at the bottom there as she rode out of that.
Yeah. Have a look at the texture of the water there, Chris. That's an indicator that it's pretty shallow in there. So Nanho Suzuki putting it on the line for an extra couple of points. That's what it means to her.
Yeah, she's definitely going to move into second. What's it going to take for the lead? 4.17, I think. And she might well be getting there. So this first turn was pretty good. It wasn't a big wave, but it had reasonable shape. That's a bit of a setup to try and get down the line and do this. Bang.
Yeah.
So that was pretty crisp. She sees the bottom here.
Ooh, urchin.
Eyes like dinner plates, and mouth was agape as well. And there it is.
4.27. Nanho Suzuki.
Did not hang around punching that score in, did they?
No, had their minds made up. Enough to take her into the lead. A 3.10 is the requirement from Gonzalez. She has priority and 6 minutes to do it. Lydia Cato, 6.31 for her to advance. Well capable of it. And Rosie Smart, that 0.93, a little bit of a hindrance in her score line. So 5:45 left. There are a few sets rolling through. I like the look at this. It's white with priority. Let's remember that. Everyone else has to get out of her way if she likes the look of it. She's having a peek over the shoulder. She's on the hoof, kicking her feet. I reckon that will be deemed a paddle and a bit of a mistake from the Basque Country surfer.
So here goes Rosie Smart in the green jersey. She's got one solid score. Oh, almost hits her head on the scoreboard there. And now she's working her way down the line. The drone angle. This looks like a pretty fat wall, and she is out of there. Obviously she's going to upgrade that 0.93. A 4.35 would see her get up to second. Not quite sure it's going to attain those heights.
And then we saw White missing it, and ever the opportunist, Rosie Smart down the line. So I'll help myself to a couple of points. Thanks you very much. And as predicted, that priority has slipped away from our surfer in white. Not too bad though. She goes to second priority because the other two surfers are not yet in position. See it up there on the scoreboard. So second priority to Gonzalez, first priority to Cato.
So Rosie Smart was still waiting on this score to drop in.
What's going on in the gossip magazines, mate? You're pretty closely involved with those. Any gossip around the surfing world?
No,
Oh,
not that I'm aware of. I think everyone's on the championship tour. They're between El Salvador and Rio, apart from the last 8 surfers.
Will there be trouble in Rio? All the death threats and all the drama that was beaten up a couple of weeks ago.
No.
Will there be a fisticuffs on the beach or anything?
No.
Maybe some chest beating passion?
Yeah, but no.
No, all right. Well, that's Chris Ben's last job on the gossip magazines. Not wanting to talk it up.
No, the good thing is there's just been waves all over the world lately, so everyone's been surfing. It's great.
Yeah, I do like that. Much better than making up a silly story.
It's better to go surfing than speculate on it. 3 minutes remaining. Still waiting on that score for Rosie Smart, so they're having a really, really good look at it. It is a pretty important number, a 4.35. Maybe we could catch up on a replay to give it another assessment. Oh, no need. There it is, a 3.67. So it's shuffled the deck in so much as it's taken her from 4th to 3rd, but the requirement is still a 4.35 for 2nd. So at the moment it's Nanaho Suzuki and Janire Gonzalez who are advancing. Rosie Smart and Lydia Kato got some work to do. Rosie has that 5.33. That's a good platform to launch from, but she's slipped down to 4th priority with just 2 minutes remaining.
And there she is on the wave that Gonzalez missed.
Yeah, so this was the 3.67. She needed about an extra point. Right here, she needed it to sort of stand up. Instead, it just
filled full of water, didn't it?
Filled up, yeah. So 1 minute 50. Some lines approaching. Will the deck be shuffled one more time?
Wow, everyone's just letting that slide underneath them.
So Lydia Kato has priority. She needs a 6.31. That's a pretty good score.
Yeah.
She's got 90 seconds to go.
I mean, Rosie, she may have gone that first wave because she's way back in number 4. I guarantee no one's going to let this one slip.
She's definitely backing Lydia up. Oh, and she just about chandeliered that on her.
Almost. Well, a bit of a closeout. Maybe she's sold her a bit of a lemon. Goes up to number 3.
Yeah, you've really got to be careful when you collapse a shoulder like that.
You do have to be careful, you're right. Have a look at this. Priority holder is Gonzalez from the Basque Country.
She'd love to get rid of that 3 and just give herself a little bit of breathing room. So the Basque surfer in wide. Oh, nobody's gone.
Wow.
That was the opportunity Rosie Smart possibly should have pounced on.
Yep.
45 seconds to go. If I was Rosie Smart, I'd be heading exactly that way. Heading to the bottom of the screen to see if she can indeed pounce on something that slips under the other 2. She has to go now.
No.
Oh,
a bit of a
30
slider.
seconds to go. Keep going. I think Rosie needs to keep heading north up the reef to see if she can get onto something. This is 20 seconds to go. Janire Gonzalez can put this heat to bed if she tees off. She's looking to get rid of a 3 and make things a bit tougher. She also sprays Lydia Kato on the way through. No points in that, but a huge amount of personal satisfaction.
Oh.
That was a big turn. Releases the tail, and it's looking like Nanaho Suzuki and now Janire Gonzalez have consolidated their spots in the next round. Unlucky for Rosie Smart. We had a lot of cat and mouse and paddling at games at the death, but in the end, no change on the scoreboard apart from Rosie Smart going from 4th to 3rd.
Well, we'll see that last wave from Gonzalez. Maybe that has taken out first place. We'll have to see, but right now we'll cross to an ad break. Wherever you're watching around the world, don't go anywhere. The surfing continues here at the Krui Pro 2023. We'll be back after this break.
Qualifying series points on offer.
Straight into it.
Yeah, this is surfer in white, Kira Pinkerton on her backhand. Big fan of spray on the first turn. Second turn was solid as well, and she is out of there. Just to wrap up the last heat, we saw Janire Gonzalez catch the last wave of that 30-minute bout, and she went from second to first. A 6.27 to back up her previous 6.67, giving her the lead. Nanaho Suzuki joining her in advancing to the next round with a 5.5 and a 4.27. Unfortunately, Rosie Smart came up just short, needing a 4.45, got a 3.67 in the last few minutes. We did have a set come in the last couple of minutes, but it didn't really do much apart from allow Janire to extend her lead. And right now, this is Ellie Harrison, top seed in the red jersey, putting her purple board through its paces. And this is a strong opener for the Victorian.
Well, I just come back in and I'm mighty impressed with that opening ride by Ali Harrison, because she really stomped this second or third move down the line. It was a nice looking wave, heaps of smooth surface, winding up for something big is right ahead. Oof. Boom, there it is. So a really strong connection with that section. I'm sure the judges are going to love this. A real confident start here. Boom. Apart from the ending, it doesn't really matter. She put some early runs on the board, so I would say congratulations, Ali. She is squarely up against Charlie Hurst, who is the surfer in blue. In white is Kira Pinkerton, and in the green is Willow Hardy.
This is a stacked heat, Mark.
Well, there's only 8 of them, so given the quality we've seen roll through, I reckon they'd all have that tag attached to them. So I'm sure the Hardys at home are watching. Would just like to say, well, your girl's yet to get away, but she shredded yesterday. So let's hope she can continue on in that winning form. Yeah, they're all blockbuster heats really, and extending to 30 minutes, mate, was a good decision. We're approaching low tide. Take us through this one, champ.
Yeah, this is Kira Pinkerton. This is her second wave. Her first one was good as well. This possibly even better. We didn't see what she got up to in the first couple of sections, but a very composed performance from start to finish. Still going. This wave just keeps on walling up. Gets the little rebound bash as well, which was pretty cool. Nice little bit of finesse down the very bottom of the wave. 26 minutes remaining. Long paddle in front of Kira Pinkerton, but she'll do so knowing that she's already got a 6.33 for her opener and has another number to come. So she is in a great position. Took us through the replay.
Yeah, look, it was so sick, really. Some strong bottom turn, top turn action. Just throwing the chook feathers out the back of the wave with every hit. And yeah, I haven't seen much of this round. I was on a bit of a break, but my goodness, that was a strong ride. Some huge hits out the back. The judges are going to lap up every bit of that. Wouldn't surprise me if it goes into the excellent range, because I think it was excellent surfing. Well done, Kira. So she opened with that 6.33, is that right?
Yep.
All right.
So she's got another number to come. Ellie Harrison's opening wave was a 5.33, so solid standard already. That leaves the two goofy footers, Willow Hardy and Charlie Hurst, sitting out the back with kind of equal first, second priority.
So I didn't see Kira's first wave. I imagine that last one was a fair bit better. Would that be right?
Or a little bit better.
A little better. So possibly sevens is,
I think that's
Chris
fair.
Pins' theory. I really loved it. Jeez. All right, let's have a look at what Charlie Hurst has got this time. So the youngster jumps to her feet, pumps down the line. First opportunity to impress, helps herself to a nice hit. Similar section, similar manoeuvre. Keeping the groove alive, looking pretty in sync with this wave all the way through to that point there. A completion would have been nice, but either way, some runs on the board early for Charlie.
I really like Charlie's style. She just generates a lot of speed with a minimum of fuss. There's really economical upper body movement, and she comes out of her turns with as much speed as she goes into them. Just a beautiful pace from start to finish. There's no unnecessary movements. throwing plenty of water. It's just seamless surfing. Unfortunately, she found a seam right at the end of her opening wave, but that's going to be a decent number. Had a chat with Charlie yesterday. She's from Wollongong.
Mm-hmm.
Loves watching Ethan Ewing and Steph Gilmore go about it.
Oh, two style masters right
Exactly.
there.
And then I said, have you got any local favourite surfers? And she said, Mick Lowe.
Ah, Lowy, there you go, mate. His surfing will never go out of style. So let's watch Willow Hardy now. The Margaret River Clan down there. I imagine it's on in the Rip Curl store. There's, for the boys down there, probably Neil Thompson and his team. Just watching Willow go through her paces on a first wave. Didn't quite pay huge dividends that time, but either way, these 30-minute matchups giving the ladies a little bit more opportunity to go for it. Should they fall, not as much at stake as in a 25-minute heat. So down she goes. Willow will have the least number, I imagine, out of all of this. Okay, so there's another 6. It was almost another 6.33 there for Kira, so a very similar number to her first. Here's the replay, Chris.
Yep, so this is the surfer in green. Bit of a mid-face cutty to get things going. Up into the lip now. That's where the bulk of her points will be. That turn was pretty good. Big end section. Smidgen late to the party, and the payoff from that was going down once she sort of landed at the base of the wave. So a couple of points left behind by Willow Hardy there. A 4.23 the result. Charlie Hurst, a 4.17. She fell on that last section as well. Ellie Harrison, a 5.33. Kira Pinkerton, 6.4 her last wave, so just marginally better than her opener,
Well, that was
which was
your
a
call.
6.33.
Well done.
And yeah, we've got a good looking heat with only 8 minutes off the clock so far, so 22 still to go. And every surfer has a solid score, a base to build on. Kira Pinkerton has 2 at this stage. Waves that have kind of been keepers, but she'd like to add to that as well. While everyone lets the dust settle on that opening exchange, we're going to cross down to Billy Hangen, who is chatting with the winner of the last heat, Janire Gonzalez.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. I'm here with Janire Gonzalez, winner of the last heat. You won that heat on the last wave. That must make you super happy.
Yeah, happy and nervous. I was like the wave came. I mean, I was like, I don't know. I've never been like this.
Now, in the last minute, 2 minutes, there's 3 girls that needed a score. You held priority for a while. A bit of cat and mouse going on. Any bad vibes in there? Or it was just every woman for herself?
Both. I was like, until I didn't lose the priority, I was like confident in myself and just staying calm, and I don't know. But then when I lost the priority, I was like, oh fuck, I finished, I'm done.
Well, you hang on as we wait for the helicopter to go past. We always feel secure when the police helicopter flies at 100 feet past us. But yeah, you held your nerve. You did it really well. You're from the Basque Country, correct?
Yeah, I'm from the Basque Country, and I came with my sister, and yeah, I don't know.
You like going left?
I love going left.
Yeah, we all love going left. These natural footers don't know what they're missing out on. Now, is there anyone you want to say hello to down the camera there back in Spain?
Bueno, pues muchas gracias, eta eskerrik asko etxeko danei, hau dena zuen altida da aurrengoa.
Janire Gonzalez, winner of the heat into the next round. Well done, put it there. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Billy. So, Janire Gonzalez, 3 heats, 3 wins.
So far, so good. 100% strike rate. Spoke really well. And good on her there in the dying moments of that heat, getting the job done. Kira Pinkerton is not leaving things to the end of the heat. She started really well. 11 minutes off the clock, or 10 minutes. She's put together 12.7 points. So Ali, Willow and Charlie have now got eyes on trying to catch up here. They all waveless for their second scoring wave. So you can see red out there. Ali just kind of trying to stay calm here and going, okay, 5.33, good start. I've got some mean competitors behind me in Willow and Charlie, so I'm going to have to really compete well in these last 19 or so minutes. This is heat 3, the round of 32, everybody. They're 30-minute matchups. There's 8 of them, and then the young punks will get a go. The junior boys will start around about 1 o'clock in Krui time. There's 8 of those heats, potentially some junior women's on hold as well for maybe the end of the day, should conditions hang in there and Ty decides to crack the whip again. So
Possibly 40-minute heats. Why not?
put the lights on, let's just keep rolling all night, he says.
Another division, perhaps.
How about a Masters?
Hey.
Come on, surely we can.
What
can
are we
do that.
calling Masters these days?
Us. Here we go.
All right, this is Willow Hardy, second wave.
Whoops.
And not much to report there.
All right, so a little touch of the fumbles right there for Willow Hardy. Crew down south will be watching eagerly. Gino's here with Willow. Enough to move into second, but that's a temporary standing. That 143's got to be deleted. Needs a whopping 8.5 to go all the way to first.
So Kira Pinkerton, American surfer, just here to surf, really. She's not going to be gaining any points from this event, but she's just wrapping it up into a larger or extended Indonesian stay. And, the thought of coming out here and surfing fantastic waves, getting some reps in the heats, and...
Yep, right in the middle of the season too, the Indo season. You've got to be thinking you're going to score no matter where you go from here. You're going to stick around, Chris? Got another week booked
Sure
in the area?
Yep, absolutely. I'll be checking into some Macom just up the coast, and hopefully everyone else will have left by then. That's my hope anyway.
All right, quick little break in the action. Our next heat is going to feature Giada Legati, one of our fellow commentators, Jasmine Sampson, Nixie Ryan, and Izzy Campbell. So another West Aussie up next. I just saw Izzy and we had a little chat. She was mighty chuffed with her effort yesterday, and I gave her big pats on the back for what she did, and she said she was nervous as hell. And I said, man, you did not look like it. My tip to her was just try and keep doing what you're doing. No more, no less.
All right, here is Kira Pinkerton. She's on a surf trip and she's just catching plenty of waves, and that was another one. Under priority, she's in the lead. Why not? She's had a 41st and a 17th on the Challenger Series so far this year, and talking to her in one of the post-heat interviews yesterday, day before, she's saying this is a bit of a reset as well. She hasn't been happy with competing this year. And by doing so in great waves, it takes a little bit of that head noise out. It just comes down to your surfing. So she's here to, just see if she can get back to surfing her best in heats, which is pretty clever.
It's kind of a tough thing to do as well. Some people can't do that, but it is the theory. You've got to relax and you've got to bring your best. These 5,000s attract a lot of quality surfers from around the world, so if you're not hitting your straps, you're probably not making it through to the round of 16.
Kira's, of course, from San Clemente, so anywhere she goes in the world is going to be less crowded than her home break of Lower Trestles.
All right,
Why
Willow
not
on
make
the
it
inside.
Indonesia?
Let's have a little look at this. Blue having a squeeze. Don't like what they see down the line, but red is the reason why they let that go, because Ali has priority. She also has a 5.33 in the bank. Some pretty strong surfing to that point. A couple of kind of mini moves in reality. So a second number will take her into second. It's a little bit of a battle for second place in this mid stage of the heat. Here's the wave again for Ali.
Yeah, so hard off the bottom. The first turn was good. Second turn was still strong, wasn't quite as on point as the opener, and then the third was a non-event. So it'll be a second score, but it's not going to be anything that Ellie Harrison wants to hang on to as we hit the second half of this heat. So we're under 15 minutes to go. Here is Charlie Hurst, the goofy footer from the South Coast. I love her style, and it's in action right now. Just effortlessly smooth with that opening carve. Similar second turn. Let's see if we get a bit of variety now as things stand up a little bit. She kind of got slightly hung up there and is out. That's going to be a second score. We'll put her into second place. She needs a 1.5. But again, we're seeing second, third and fourth just kind of changing places endlessly at the moment.
Well,
this has been... talk us through the replay, Mark.
All right, well, this will, it was smooth, yes. Great style, yes. Nice 3 wraps, pretty good. So it'll be the stronger of the second waves out of those 3 vying for second spot. So although not a blockbuster score, she'll be happy that her number will be better than Willow's, better than Ali's.
Well, speaking of Ellie, she has a look. Willow has priority. Where is she? Nowhere to be seen. It's funny, Mark, how many heats we've seen someone at the top of the leaderboard drop 2 solid enough scores early and then just keep themselves well and truly out of the pack. And at second, third and fourth, it turns into this dogfight of 2s and 3s and 4s and priority changing hands the whole time.
Yeah.
And first just kind of steers clear and generally sits with priority, but they don't care about the insiders, and they just have this not easy, but a far smoother run to the next round, while the other 3 just are in this dogfight.
Ali, the 4-8 for those 2 hits, so she's got the better second score. Charlie Hurst, the wraparound 3 combo for a 3-8-3. Willow's fall off a 1-4-3. So Ali with the better second wave. My apologies. That does consolidate second spot. Ali Harrison. You can see the totals needed by both Charlie and Willow are very similar. So the stage is set. The next 12 minutes. Let's see. Willow has priority. I'm sure her mum and sister and extended family down there in Margaret River will be a little nervous. Willow's in 4th. She did a really good comeback job yesterday to back up Izzy Campbell and get into second. She's going to have to dig deep and do it again. Plenty of experience, though, we know from Willow.
Incredible surfing tribe, the Hardys.
Yeah.
Brett and
Ryan.
Well, let's start
Gene.
with Willow's dad, obviously. Gene, he's an incredible surfer, has been a state champ. His brother Ryan, best bodyboarder in the world for a long period of time. Ryan's twin brother Brett, also a state champ.
Australian champ.
Charges
River Classic 2 times.
One of the best backhanders at North Point. And those guys. The genetics have followed on definitely to Willow and Olive. Ryan spends a lot of time in Bali these days, bodyboard coaching.
Okay. He's pretty handy on a bit of fiberglass as well, old Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that's the Hardy clan. I don't know a whole lot about everyone else's family. So Ali out of Victoria. Charlie, you're saying Wollongong. Kira from San Clemente. There's the next heat just making their way out. So that'd be Giada right there in the red. Our fellow announcer. Blue is Jasmine.
Nixie Ryan and
Jasmine
Izzy Campbell.
Sampson. Yep, Izzy. So another West Aussie coming up. So stay tuned, you crew at home that are watching. I'm sure the live feed is going heavily on rotation through Surfing WA headquarters. G'day team. It's around about 11:30. No, over there, 10:30 here. So good morning, you West Siders. Let's do this. Throw the girls your mojo. Cole Durant got through as well, so she will be coming up in heat 7. So the West Aussie girls are really competing well and flying the WA flag.
10.5 minutes to run. Sleepy affair after the opening flurry. Kira Pinkerton dropping a pair of 6s to put herself comfortably out in the lead. She would love to upgrade that 6.33 and turn in a 7 or an 8 and really put some serious points on the board. Up next, heat 4, we just ran through it. Giada Lagarde from Italy is in red. Jasmine Simpson, the Aussie, is in blue. Nixie Ryan, white, and Izzy Campbell in green. And the round of 16 is the last of our 4 surfer heats.
Oh yeah, okay. Then the person-on-person matchups.
Yeah, and quarters onwards.
And both, I imagine, in all 4. I think juniors is straight through 4-person heats all the way. I imagine it's more the 5,000s where they give them the opportunity to get some practice in the person-on-person heats, the 2-people heats. Wow, how's that streak through the reef? What is that? Really light colour going through the bottom of our screen. It's a great angle. Some big old crevices on the reef, thanks to Ryan Williams, and the drone footage makes that look like there's no water on the reef at all. Pretty damn shallow.
Big old swimming pool.
I think we're about 1 hour off low tide. Certainly looking like there's not much water over the reef there right now.
So Charlie Hurst working her way down the reef, getting herself a little bit of separation. Why not? It's a long, long wave, and there's been plenty of sets pushed through wider that might not hit the top of the point where the pack is sitting. You can definitely pick up scores further down the line. We've seen those smaller waves or medium-sized waves that hug the reef a little bit harder and bowl out a little bit more, bend back, stand up, allow those sections. Plenty of waves get bigger as they go down the line here, that's for sure.
Righto, nervous moments, 8 minutes. The ocean's been flat for quite a while, so regardless of, well, maybe Kira won't be too nervous. She'll be happy the clock's ticking down. But for the other three, it's, you know, you're always trying to stay calm. And Dos Santos said some really good things when she was in that slow heat. She says, right, you've just got to deep breathe. You've got to remain calm. There was no big numbers. She said a lot of good, smart things that you would expect a top competitor to know in those situations, and now it's probably going to be relevant for these three, for Ali, Charlie and Willow. Just relax, keep the belief. Still totally in this thing. We need some high fives from both Willow and Charlie. Ali's just trying to burn off a 4-8 or a 7-4 for the win. Kira, she wouldn't mind if the ocean just went flat. She does have second priority though, so whatever Willow doesn't want, Kira can jump all over.
We saw Kira last year in the Mentawais absolutely charging some big stuff. So Kira Pinkerton from San Clemente in Southern California is a signed up card carrying member of the Sumatra fan club, that's for sure.
So where was it that you saw her riding some beasts?
Thinking it was HTs.
Oh yeah. Oh, so you just saw the film. Okay, we're there, sorry.
Oh,
Right.
I wish I'd been in the
Here
Mentawais last year.
Here goes the cam from the fishing boat. That's what the beach looks like. There's that dude there just chipping away, hoping to load up his bucket load.
No, that's Sean Gilhooly. He's bringing us some great water angles. He's obviously just changing his battery pack. Just over 6 minutes remaining.
Sorry? Liliana Bowery. Are you going to come and sit down with me in a minute? Yes. Okay, Liliana, thank you. I'll ask you a few little questions about yourself as well. All right, well, under 6 minutes, Huey has just laid down for quite a while, and I'm sure Willow's just itching to cash in this priority and have a swing at a 5-9. We know she can do it. Charlie Hurst is hoping her opportunity for the 5-9-6 comes her way. The heat leader right there got off to an early start. It's proving a very wise move. And watching the back end of heat 3, 5 more of these 30-minute heats to go before we'll see the young juniors out there.
All right, there it is, the 5-minute warning.
And this is what it looks like when you're paddling out.
So Ellie Harrison, third priority, has snuck down the line a little bit. That is
It's such a good look, isn't it, Chris, when you're paddling out at this point and you're watching a set grind down towards you. You wish you were further up the point, but that's a kind of what you look at.
So is this Charlie Hurst with fourth priority? About
Has to be, yep, it is.
Is she going to sneak this one past the rest of the pack? She's done pretty well. This is that first section hit the ledge. It's getting pretty shallow behind her, but that might mean this is going to stand up and keep running. So smart move from Charlie Hurst, fourth priority, but she's found herself a jam. Can she hang on to it? She sure can. let's catch up with that one from the front on replay so we can get a better read on what's gone down. A 5.96 the requirement for second. Talk us through it.
All right, so let's see what happens here. She remember back to her last wave, she just got a couple of wraps, these sort of moves, and didn't get a big number, so she's probably gone, okay, I've got to hit the lip. She does get that opportunity in a moment, and here it comes. Boom. All right. She hits it again and rides out of this finishing move, so it was a worthy moment, taking that wave off everyone else under the guard. She needed almost 6 points out of that wave.
And this is what Ellie Harrison did on the wave behind. So she's defending second at the moment. Just the 3 turns that didn't have quite the aesthetic of Charlie's wave. I'm just amazed that she managed to, with 4th priority, go further up the reef and somehow find a runner that snuck inside everyone. Didn't even offer anyone with a higher priority the chance to go on it. And it did have good shape, and Charlie was able to work through a bunch of turns. So
it's got to be the 3rd best wave of the heat.
Yeah.
And we've got to remember Ali's couple of big severe blasts.
Yep.
So
meanwhile, here goes Willow Hardy. We're watching it from the drone again. Big carve to get things going. She's putting the foot down. She's got plenty of speed up into the lip. I like that turn. She's going to have to take on a big section. Can she get there? No. Unfortunately, the wave races off without her. So 2 minutes 40 to go. Willow Hardy was looking for a 5.9, which would have been the 3rd best wave of the heat if you ignore Kira's. And don't think it's going to be there.
This is what the judges saw. So Willow's surfing for her life here on this wave. As the clock winds down, it may be her last opportunity. This kind of got away from her just there. She didn't take the float, couldn't get around the section. She'll be thinking, damn, she'll know she won't have got the score. Neither does Charlie. Charlie now needs a 5.11, so it was a better wave at a 5.03.
It's narrowed the gap.
Didn't quite have the impact needed for an almost 6.
There's a little bit of confidence to be taken from that from Charlie, though. Like, if she can get into the more regulation set wave, breaks in the more traditional position, bit bigger, she can do some slightly bigger turns. That 5.11, very attainable.
Well, she's going to have to hope either a 2-wave set comes through or something that Kira doesn't like. Needs a 5.11, so she needs a best wave in the next 90 seconds. Willow's number's pretty low, as we were expecting, so Willow still needs the 5.9. Hasn't even got onto the priority listing just yet. Wow. Tough moments for the crew in Margaret River watching this. It'll be going, oh, Willow. The ocean's just gone a bit sleepy, and it didn't play into Willow's tactics. Not much you can do when you get a little skunked, but Kira Pinkerton, got to applaud her effort. Those first 2 waves was all the damage done, really capitalised early. Ellie Harrison's done a good job on her chances.
Charlie Hurst's trying to repeat the treatment here. She's snuck up the inside once again. She's got 2nd priority now.
All right,
she needs
so
a 5.11.
Kira's being smart by staying on the other side of these 2 and well positioned to take any wave off them that she wants.
Or she could just let...
Willow's got something down the line, ladies and gentlemen. She's got to get brutal on this. It's a smaller wave and down the line, so she's chasing a 5.9. She's got the hand jive going. She looks, here's another little section. Riding this thing right down the reef. A big finish would make things pretty close.
She's got to be happy kicking out of that. 10 seconds to go. Charlie Hurst finishes it. Okay, we'll need to catch up on the replay and see what came before there. Kira Pinkerton, this is a victory lap. It's academic. The San Clemente surfer has gone through to the next round in a canter. The judges are going to be looking at a bunch of replays now to figure out what number to give Willow Hardy, what exactly Charlie Hurst did, and I think, did Ellie Harrison have a wave in there as well? We're going to leave all of that with the judges to unpack. In the meantime, we're going to throw to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro coming up right after this.
Okay, we are back to the scene of the Krui Pro. This is heat 4, the round of 32 for the women's. It is Giada Lagarde out there in the red. It is, I'll just get my goggles on, Jasmine Sampson in the blue, Nixie Ryan in the white, and Izzy Campbell in the green. And helping me out with the commentary duties in this one, I'm going to welcome in Liliana Bowery. G'day, Liliana.
Hello, Mark. How are you?
Pretty well, I'm really good. Our work days are fun, I mean. You know, we get to watch a nice big screen, talk surfing, meet some cool people like yourself. And here we go. So I might get you to have a look at this first wave for me and see how it
who's
goes.
paddling here? Okay, so this is Jasmine Sampson from Australia. Unfortunately, nothing much to offer there for her.
All right, so not much going on the very first wave. It still looks like there's a bit of a set rolling through out wide. Does it amount to anything up the point? All right, so Liliana, briefly, tell me about yourself. Where are you from? And
I am from Noosa Heads, Australia, in
okay.
Queensland.
All right, so I'm going to say this. You'd have to know Eggie then, wouldn't you?
Oh,
Graham
yes,
Endersby.
Eggie.
Eggie.
I actually train with Eggie. Love
Oh my
Eggie.
God.
He's such a legend.
He is, and that's why I had to go there. So, Eggie, you know Graham, you know I love you as well, and what you're all about. So, woohoo. Yeah, brother. You got a good coach.
Yes.
Yes.
A great coach. And
Yeah, he's a good
so
guy, all-round good guy. Here we
Yeah.
are. I'm Mark Cliff. This is
Liliana Bowery.
from Noosa Heads, friends of Graham Endersby, Eggie.
Yes, great friends.
Cool.
Great coach. He's so his vibe, and you know he knows when to switch on as a coach and just have that great relationship. You know, being a great friend and being a great coach, and that's what I love about him. And you know, everyone in Noosa knows Eggie just because positive persona and vibes, and he's awesome.
All right, some live action.
Okay,
Let's have a look
Izzy
at this one.
Campbell.
All right, so Izzy, West Aussie. Same with me. And here she goes. Did you
Second.
see what she put together yesterday?
Absolutely, I did.
Oh.
I've been so impressed by her surfing. I
Wow.
always have been. She's
And-
so strong, such a great skater as well, and I feel like definitely, finish
my
it, landed. Oh, that was
God.
awesome.
Wow.
Great
I'm
finish.
thinking a huge score coming, Liliana.
I think so too. You're going to back up yesterday. We love consistency. It's awesome.
Consistency, that's a good word. It's a big part of being a top level competitor.
Absolutely.
Everybody can surf one good heat sometimes, but you've got to do it heat after heat,
Yeah.
day after day.
Yeah.
All types of conditions, a good connection with that last manoeuvre. Now she's thinking end section, and boy, oh boy, didn't she crunch that. Look at that. Could have fallen off quite easily. Nailed it. The grit and determination right there from Izzy Campbell. That's how you do it.
That's how you do it. Yeah, I did a trip with to Tahiti last year with Izzy in September with Billabong, and she was pushing the airs as well, and she was awesome.
Jasmine Sampson now. Have a look at this one for me, please. Liliana?
This one's just a little one than Izzy's, just a little inside. I don't think it will offer much. Yeah, she'll pull off there. It's really hard out there because, you know, those bigger ones, you definitely want the bigger ones that will stand up, but, you know, some of them just don't offer any shoulder as well, so.
Well, here's the replay of that wave. So, not much going on, and a big part of being a good competitor as well, Liliana, and I'm sure your coach Graham would have drummed this into you. Wave choice, wave choice, wave choice.
Absolutely.
It's such a big part of it. Be able to read the ocean and decipher it correctly, and then pull the trigger on the right line of a set.
Yeah.
It's not easy. Sometimes there's a lot of luck involved. And for Blue, just then, that probably wasn't the right wave for Jasmine. But boy, oh boy, Izzy Campbell's was. So it's got to be a big score because there were some brutal hits there. And the speed that Izzy surfs, so there we go. She got an 8.5 yesterday.
8.5.
Another one.
Told you she'd back it up.
Wow. Good call.
Here's
So here goes
Jada.
Giada. Have a look at this one for me.
All right, that's a nice section. Nice turn from Jada, holding her rail just a little bit. Backs it up with another turn. I wonder if this one's going to stand up all the way on the inside, and it looks like it does. I think, there we go, nice in the pocket. Just going to ride this one further than...
Yeah, she's got a little connection here.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens on the inside, Liliana.
All right, and another that offers her another little turn.
Well, in the similar mould as Izzy, a strong stance, Giada, and lots of power to burn, looking pretty stable on her feet. So a good ride, great way to start your heat. So this is what the judges see. I remember her first heat, she put together a 7.5 with some big power hacks. It's kind of her trademark, is using her power and her experience. She's competed for quite a while. Boom, nice work, Giada. Got a little inside track here as well.
I love how she, when the section does come, she really utilizes that and gets in the pocket to do another snap, and just like that. Just more variety. I love seeing that from Jada. She's so strong on her forehand.
All right, so green now. This is Izzy again. Wow, she's got... Oh, this is the replay. Okay, so let's have a look at this. That's a replay of a little mini wave. Obviously her second wave. So, all right. Quick up and down for Nixie. Izzy, the 8.50. Oh my God, the Campbells at home will be going.
Yeah. She loves the 8.5s. Hey.
Yeah. She
Not a
doesn't
bad
mess
thing
around.
at all. Yeah.
Always good to get a start in your heat. What do you reckon's going through Izzy's brain right now, Liliana?
I think as soon as you get that first great score and that first great wave, you feel your feet. I think she's frothing now. I think she's just going to go out there and have fun. Yeah.
All right. Well, what we'll do is we'll throw down to Chris Binns, who's going to have a chat with the winner of the last heat. Go, Chris.
Thank you very much, team. Kira Pinkerton, there's been plenty of waves at home at lowers lately, but you've got to be pretty happy to be here in Indonesia.
Yeah, I'd rather be here, honestly. Warm water, good contest, and lots of fun.
Yesterday, I don't think you caught a wave until there's about 6 minutes left in your heat. I think you had both your scores within the first 6 minutes of this one, so that must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that again. I kind of freaked out, and I thought maybe I just won't catch a wave yesterday, and so my idea was just to catch two as fast as I can, even if they're not set waves, and just start building up my scores.
When you sit here at a point break and you just watch waves endlessly break through, is it hard when you paddle out in a heat to kind of rein in your froth and make sure that you're on the good ones?
Yeah, I feel like when I'm out there, I almost want to turn around on everything, but in a heat, you kind of have that mentality of just catch two of the best waves in the heat. You don't have to catch like 10 waves, you only need two of them, so.
You were saying yesterday that you haven't been happy with how you've been going on the Challenger Series this year, and you wanted a little bit of a reset here in Indonesia just to surf some heats with no pressure. You got to be feeling pretty happy about how that's working out for you so far.
Yeah, this contest is making me love it. I'm like so excited for the rest of the year now because I haven't been making many heats this year, so it's kind of building up my confidence.
Everyone's awake in America at the moment. Why don't you say some hellos to people back home?
Hi, Mom and Dad, and maybe Oma, and probably not my brother, but thank you guys for watching.
All right, well, well done. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Kira Pinkerton, back up to you guys.
Unreal. Thanks, Chris, and thanks, Kira. Job well done. Meanwhile, Izzy's put together a low, well, something around 2 points as a backup number. Giada's a 4.50. So we liked it. The judges kind of went, we want more. We want more of the Izzy act.
Yep.
And some more top to bottom stuff. So a lot of work done there by Giada for a 4.5. Good enough, though, to hold on a second with just one single wave. And Jasmine and Nixie, they're just rounding out in third and fourth position, yet to really do their best work. So, Liliana, you were in the draw earlier. What happened?
Look, unfortunately, I think my nerves got the best of me. I think it was pumping on the second day. I was on day 2, and I think I got too excited, and I'm still yet to find that balance of balancing my nerves and excitement. And yeah, unfortunately, just really couldn't control my nerves. And you can't control your nerves, but you can control your actions. And I unfortunately couldn't find that. But
All right.
yeah, on to the next. You lose more than you win, but
you do.
Always learning.
And that's it. And out of every loss, you've got to look for what you did wrong and what you can do better next time. And so they were good, honest words. So well done. And you're not the first person that's ever happened to. Everyone that hits the lineup is nervous.
Yeah.
Until you maybe get more experience and you get a bit older and you learn how to harness that into some positive energy and not let the nerves get the better of you. So it does come with experience. I'm sure your coach Eggy has maybe gone through that with you before, but it's a true thing. And it's like anything, the more times you do it, the better you get at it, and the more you work out how to get the best out of yourself. So Good on you, Liliana. And I believe you've been to the Tar Small Fries before in WA.
Yes, I have been since I was, I've been going since I was about 10, 11 years old. Yeah, and stayed with Taj a few times as well. Made a great connection there with Taj, and was Jada having a little paddle.
No, she's not going to get that. He's a cool fella, isn't he?
He's very cool. Yeah,
good on you, Taj. If you're watching it all, or anyone in Yellingup, pass on our regards. And after this wave, we'll get back to that chat. But can you have a look at this wave for Izzy for me? She's on a tear.
Izzy, like, great wave selection here from Izzy. Let's see if she can find another big backup. One huge turn. See if she gets up there. Unfortunately, falls on that one.
All right, so another confident approach on a much less quality wave, but right from the get-go, feet on wax, pumping, strong. It won't amount to much, but you know what? She's giving off some good body signs that every time she stands up, she's not flaky. She's looking really good on her feet.
It looks, and I think for me watching her, it looks like she just backs herself in her surfing. Like, she knows what she's capable and she just does it. And I see the same in her skating as well. She drops in and boom, she knows what she's doing and she knows what she wants to do. And yeah, I love watching Izzy surfing.
Well, she even said, I said, well done yesterday. She goes, oh, I was that nervous. I said, are you kidding? You look the opposite of nerves. I said, and she goes, no, I was. And I said, well, everyone is. And same what the chat we've just had. And she probably was again. She goes out and opens with an 8.5.
Yeah.
My God. Talk about controlling your nerves. That's a great...
Definitely need to have a talk to Izzy and, you know...
That's a
give me
great
some
display.
tips.
Yeah. All right. So let's go. Let's flash back to your grommet days down there at Shallows and staying with TBs. Did you like your time in WA?
I loved it.
How many times did you come?
I went about 3 or 4 times. Made the final, I think, 3 out of 4 times. Never, unfortunately, got the win because local Willow Hardy always got the best of me. I love watching Willow surf on her forehand. Those the WA girls definitely know how to. Such as Cole Duran as well, know how to belt big lefts and hold that rail. And but it was such a fun event, very encouraging of just grom surfing and frothing. You know, little small fries and all day in the sun, all day wetty.
Oh my God, 3 days of it. It's like a 30-hour event.
Yeah,
and I work on it every year, and geez, we work hard.
Yeah, yes.
All to stoke out you groms, and Taj is a ripper.
Yeah.
It must have been so cool hanging with him in that pad of his on the corner and just vibing off such a legendary surfer.
Yeah, he actually, my claim to this day is that he said, I'm the fastest grom to ever get ready.
Oh, okay. Well, that might still be not the fastest thing ever because groms are notoriously slow, but that's a good takeaway from that. Let me have a look at Giada. She has to back off. White has a little think about it, who had priority over Giada, so I imagine they're both going to lose priority at this point. So there is only one surfer with on the priority rotation. All right, so that's what happens. They both paddled. Giada actually rode it. Here she goes again. You take us through this one, Liliana.
Oh, this one looks like it's going to offer something for Giada. I love that turn. And another section, like I said, she just takes advantage of this section, just belts it, and really makes the most of it. Like, also Giada, she knows, here's Jasmine.
All right, I'll have a look at this one. Let's go here. A nice big top to bottom move to kick things off. Hoping to get around this section and add some more points to a pretty good start. So a little wrapping cutback just to stay involved with the wave again. She's right down now at caddy corner. Things get pretty fat down there, so another series of low scoring moves right out there. Once the wave pushes off the reef, nothing good's going to happen from that point. You might as well just get off. But this is the replay again. What did you like about this, Liliana?
I really liked how she saw this first section kind of just like hit as early as she could, and then the second one, I liked how she backed that up, and unfortunately didn't offer much more here, but like taking advantage of whatever comes to her. I really liked that. And unfortunately, nothing really much, like you said, low scoring turns here, but I think that'll add some points to her. Yeah,
you can see the wave just bends off in a weird angle and runs away from you effectively. Giada's last wave, I'm still not sure of the score for it, but she was a bit unlucky. The wave split in two pretty shortly. You can see that inside lump catches up with the lump she's riding, and just turn it into a non-back end of the wave, non-event. All right, so have you, when you came to WA, was Izzy Campbell doing the rounds back then, or was she still a bit too much of a junior?
Yeah, I think she was like, I don't think I competed against Izzy in
Maybe
WA.
Emmy? Maybe her sister Emmy? No?
I don't
Or
think she was
you were right in-
older.
She was older. She was
yeah.
too young. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Willow was winning back then.
Willow, yep.
What about Ruby? Was Ruby Berry doing the
Ruby
rounds then?
Berry, yeah.
She's
Loves
cool,
her.
eh?
Yeah, she's a great competitor, very fierce, and I remember having such great paddle battles with Ruby Berry. But they're all lovely people. WA is a bit cold for me though. I'm a Queensland girl.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I know that. So
Yeah.
it's like going to another country coming to WA compared to where you're from.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
Speaking of other countries, here we are. How many times have you been to Indonesia?
Ooh, I've been going every year since I was about 6 years old.
Do
Actually.
you have some Indonesian blood?
Yes. So
Okay.
my grandma, my great-grandma, my great-grandfather. I'm Indonesian, Papua New Guinean, and Maori. So, yeah, bit of Micronesian, Asian, Polynesian.
Maldives. That's a cool place, isn't it? Have you been?
Maori, New Zealand.
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Multi. Okay. All right. It's nice. So a real blend there. So do you
Yeah.
you call yourself an Australian? Is that where we're going with all
Yeah,
this?
so when people say, you know, where are you from, I was born in Australia, but I like to keep in touch with my culture from Indonesia, even though Indonesia and everywhere else I'm from, even though I live in Australia, it's really important to me. So I let everyone know, you know, I can speak a little bit of Indonesian, I'm still learning.
Yeah, we're all still learning that one.
Yeah.
All right, so Giada's number drops in at a 477 and consolidating second position. So she's got the second and third best waves of the heat. They're not huge, but she's just playing the game quite well and just putting a bit of distance between herself and Jasmine and Nixie. Izzy, standout stuff going on. She's still got plenty of time to amp top priority to work on another big number.
Yeah. I'm really excited for her, you know, if another set comes, she's got priority, there's another 12 minutes, 13 minutes. See if set comes for her, drop another 9.
Why not? she's living quite comfortably in the 8 range. There's only sort of one more step to go, get up into the 9s. Let's see how it pans out. But for someone so young like Izzy to step into this arena and already being the talk of the town and you know the judges are digging what she's doing, you can just tell that she's ticking all the boxes they like to see. That wow, she could seriously go a long way through this draw.
Absolutely.
Right, out of Noosa, who are the crew that you spar with? Who are right in your, you know, serious competitive range? Who do you duke it out with?
Noosa, Gia Lawrenson and Coco Cairns.
Okay.
So Gia's actually in the
Gia's
next
here,
heat.
yeah.
Yep. She's also, we trained together with Eggy.
Well, that's cool. You're going to stay here with, I think, Billy next, and you can talk with Billy about your sparring partner. That'd be cool.
Yeah, great. Yeah, no, Gia and Coco, they're also such great surfers, such great competitors, and I think we're kind of like a small town in Noosa, and having such high competitors, girl athletes, we really pushed each other growing up because it was just all the boys, really. I remember having to go down to board riders down the coast from where I actually lived because there were no like girls divisions.
Yeah.
And then Coco and Gia popped up and like, hey, like bring it on.
Yeah,
and
let's do this.
Yeah.
Come on, put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, I remember a similar thing years ago with a young Jodie Cooper in WA. There was no girls rounds.
Yeah.
So she surfed with us
Yeah.
boys and she did pretty well.
Yeah, good on her.
Yeah, and then look to where she went. So
Yeah.
love your work, Coops.
And what about you, Mark? You love Krui? You love Indonesia?
Oh yeah, of course. I've had 30 odd years of coming here every year.
Yeah.
I can't do winter at home anymore. I love WA.
I don't blame you.
WA will always be my home, and I'm
Yep.
a West Aussie through and through. But since I first started coming, I went, you know what? I've had enough of winter. I
Yeah.
know where I'm going to be. So of course I love Indonesia. I do lock myself down in Sumbawa most of the time.
Great.
I live with Rajo and his dad and his their family,
Yep.
Joey Barrel and all the girls. So Rajo will be surfing later on today.
Oh, yeah, can't wait
Yeah.
to watch him. He's such
the
a...
first heat of the juniors.
Oh, great.
Yep.
Such a energetic Grom. I love surfing with him. He'll go, 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 go. And I'm like, thanks, Roger.
Well, when his heat comes up, I've got a lot more stats on Ra, but one I'm going to throw out to you really quickly. You might not believe this, but it's true. He got his first barrel, made his first barrel when he was 4. True story, 100%.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, not many people can claim that.
Yeah, no, I got my first barrel when I was about like 13.
I'm still waiting for mine. Hopefully it comes before I turn 60. All right, good times, slow heat. Izzy Campbell won't mind that one little bit. Look at her there, just sitting really comfortable. The 850, just getting rid of any signs of nerves. Giada's played the game pretty well. She'll still be a little nervous here, having Jasmine and Nixie. They're both chasing substantial scores, but they are both really good surfers. So
I'm absolutely more than capable of getting it, I believe, as well. Nixie just coming straight from the challenges for Australia. Did really well in Snapper Rocks, where she beat Steph Gilmore in one of the earlier heats.
all right, let's have a look at this. They're on the move. Priority sits with green. Does she want it? Not really. White doesn't want it either. G's too wide. Blue's not interested. All right, so there's still maybe another line presenting itself here, right on the 9-minute mark. It's too small. So why don't we just look forward ahead into the draw and let us in on who's in the next heat.
Okay, so we have Minami Nanaka in red, Taina
Izquierdo
in blue, Gia Lawrenson in white, and Annette Gonzalez.
Yeah, we'll just go roll with
Expari.
yeah, that's kind of a tongue twister. I just roll with Gonzalez. All right, so let's have a look at white here. This is, in fact, Nixie Ryan cashing in her second priority. Gets one good hit away, but it's not going to cut it when you need a 7-6. Bit of pressure there mounting. She took a bit of a dud wave with second priority. Probably could have been a little more selective when you're chasing a 7-6. All right, blue, go for it.
Right, so there's Jasmine, just a quick in and out there.
Same with Jazz, you know, like those two waves really were below what's required. So maybe a little brain fade there from both these girls. You can't expect big numbers. Wave choice, wave choice, wave choice. Okay, pretty easy for us to say. It's different when you're out there in the heat of battle there.
It's almost like, you know, if you're under priority, just get, everyone's like, oh, I'm under priority, I'm going to get what I want. But it's also like, do I just sit there and wait for my turn?
Yeah. All right, it is the great debate as we're approaching low tide. You can see the reef starting to pop out of the water up there in the on the top left of your screen. Have you seen this place really fire up, Liliana?
I have.
Breaks right up there, eh?
Yep. Right there, I've seen a couple of the boys get some insane tubes up there, and I did sit early in the week. I got here actually last week, and I sat up there and I got absolutely smashed by the reef.
It's all or nothing if you're going to go deep.
Yep.
It's pretty shallow, but the tubes, it will entice you every time. I saw a surfer one day a couple of years back in the free surf one morning. This guy got 4 amazing tubes on one wave.
Oh my gosh.
With turns in between.
No way.
Way. Blew me away.
Wow.
He took off so far around the corner, I actually missed his whole first tube. I came down to the point. I was staying at Lani's. I saw the 3 tubes. I came down the point. I said, who was that dude that got 3 tubes? They went, we know what you're talking about, but you missed his first one. He happened that far around the corner. And they said he got 4. Adrian Toyon that was, back about 4 years ago. Maybe 3 or 4. Yep, 4 years ago.
I'd like to see that again.
Yes, me too. It was amazing. It was just coiling. It was roping, and you'd paddling out, looking from this angle, paddling out, watching like 3 holes, just twisting at you with guys going nuts, and more action further up the point. It was so good. Hopefully, those lofty heights will happen on the weekend. We're expecting another little bump in the swell. So for those crew online and all the people wondering how we're going to finish off, it's kind of going to go out with a bang, I reckon. And Ty Sarati, our fearless leader, he's banking on it. Big days though, we've got a lot of people at this event. Okay, why don't you have a look at Nixie's wave? Obviously you missed that. Priority still sitting for a long time with Izzy. She's been most patient. She can afford to be with an 850. So who are you here with this week?
So I am here with actually Georgia Lawrenson and Ben Lawrenson. Yep, brother and sister. Also, I like to say my brother and sister. Grown up with them in Noosa. I'm here with Maddie Poole from Australia and Ray Campbell.
Okay.
Yep. So the Australian crew from the coast. Just travelled here all
Staying
together.
tight.
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right. So for you, what's the best thing about living in Noosa?
The best thing living in Noosa is probably the waves, the right-hand point break, and I think it's just the waves.
How
and
hard is it to get one when it's pumping?
I wouldn't say not too hard for me, just
get out of the way. Liliana's coming through. Move over, boys.
Pretty much. This is when me and GeoSurf are like, yep, we'll go sit out dolphin, try our best. Not too deep as not as deep as you see Harry Rowe to Matt Cuddihy just yet, but
Why don't you look down the camera and say good day to a few crew?
Hello everyone back at home. I know Mum and Dad are watching. I quickly messaged them before I was on the live broadcast. They're like, oh my god.
Well, Mr. and Mrs., I've got to say, your girl's going pretty good, and I've invited her back anytime she wants when Gianna is surfing. Giada is surfing. Okay. White now. So, Nixie, a couple of hits, still chasing a big number, not getting the opportunity to string a combination of big moves together. So, she's chasing a 5, 6, 7 now. So, her requirement came down via the 3, 6. So, it was put her in a slightly better position, but you need a good wave. I don't think I've seen too many waves scores thrown down at a 5, 6, 7 for one move. So you've got to get a combination of something going on to track down that number. But he goes blue.
Here's Jazz on the inside. Nice first turn. I wonder if she get it up there. And unfortunately not.
Right.
Oh, Izzy.
Oh, if you don't mind, I've got to do this. Here we go. Some weaving, a slash. Another section. She waited a long time for this. Does she get around the foam? And not. Okay, trying to burn off a 3. Okay, sat there a long time for that. It's probably one of the bigger waves that's broken in recent moments. So she probably just pulled the trigger maybe a smidge early, but you don't know when you paddle on them. So she had a little investigation. Still got a couple of okay moves. May improve on the 3 by a little bit. Okay, so where have you had your best surf this week, Liliana?
I've had my best surf probably out here. At the front. On actually last week before everyone came, it was quite nice. Got a few waves to myself for once.
Well done, you.
And it was pumping last week. It was one of the midweeks I think it was on a Wednesday or Thursday. It was super big as soon as we got here.
So
and then
you got that first bump.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the first big swell of the season, really, in Indo. So right place, right time. Good on you. Nixie. All right. Pretty sure that won't be the 5, 6, 7 she needs. Jasmine as well. Yeah. So the competitors finding it a little bit tough now to string together some length of ride. Waves must have got a little bit weird out there. Not sure whether Izzy's number is in. May or may not be. It's probably going to be right around that mark. So Jasmine decides to roll the dice again. A low 6 needed out of this wave. Here comes a little bit of a runner. Oops, but you can see how quick it flattens off once they bend out the wrong way and bend out to sea. Here we go.
Jada, nice little snap. Comes back to the power source. I wonder if this one will stand up on the inside. Yeah, and like you said, as soon as it comes off the reef, just nothing much there to offer.
Yeah, it almost bends away from you a little bit, and you know at that point, over and out, get off and just accept that it's going to just burger out on you and get back out there. So this is Izzy's wave. All right, so just a mini turn there. That was better. And then she took the option. Okay, I reckon she might still improve on a 3. Maybe just.
I love how after that first turn, she did the turn straight, went back into another one.
Yeah, she does. She always engaging the rails. Giada here, trying to throw away something in the 4 range to improve that hold on second. Winding up here. So it's looking very similar to her last couple of rides. Hasn't really been able to bust out of the gate. She's had no fails, but she's had no big blockbuster moments. So there we go, 4.7 for Izzy. So she did improve. The judges are loving the rail work. You know, she didn't really get to tee off, and the judges are still throwing a 4.7. So I'm going to get in her ear and say, just keep doing what you're doing. The judges are loving her act.
Oh, here's Nixie with 5 seconds to go.
Whoops, needs to jump up now, but that won't be a score. We heard the siren.
The last 30 seconds is either the longest or it's probably the longest part of the heat, I think. For me, yeah.
All right, Liliana, we're going to throw to a break. I'm going to shake your hand and say, you've been a
Thank you,
ripper.
Mark.
Thanks for stepping in with me. We'll have an ad break and we'll be right back shortly.
And this is heat number 5. Happy to have Liliana Bowery in the booth. Straight into the action. No, everyone's missed that heat. That wave set for white, and she's come headlong into a big piece of white water. So why don't we have a look who's in this heat? Tell everyone at home.
Okay, so in red we have Manami Nonaka, we have Taina from Indonesia in blue, and Gia Lawrenson in white, and Annette Gonzalez. I really want to know how to pronounce
Gonzalez is fun.
Gonzalez. Yep.
From the Basque Country. Recognise that flag?
No, I actually do not.
Oh, I just learnt about it this week. So there we go. We've both learned something that is the Basque flag. Annette Gonzalez, sister, surfed a couple of heats ago and took that out. So a strong surfing family. I hope they're tuned in over there in Spain. And check it out. Gia having a look down. Looks like just that one little half a point ride from anybody. And it looks to be Gia because she's back there in 4th priority. How are you enjoying your time in the booth, young lady?
I'm loving it. I'm learning. I love learning. Here's Annette.
Yeah, Annette Gonzalez. Similar style to her sister, but that's a really pretty, savage sort of style. Kind of got my words upside down there. I didn't want to use the word pretty. You know, it's not a really complimentary way to describe women's surfing, but everything in the right place.
I love this bottom turn there.
Yeah, timing's really good. Very precise surfing. How about I use that instead of pretty?
Yes.
Yep. The men, you got to watch your words. It's pretty to watch. Men don't mind that. You can't say it to the women's.
Yeah. I mean, I'd still take it, but yeah.
It's funny. No one's ever used that to describe my surfing. Usually it's what a kook.
I get that sometimes too.
All right. Manami Nonaka, our surfer from Japan in red. Strong performer. She's going to have her hands full though. Now, what about our young Indonesian girl? You know her personally?
Yes. Everyone thinks we're actually twins.
Yeah.
I was surfing Uluwatu while she was in El Salvador, and people come up to me, Taina. And I was like, you know what? I'll take it. Thank you.
And what about Chinta? Are you
Chinta,
a
yes.
little girl gang up there on the Bukit?
Yes, so we've hung out a couple of times. But yeah, we've actually just been all doing our own thing. Since when we were grown, we used to hang out a lot. But yeah, we just do our own things at the moment. And when we're all in the Bukit, we'll hang out.
Well, it's been a good round of 32 so far. A couple of highlights. How was Izzy Campbell surfing in that last heat? I was doing a bit of admin and missed a bit of it.
Izzy Campbell surfing was amazing. Same, backed up her 8.5 from yesterday. Got another 8.5. Really strong surfing.
Wow.
Yeah, she just looks like she's, one with the board, as I like to say, and one with the waves and the ocean. And I love seeing when she surfs. She just looks like she backs herself.
She does.
I ask her, how are you feeling? She goes, I'm so nervous. And I'm like, well, it don't look like it because, girl.
Well, I'm not as sure if Mark mentioned it, but she's a hell skateboarder.
Skateboarder, yes.
In the bowl. And I've kind of got that theory. Sky Brown was there the other day. There's no way to play bowl surfing safe.
Yeah.
On a wave, you can kind of do a safe turn and nurse your turns through there. If you're dropping into a bowl and going above the coping and into the air, you better just go for it, or you're landing on cement. So I was trying to fumbling through that theory yesterday, but it's come through again. It seems the lines are very deliberate, and there's no hesitation in both of those girls surfing. So those watching at home, see if that theory's spot on, or I'm just totally rambling. But it seems to be seems to have some merit so far.
Yeah,
all right, Annette Gonzalez, a 5.50 to kick it off. That's a handy score. She'll be looking to make that her backup, you'd think, with 24 minutes remaining. And is Minamai Nanoka looking to get going, and Taina. Here goes Nanoka now on her backhand. Talk us through it, come on.
Oh, and one huge hit from Minami there. I really like that turn. She came from really deep, and Annette just backing her up. It'd be really interesting to see the scores for those two waves.
Yeah, I wonder if they're both single turn waves. I'm not too sure, but all right, here it goes. Annette. All right, just a little setup wiggle. Yeah, that was a one turn. I like the tail high approach there. Super well done. Little pin drop into the flats. And here's a Minamai. Same thing, backhand. All right, so who are the judges going to give them the nod to? Red or green? Play along at home. Maybe put a wager on who's going to make the next coffee, on who's going to get the bigger score, and we'll see what the judges have to say. Good way to get yourself in trouble in the commentary booth if you start predicting scores. And usually you're wrong. Priority goes down to our Indonesian surfer in Taina.
Yeah, I was talking to Kailani and Taina yesterday, and they literally just came straight from El Salvador, and I was like, good on you guys, it's a lot, especially traveling all from that far, and Taina did so well yesterday too. She's like, I'm so tired, but I'm so excited at the same time, and I feel like to be able to balance that, tiredness and excitement.
Yeah, you're right. I think they lost their boards on the way as well. So it's all part of being a pro surfer. It's all part of the act. So like it. You got to like the whole thing. Well, it was a bit of a break in the action. Let's cross down to the athletes area and the winner of the last heat. Go for it, guys.
All right, here we are, and I'm with another West Aussie here in Izzy Campbell. Izzy, another great heat win. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. I'm stoked.
What's going on? A pair of 8.5s, 2 heats, 2 wins, 2 8.5s. You're on a tear.
Yeah, I'm just feeling good in the water, having fun. My boards are feeling good. So yeah, it's all coming together.
Let's talk about your board because it's looking like a magic carpet. What is it?
It's a CI 2.0 Pro.
All right, now listen to me. You do not look one bit nervous. You told me you are, but you're disguising it really well if you are nervous. What is your main tactic when you go out there?
Oh, I just try to relax and not be so shaky. On that first one, I was shaking and a bit stressed, but yeah.
Really? Are you shaky and stressed on your 8.5? That was so sick.
Yeah, I was very nervous.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're a good actress because you do not look shaky at all. It's all really good. How cool is it being here with your sister and rolling around in Krui Town?
Yeah, it's been fun. Done some exploration, just been surfing the waves. Yeah, it's been good having her here too. Someone to look after me and have fun with.
All right, well, you're killing it. We'll get Emmy over here really quickly. Let's get your head. This is what she looks like. And Mum and Dad will be watching for sure. Where are they at the moment? Because I know they travel around a fair bit. So where are they?
Mum and Dad are both at work today, but I hope they watch the 8.
They would have for sure. It's down tools when the daughters are surfing. Congratulations, Izzy, and all the best further on into the event.
Thank you.
Go you West Sider. Woohoo!
All right, thanks very much, Mark Cliff. Throwing out the West Side finger gesture. I don't know what that is, some sort of gangster thing, but great interview. Well done to Izzy Campbell. Back to live action now. And we see a 9.60 next to Annette's name. That's via a 4.1, her last wave. So the Basque Country surfer out to a lead. The Japanese surfer in Nonoka up to second. Tyner just a 1.17, and Gia Lorenzen yet to get going. We'll look at the timer. It's 19.5 minutes. These half-hour heats. Really good move, I reckon.
Mm-hmm. Great. So you see Manami on her first wave, that one turner. Was that the full 5?
Yeah.
Great. So she got the best of that one turner, hey?
All right. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very good. Someone will be losing a bet. Somebody winning a bet. Who did you give it to?
I think I agree with the judges there. I really love Manami's really deep bottom turn, her technique in that. Annette really timed her as well, but I think Manami just looked really clean, and it was very, very close, as you can tell. But
now, what about your own surfing career? You got anyone coaching you at the moment?
Yeah, so I've when I'm home, I'll coach with Eggy, with Graham Endersby.
Yep.
Good friend of Mark's, and also Gia Lorenzen, who's in this heat, also coaches with Eggy. Growing up, I coached with Dean Brady as well. He's a great surfer himself.
Wow, yeah. Pedigree is good. Enjoying your crack at the pro surfing ranks? Having a good time?
Yeah, no, I've been doing pretty good back at home in the pro juniors. But yeah, unfortunately in this first round, didn't do as well as I'd hoped, but always learning.
Yeah, it's all an experience for sure. Even those people on the CT will be learning every year, The great quote from Geordie Smith was he wished he'd waited till he was about 24 to get on the tour.
Yeah.
First time he went left, Chihopu.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, straight into it, hey?
Yeah, I'm not sure if his first left-hander ever.
Okay.
That's the first, he said it was the first time he went left. So you would imagine that was like the first actual wave of consequence, a big barreling tube.
Yeah, wow.
Was in a heat. Yeah, so
wow.
Fast learner, that's for sure. One thing I really admire about Geordie Smith, he really adapts quickly and learns fast. We saw him paddle out to the box one year at Margaret River when it was absolutely macking. Smoked on his first wave and paddled straight out the back. Second wave, it's like an 8. So he learnt in one wave how to really adapt to it.
I think
a lot of people struggle on that wave,
Yeah, and I think that's one of the greatest characteristics of a professional athlete is adaptability. Whether it's in the water or if you have 5 heats a day, adapting to the heat and drinking water and finding that balance of endurance for yourself. Yeah,
there's a lot more to it than just riding waves, isn't there?
Exactly.
Yep. All right, not much to it right now. Everyone has at least one wave, and it's Annette out there in the lead via the fact that she's the only one with 2 waves. That 4.10 is looking super handy right now. The wave is going in waves? In waves, but in fluctuation of sets. Usually you have those 20-minute sets, 25-minute heats, and you quite often get a heat full of waves and then a flat heat.
Yeah.
These half-hour extended heats seems to be grabbing the tail end of each flurry. So a lot more even playing field for the surfers out there. I'm sure they appreciate it. I know I'd like half an hour out there with 3 of my mates.
Last week I was timing 20 minutes for 20-minute heats, and I think I waited 45 minutes for a wave.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's the gang. Who's the girl gang down there? Show us.
Okay, so I see Suri, Jabrik, hey Suri, Ziggy, Elise Cooper,
Nala.
Nala,
Ah.
and someone's being some camera shy. Suri's, like I say, adik saya, my little sister. People always say we look like sisters too, and she's Balinese princess. Love her.
Yeah. Oh, it looks just exactly like a mum.
Yeah.
Yep. No offense, Tippy, but lucky for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been kicking around the contest scene since she was a little tacker.
Mhm.
And it's good to see her having a good old crack at things.
Yeah. So I heard QS in India, hey?
Yeah, 3-star QS, that's really exciting stuff. Looking to expand the sport and get more
Mhm.
people interested, that is the way we're going to do it. I mean, India puts a lot of money and attention to cricket.
Yes.
The mainstay sport of that country.
Mhm.
And they, actually, I don't know who won, Australia or India, in the final of Test cricket to be world champions, but they are always up there, a mighty force in that game. If they could just shift a little bit of funds and attention over to surfing. I've been up to India a couple of times with the Surfing Federation there. They're super cool people and really keen. Here's Gia.
There's Gia. Oh, unfortunately, not getting much there. Oh, she's paddling for this next one though.
Yeah, this has worked for a few people down the line, but is Taina. Here she goes, spreads the wings, takes the drop. Not going to get around that section, it's super long. So not adding to her scoreline with any sort of muscle is Taina or Gia. So there's no way anyone on that leaderboard will be feeling confident. Safe.
Yeah, 13 minutes is a long, long time. Like I said to Mark, 30 seconds is a very long time.
Yeah, just try holding your breath for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
See how you go.
Yeah. Seriously. Anything could happen, yeah, from here. But, I mean, seeing all these girls surf, they're capable of get anything high.
Yeah, look
high
at that.
scores.
511 for the biggest requirement. Nanaka can do that in her sleep. Taina 3.34 and Gia 3.74. They'd have them in their back pocket, no problem at all. Now, what's on next What's next on the cards for you after this comp?
Next on the cards after this, the Skull Candy, Lennox.
Oh, right on.
Yep.
Okay. Have a look at this.
Kei Manami looking to back up her 4.5 here. Unfortunately not offering much there, but it is more points to her total.
Yep, it's going to make the requirement a little larger for Taina and Gia. And this is Taina going, nah, I'm sick of this. I want some points. I want a wave. Taps it up through the whitewater once, twice, and lands it. That Pebbles haircut has come out of the lackey. Hair's down, and she's just laid down a score too. Good on her. Annette Gonzalez in the lead with priority. That's not a bad place to be. 12 minutes remaining. A bit too early to play defence. She'll be hoping another set comes through, another couple of sets at least. Now, you've been watching the WSL over in El Salvador. I think Carissa takes on Caroline. And Queen Steph takes on Tyler.
Yes.
That's going to be a beauty.
Very excited.
Look at this wave here. A bit of interest shown by the Spaniard. She's too deep. She's going to have to duck dive and let it run through. It looks a bit fast anyhow.
Gia's on this one though. Wow, a good positioning by Gia first. Oh.
What a bummer. Stuck it up through the lip there. A little bit bumpy on the way down. It's got a little bit of onshore characteristics about it right now. Not a strong breeze by any stretch of the imagination, but you can see the whitewater capping over the front of the wave, so you might have to change your approach to riding. when the waves are perfect and offshore and good about 3-4 foot, you feel like you're ripping. You can't put a foot wrong. But when there's a little change of texture and a little change of size, you've got to have your act together. Your technique, your approach has to be spot on. Right, here goes Annette now, our heat leader. Nice strong bottom turn. Good down the line turn to start, and that finish was fantastic, wasn't it?
Clean surfing from Annette. And for Tyna's last one, that was a 3.9. So judges really looking for the bigger waves, I think. And
here she goes. You like that first turn?
yeah, I did. I really loved her bottom turn. She executes them really well too. It all pays off.
I like that she was still looking down the line that first turn, still looking down the line as her halfway through the turn. Actually, she didn't look to the bottom of the wave at all. She was kept her peepers where she wanted to go, and her body flicked that board around. It's a technique that all the great surfers have, and it kind of keeps that momentum of flow going down the line, even though you've done a pretty snazzy turn.
Carissa Moore does that really, really well.
Yep. She does most things pretty well, doesn't she? One of the greats. Unbeatable on her day. Who's your favourite female pro surfer?
At the moment, Betty Lou.
Betty Lou, you like her? Yeah, right on. Yep, a lot of character. She's not scared of the big stuff, that's for sure.
Absolutely not.
Nanaka now. One turn on offer, tail high. She's got a pretty good score from one turn before, so why not try it again? She'll be looking to match that 4.50. That was a one-turn wave also. So 9 minutes to go. We'll see how that plays into the scorecard. We have a lot of young female surfers coming through the pro ranks now. I saw Katie Simmers at Margaret River in the flesh for the first time. Impressive act.
Yeah.
On fire.
I love Katie. I think her and Betty Lou are definitely people I look up to, especially being around the same age. Definitely, Carissa and Steph, I've always looked up to them, but as someone who's so young and, it's so possible to be at their level that they are and how young they are.
Yeah, for sure, but you don't know what's going to happen, so all those girls around the periphery of all that hype, stick at it, because you don't know who's going to come out on top. Remember, let's think of Dingo, Mick and Joel. When they were pretty young, it was all about Dingo. How many world titles? You know what I mean? And he used to beat Joel and used to beat Mick all the time. Fast forward 25 years, Mick's got 3. Joel's got 1. Dingo is a legend. So you never know which way it's gonna pan out. Things don't go your way the first couple of years. Stick at your own program. Believe in yourself, and anything is possible.
Exactly. And that was a 7.0 for Annette.
Wow, that's good. That's strong. That has made the requirements pretty hefty for Nonaka. Japanese surfer now requiring an excellent wave to take out that lead. Tyna 5.03, and Gia, that's getting up there too, almost in the excellent range. So 7 minutes remaining. As happens all day, it's going to get exciting in the last 5 minutes.
Absolutely. And like you said, Manami did back up her one turn of 4.43, so judges really loving her one-turn waves. I'm excited to see if a wave offers 2 or 3.
Yeah, let's double that score.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't go incrementally like that, but it's a good way to think of it.
Yeah.
Definitely be up there in the good range.
She only needs an 8, and by seeing her one-turners, I think she's more than capable of getting that in the next 5 minutes if a wave comes. But just like Tyna and Gia as well. In these moments, I feel like it's definitely all about backing yourself and not stressing and knowing your ability.
Yep, good words. Yeah, it's easy to explain that to somebody. That actual execution, though,
Yeah.
it's a tester.
Yeah.
So first priority does sit with Gia. I imagine she is up the point a little bit. Fourth sitting with the net. I imagine she'll be hunting on the inside because there has been a few people winning heats under priority. The fact that you have priority doesn't guarantee you're going to win that heat. You still got to perform. You still got to hunt the lineup and check out the waves that you want to catch. Of course, everyone else has got to get out of your way, which is the best scenario ever for a surfer.
Absolutely. And when I'm free surfing with the boys out there, the other day we were actually doing priority just to make life a little bit easier. I was like, all right, boys, first priority girls, thank you.
Yeah, right. Mark and I were lamenting yesterday over dinner how right now is a great time to be a young pro surfer. Everyone's cool. The facilities are here.
Yeah.
You know, the framework is here for you to travel the world.
Yeah.
A really cool bunch, especially a girl surfer, a woman surfer.
Yeah.
It was super tough when we were grommets. You know, the likes of Jodie Cooper and girls around that age.
Yeah.
There'd be one or two girls in the whole touring party, you know.
Yeah.
And a bunch of stinky blokes. It's hard to get a foothold.
I don't think that's changed, Stinky Blue.
No, we still stink. But yeah, it's a great scene. It's really healthy, and it's one I really look forward to seeing the girls get out there and get into it. There's nothing better than seeing someone you know come out on top after all that hard work.
Yeah.
You know, it's a really cool thing.
And especially a shout out to Surfing Australia. They are so supportive of all our girl Australian surfers, providing the TID camps, the coaching camps, and for the Australian athletes all over.
Yeah, you're spot on there. I had a round of golf with Courtney Conolog, the Margaret Rock Pro, and she was lamenting that. She goes, if I was born in Australia, I would have got so much support.
Yeah.
It is the envy of the surfing world, the junior program in Australia. Doesn't guarantee you world titles, but it does guarantee you if that talent comes along, this is where you go about it. You know what I mean?
Because they see so much potential in athletes, and I think as Mark Richards, he said, talent can only get you so far, and they're just like, here you go,
Yep. The framework's in place.
Yeah.
But the rest of the world catching up for sure.
Absolutely.
And Surfing Australia only too willing to share the knowledge. I saw the New South Wales development camp up there on the point. Indonesian team right next to them, and they're sharing information and sharing the love.
Yeah, I've also witnessed the Indonesian team with Taina, Arya, Dylan. They're all so close and so supportive of each other, which I love.
Look at that. It's gone under 3 minutes, and it is the girl from the Basque Country in a strong position. It's going to need an excellent wave to take that first position away. And it is Knocker fending off Taina and Gia. 5.03 is not a massive total. All right, first priority does sit Gia. Second priority with Taina. And look at Nanaka there just hunting under priority. Nope. Staying busy though. It's playing on the minds of your opposition out there. She's in front. She's still looking for another wave. 2 minutes. There's a couple of lines out the back. Will it reach them in time? I would say yes. That drone angle makes everything look so cool, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And you see the front on, you're like, oh, there's no waves at all.
Yeah, I think Ryan every day. Thank you for, giving us the views.
He's world class, that's for sure. The work he did last year at NIAS. I've got so many comments from people saying, "Who's your drone guy?" Yeah, and it's that was so cool seeing little barrels and big barrels at NIAS. Marlon Harrison coming through that one. He was in it for an eternity, right in the middle of the screen.
That was awesome.
That was super cool. All right, 1 minute remaining. It's been a slow but entertaining heat. Liliana Barry, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. I hope you've enjoyed your time in the booth. It's been great having you.
I really have. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
It's really, really interesting and great knowing how much actually really goes into these events and into these broadcasts, because I think as surfers we actually don't understand until you're actually here.
Yeah, there is a lot of work goes into it.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get in that production room.
Yeah.
They're pushing buttons and talking all day.
Yeah. And yeah, just a shout out and a massive thank you to you guys. Yeah, it wouldn't be possible without you.
Good on ya. You say all the right things. You'll get another job, that's for sure.
No, I filmed a Netflix series and I didn't realize how much actually goes into movies until you're working 12, 14 hours a day.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's Fetty, our photographer. Speaking of big work ethics, he is unbeatable. All right, 10 seconds left in this one. It looks like it is Annette coming out on top. It's been the Gonzalez double victory this morning here at Krui Pro. Excellent, rightio. That another heat down in the books. What's on for the rest of the day?
I'm going to go check for a wave. I'm going to see if I can get a wave from some people.
Well, that's a bit of a ride, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure having you here. We are going to jump to an ad break. Don't go anywhere where you're watching around the world, because we'll be back with more action right after this. All right, we are back and we're live. It is the Krui Pro 2023. We are into heat number 7. This is Kana Nakashio, Kayla Martin, Safi Vet, and Sierra Kerr, an Aussie, a Kiwi, an American, and a Japanese surfer, all ready to battle out half an hour of action. I'm going to welcome back to the booth Miss Lagarde. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Going all right. I just had Liliana Bowery in here for a couple of heats. She did a pretty good job. Actually, she did a bloody great job. But it is into heat number 7. Sierra Kerr out for a second outing of today, into the round of 32. First time I'd seen her surf in the flesh was this morning. She's out there in the green. How's your heat?
It was slow.
Slow.
Very, very slow.
So you're liking the half an hour call?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that was a lifesaver for sure. But yeah, I'm still like recovering from that. Here we have the first wave of blue. Kayla Martin, our surfer, she lives in Bali. I see her in my home break all the time. That was a nice first turn.
Yeah.
233 for the first wave of Kayla.
No relation to Kayan?
No.
No. Not that Martin family.
Different Martin family. I'm sure her dad and her sister are watching. I see her and her sister surf every morning before school out at Sandbar.
Yep.
So pretty much when they leave is when I arrive.
Perfect shift change.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't do the preschool surfs anymore. Thank goodness I don't have to wake up early.
How many cameras on the beach every day, you reckon?
I mean, I know Surfers of Bali is almost always there.
Yep.
So
I'll see you on there
that's one.
once a week. So I wonder where Giada is. There she is.
Yeah. Funny thing, I've been in like the most random places around the world, in Spain, France, even Central America, and people recognize me from Surfers of Bali.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Well, you're a famous surfer. You're on the Italian team. You're on the broadcast team here.
Yes.
Look at you go. All right, have a look at Kayla Martin. There's first wave at just a small 2.33. At this stage, any wave that looks half decent, you're going to go, aren't you?
Yeah, being out there, it's actually much harder than what it looks from in the booth. I was looking at before my heat. I was out here. I was like, oh, there's waves. There's plenty of waves and time, but 30 minutes goes by so fast, and especially if there's a lot of sitting around, you get kind of, you want to start catching waves, but there's really nothing else unless you want to go straight onto the reef. So a lot of sitting down and waiting. But yeah, this is round of 32, heat 6. We're going to be finishing this round of 32 of the women's, and we're going to go straight into the Pro Junior men.
Yeah, a couple more after this, and this is a Pro Junior men. It should be an absolute classic. They've been hanging out to have a crack at it. But here's Kersey. A really strong style, straight up there. Another really good skateboarder. It's kind of reflected in those strong maneuvers. Sierra now pulling off. That's enough. A couple of good turns to get going.
That's definitely a keeper in a day like today, unless a really big set comes. We haven't seen them, and as we approach that dead low tide, we're not going to be seeing many of those sets. We're going to see a lot of lulls, so you have to really take advantage of any opportunity that comes your way. It's tough out there.
Yep, all part of being a pro surfer. I think this is the smallest day on the forecast. Still not so bad. Little bit of a bump in the swell towards finals time. So things are on the up and up. All right, at the 23 and 45 mark, I think it'd be a good time to duck down to the athletes area. And somebody has the winner of the last heat. Go for it.
Thank you very much, team. Down here with the winner of the last heat, Annette Gonzalez. And you got to be happy with getting through.
Yeah, I'm so happy. It was funny. It was a bit slow, but yeah.
You and your sister obviously travelling here together. You're both on a great run. How much confidence do you take from not just yourself doing well, but your sister as well?
What?
Like, how good is it, not just you going well, but your sister too? Really good energy.
Yeah, we came here from Basque Country. It's a bit far, and we are very happy to be both competing, and yeah.
Looks like you could end up surfing against each other. That must have happened a lot over the years. Is that something you look forward to, or you'd prefer not to happen?
I prefer happen because then we can improve our surf too. So, and when we are training, we are always competing too. And yeah, I prefer to compete against her.
Do you guys always surf together, or do you take off on your own sometimes?
No, normally we surf together in Basque Country, in Zarauz and in Orua. Yeah.
You go the right, she goes the left?
Yeah.
Tell us about your whole experience this week, being right here in Krui, waves everywhere, great weather. It's not bad, is it?
It's my first time here. There are perfect waves, and yeah, it's a paradise.
And the crowd's a little bit easier to get waves than back home?
Yeah, now in home it's summer, so we don't have so much waves, so to be here it's a pleasure.
As a European surfer, where are some of the other spots that you go to surf apart from the Basque Country?
Galicia, there are very good waves, and Cantabria too. But yeah.
Do you head to France or Portugal?
Yeah, we went Portugal just for comps and events or like this. But in France, we trained with Patrick Flores, and we went there a lot.
Fantastic. Well, we've really enjoyed your performances so far. Good luck going deeper into the draw.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you guys in the box.
Very much. The Gonzalez family having a great morning. A couple of good results for the sisters. Have a look at this. Sierra Kerr has a heat total of 8. Expand that scorecard. I'm sure that'll be a couple of waves total. Unless we missed something massive during that post-heat interview.
I do think she caught one, but she didn't manage to finish it off. I do think her first wave is going to be a pretty nice score. Definitely a keeper. I like the fishing boats in the background a lot.
Yeah, it's cool. They come past quite frequently. There we go, a 5 for Sierra's first wave, and backed it up with a 3. That 2.33 for her little crack. So Safi be looking to get going pretty soon. Still 20 minutes remaining, so that's like the length of a normal heat.
Yeah. Being out there, when I heard that there was 20 minutes remaining, I was like, wow, there's still an entire heat left.
Well, I can't wait to see the Pro Junior lads out there. That should be pretty funny. They'll be going for every wave that breaks, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they won't be holding back. They've been waiting. This is the 4th day. Finally, they get to surf. I'm sure they've been waiting a while. I know I have a Pro Junior girl staying with me in Krui Naka.
Yeah.
And she's definitely excited. She's been waking up every morning, going for surf, and hoping for her moment to come.
Shai Jabrick featuring in the first heat. The Pro Junior boys. Rajo Barrel. Tenchi Awami. And is it Aiko Watanabe? That's going to be a good first heat. I know a couple of those kids. And I know the rep. Time to put the rash vest in a double knot. Get the smallest one you can.
Yes, very, very slow heats the past few rounds. But then we have the occasional one where there's like just pumps.
Yeah, big flurry of waves.
Yeah. It's another beautiful day here in Krui. Hopefully we don't get that rain this afternoon. We've been getting it. We've already had it twice now. Hopefully we have one day without.
Yeah, you see the rain clouds gathering to the south, don't
Yeah.
you? When the mountains disappear, you think, well, I think it's a pretty good chance we're going to be standing in the rain pretty soon. As long as that lightning stays away, it worries me a little bit.
Oh yeah, I'm terrified of lightning. As soon as I hear that first, thunder, I'm out of there.
Right on, I'll remember that.
The water is so beautiful. I was walking out just down at the beach. Very blue. There's the rock pools. You can see all the reef, especially out there when you're surfing. Beautiful day here in Krui for the 5,000.
Yeah, it is super cool. There's the gang down there. That's Alex, our tireless events manager there in the yellow. Super hard worker. Very impressed with that guy. I've only met him this contest. New to the scene, but geez, I tell you what, does a mountain of work every day.
Yeah.
Ryuki Wyatt are there sitting also. That is not Rio. They look exactly the same. Same initials. Makes it pretty confusing.
Yep, even the heats. This is Nakashio, our Japanese surfer in red. Looking like she got a pretty good one. Unfortunately, it closes out.
Well, a bit of action, but that not really offering any opportunity to go above the lip line, was it? There was a race down the line, maybe a floater sort of a wave. So disappointing for Nakashiro. Safivet, first priority. 16.5 minutes to get a couple of waves. That's all it takes. You don't need 10 waves, you only need 2.
Yeah. Safi Vet just qualified for the Olympics. She'll be heading to Teahupo'o.
Chopes.
Chopes. Or that. One of my favorite surfers to watch on the QS. Always has a smile on her face. She's such a lovely girl. So kind. Even out in the lineup, even too kind, because she always lets everyone catch waves.
Oh, right on.
But she has an amazing style. Really precise surfing. And when she gets that rhythm going, it's hard to stop her.
Right on. Yeah, I saw her in that previous round. Super impressive performance.
Yeah.
Bit of action here, G. What do we got? We got the second priority holder not scratching to that one, so let's have a look at the priority board. Maybe things will switch around. Maybe they won't.
Yeah. Looks like it didn't.
There it goes, right on.
Oh.
Yep, so second priority is now with our surfer in green. That was deemed a fair on paddle from blue. So it switches around. You can have a little look over the edge. As soon as you start kicking your feet and talking your body and having a good old attempt at getting down the face of the wave, they'll deem that an attempt to catch a wave. Hard job, the priority judge. You got to concentrate the whole day.
Yeah. It's especially with that reflection.
Yeah.
It's a hard job for sure. Even the judges is
Big shout out to Ratso Buchanan, the best in the business. You know, he was one of the best judges in the world, and they took him away from that and made him the full-time priority judge because that's how important it is. A little contentious issue when it first came in. When it took about 5 seconds and everyone goes, this is sick. Want to see more surfing, less hassling. Hassling can be fun, but we want to see people pushing those limits of surfing as much as we can.
Yeah, we're literally at the dead low tide at this precise moment. You can see all the reef out. Usually that's all covered. This is the first day we see it all out.
All out and exposed, yeah. Look,
yep.
You can look under those rock shelves there. Be careful, that's really slippery, especially the black stuff right there. Saw a couple of people come bottom first yesterday. A little bit of the red stuff on the bum before they even got out.
Yeah, this is a dead low tide. We'll have now it's gonna be rising, so hopefully we're gonna see a little bit of a push in the swell. It's really slow heat, this one.
Yeah, this has probably been the slowest one of the day. 13 minutes remaining. Everyone seems pretty cruisy out there. No real dynamic or desperation about anything.
I mean, if there's nothing coming.
Yeah, prowling up and down a swimming pool.
Ryan. Our drone flying by. That was Ryan. Best in the business.
That's right. Right, Safi Vet now with priority. Still no waves. 12.5 minutes remaining.
Safi Vet, surfer from New Zealand, lives on the Gold Coast.
Yep.
So, a little bit of a side note, but I'm just curious. The pies, are they from New Zealand or are they Australian?
Oh, they're Australian 100%. You're kidding me? Just like Pavlova. Pavlova is actually from New Zealand. That's a dessert.
I love pavlova, actually.
It is so good, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's an Australian thing. It started out as the Cornish pasty.
Yeah.
It was a big piece of pasty with some meat wrapped in it. And the reason it had a big crust because the coal miners in England used to eat it by the crust. Then they could throw that away. That's how the pasty started. And then the pie came from that. We call them dog's eyes in Australia.
Dog's eyes?
Dog eye. Yep. Dog's eye pie. It's got a rhyme. And if you want some sauce, dead horse. It's a classic. Yeah, a lot of American surfers come over, like young kids who go, try this meat pie. That looks disgusting. They take one bite, they go, oh my God, why haven't I had this all my life? It's so nice.
Yeah, honestly, that's a big Australian pride. I think you guys should be proud of your pies.
You got to hang your hat on something. As we saw our surfer in blue wiggling away through there. I'd like to see the first half of that wave. There might have been something of substance in it. And that's Kayla Martin. But yeah, most people look at it and go, no, it's no good. I'll have it. Crowded House were a great band. And New Zealand always trying to claim that. But they were only 1/3 New Zealand. The other 2/3 were Australian. Russell Crowe, he's from New Zealand. And Australia tried to claim him.
I mean, there's always that confusion between New Zealand and Australia. You see Blue just falling off on that wave. She's trying to keep busy. I
like
think that's
that.
a pretty smart tactic because by the looks of it, there's really not much going on.
No, a big connection between New Zealand and Australia. It goes back straight through to World War One. We went through a whole lot of trouble through that war together. There's a bit of ribbing that goes on backwards and forwards, but one of my favourite people in the world, a lot of my favourite people in the world are Kiwis. Really good friends with Nick Chong there in Kuta. I've learned a lot about New Zealand culture since spending a lot of time in Indonesia, funnily enough.
In Indonesia, you learn about New Zealand culture.
I did, yep. And it's good hanging out with them, and I really like that. I'll probably stand corrected, but the cultural stance of just being a good bloke. I've sat down here with Jamal Parata Reed, had a good chat about things, and telling me about his tattoos and.
I love the tattoos.
Yeah, and the meanings they have, and different tattoos for different people in society.
Yeah.
It's really interesting, but the basic thing is be a good person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
That's the ultimate goal.
I love their haka. I
Haka's
think that's
cool.
a super emotional part.
It's one of the best things in world sport when the All Blacks do that. They're
Yeah.
so annoyingly good at it at rugby. Like you can count the times that they lose on one hand a year. But the haka is super good nowadays. I mean, that's a really good example. During the 70s, no one really knew what it was about. The rugby team would kind of go through the motions, but now it's a full-blooded war cry. And you see the emotions coming out of it. I love seeing it.
I was lucky enough to see Safi Vet do the haka during the ISA opening ceremony.
Yeah, right on. That's good.
Yeah, I was out there watching. It's one of it's everyone's favorite part of the opening ceremony. I think everyone stands up. You see all the phones come out. Everyone wants to film a bit of the haka.
Here she goes. Safi, come on, scratch into this thing and show us what you got. Now, surfer in white. 8 minutes remaining for her first wave. This has taken a long time, but she's making the most out of it. Finish it off. That's it. So 3 strong turns from the New Zealander.
That was a really good wave from Safi. She really took advantage of that. She saw the opportunity come. That was a beautiful flow and connection throughout those turns. Didn't really waste any time maybe between them as well. It was a short ride, but sweet. It was short but sweet.
I like that. Let's have a look at this.
This is Kayla, also on our backhand. A little bit of a check turn, and then this wave looking like it's going to give her the opportunity. A really great looking wave. And this is red. Here we
back to
see
blue.
here we see the drone footage of our surfer in blue. So it's going to be interesting to see if she did anything after that.
In the middle of it? Yeah, but
And
everyone's getting a wave now.
Behind her, surfer in red, Kana Nakashio. It was looking like it was going to be a really good score, but this wave slowly fattening out.
Yeah, it dissipated, didn't it? It does look like a great wave when she took off.
Yeah.
Sierra Kerr now, she's going to have a wave of her own. 640, a couple of wiggles. She's out. It's going to be paddle battle on to get first priority.
Yeah.
Look at Safi. She's got the motors on, got the outboard feet going.
Looks like there's a set out the back. Is she going to go for this one?
Well, at this stage,
Taking a
6
look at it.
minutes and 24. You can't hang around to hear what your last score was. If this looks half decent, turn and go. She's not gonna.
I think it looks better from this angle than what it actually is, maybe.
It really does.
I get that in Uluwatu as soon as I'm walking down the cliff. The waves look really, really good from above. But then as soon as I get down there, I mean, they're still really good, but not as good as I was thinking.
Yeah. Does look good from up top. Now, have you tried a pie?
Yes.
What's the verdict?
Funny thing, I'll let you know right after we watch the replay of blue. Little check turn. This wave really standing up for her. A nice little cut back to get back to that foam. And she didn't.
Kind of struggling to get going, wasn't she? Yeah, that wave not having much power at all. Even this set wave here that a Japanese surfer took off on, it looked really good at the start, and then it's totally filling up full of water there. Which sounds strange to say at dead low tide, but it's breaking on the wrong part of the reef right at the moment.
Yeah. This is the replay of Safi's wave. I think this is probably the best wave of this exchange. That turn throws a lot of water and finishes it off really nicely. This is Sierra's Kerr's wave that we saw from the drone. She only got that one.
One wiggle.
Yeah, but nothing else. 617 for Safi Vet.
Much deserved. Well done.
Yeah.
Look at that. The requirement is now 1.83 to take that first position off Kerr. 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Nakashiro now 1.58 to advance.
I think she's still waiting
Still
for
got
that
a score
last
to
score.
drop.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right. To match that 4.60. A couple of twos for Kayla.
But as we wait, there we go. 293.
Yep, that has pumped her up into second position. Safi's still looking good though. That 617 is a great thing to have in your scoreline. Hoping for one more wave in the next 4 minutes. A 1.36. Will she be in the same position as young Charlie Haitley? Only needed 0.93, I think it was, a few heats ago.
That was brutal to watch.
It was brutal, remember? And then 10 seconds later, there was the
wave she needed, like, I think even less than 10 seconds. It was probably just 5. I'm hoping Safi saw that heat and hopefully
take action.
Yeah, is not going to do the same. She does. Well, also, Charlie did have priority, so I'm not going to speak so soon as we see a school of fish jumping out in the back.
Yeah, a lot of bait fish schooling. That means one thing. There's bigger fish chasing them.
Yeah.
That's what we want. Had some great fish down at Lani's restaurant yesterday. A bit of mahi-mahi, fresh out of the ocean. This part of the world offering a lot of fresh fish and produce. 3 minutes to go. All eyes are on White. She has the highest scoring wave of the heat. Just needs to back it up. And wow, she could go all the way to first.
Yeah, I think she really can.
So Sierra now with second priority. She'll be looking to ditch that 3.00. That would be a bit of weight on her shoulders, knowing that our surfer in white doesn't need much to snatch that first position off her.
Yeah, we see Safi getting a little unsettled. You can see her paddling around, looking for something, looking at her watch. I just hope she gets a chance.
Yeah, come on. We want to see everyone get a fair swing at victory.
But back to the pie stuff.
Oh, yeah. Have you tried a pie?
I have, and I can totally understand what you when you say that. They look really bad because they do. Like, once you take that first, the inside is all mushy and stuff. It's a weird texture, but they're really good.
I like to hear that.
But it's funny because my New Zealand friends say that it's from New Zealand, but my Australian friends say it's Aussie, so...
Oh, it's Oz, bro. All right, back to the action. Away from the pies. This is Safi Vet. She's got to go.
Yeah.
Minute 37. This is a rideable wave. She doesn't need much to take that first position. Cracks off a good-looking turn. She's going to be a 2 only, but a pretty good effort. and we look at that 293 of Nakashiro's, is it anywhere near that? I think it is.
I think so.
Yeah,
I
and
think so.
1.36 the requirement to go to second. I think she's definitely got that
Yeah.
in question. Will she take that first position off the Australian?
I think she will be taking that first spot after this. It was a small wave, but it was looking really good. We have
Minute remaining.
Yeah.
Is it all over, or will the priority holder in green better her position? Here she goes now. Kersey to her feet, looking for something to hit. She does that. This drone angle a little bit complimentary, but that was a great looking turn. Can't wait to see it front on.
Yeah. I think that was a really good wave from Sierra. It was a little bit bigger. You see her, she does this first turn, sets it up,
Good.
and really nice finishing.
Better.
So I do think she will be improving on her 3 for sure.
Yep, I agree. Well, Safivet 3.87. She temporarily goes into the lead with 17 seconds remaining. Just rode another wave, if you don't mind. And here is Nakashiro. A good-looking set wave with 10 seconds to go, but she goes over the handlebars. So high drama in the last 30 seconds of heat number 6. Round of 32 of the women. No doubt we will be on hold as the judges get the abacus out and see who comes out on top in this heat. It could be Sierra, it could be Safi, it could be Nakashiro. 3-way bet. Well, while they sort that out, we're going to cut to an ad break. Wherever you're watching around the world, stick with us. We'll have the result of that heat and heat number 7 coming up after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 5000 Women's Round of 32 action in the water right now. Anon Matsuoka from Japan's in red. Coral Durant is in blue, Sarah Wakita in white, and Philippa Anderson from Newcastle in New South Wales is in the green jersey. High drama at the end of that last heat, all 4 surfers catching waves. Scores jumping around all over the place, but in the end it was Sierra Kerr with a 5.67 and a 5 who takes the win. Safi Vet a 6.17 and a 3.87 see the newly qualified Kiwi Olympian advancing to the round of 16, and unfortunately we say farewell to Kana Nakashio and Kayla Martin. I'm going to say hello to Giada Legati. What do you make of that heat?
Oh, that was it was really slow, but at the end it finally got, you know, a little bit of a pulse, so it was nice to finish it off on a good note. These heats have been quite tough, not a lot of opportunity coming around, so yeah.
You just surfed. How is it out there? Do you want to keep moving and try and find waves, or better off dropping anchor and waiting for sets?
Honestly, I think it's good to have that priority for when that set does come, or maybe even creating. I think in the first half is better to create a little bit of a score to make sure you have something. You don't want to reach the back end of this heat and not have anything on under your belt. But then waiting for that set isn't a bad idea for the second half. I mean, that would be ideal, but things change and events happen during heats, so it's just, I think, a matter of adapting quickly out there.
We saw Charlie Haitley before waiting 10 minutes with priority. She only needed a .93 and didn't catch a wave. That's really unfortunate. You would imagine with hindsight she would have done things differently, but yeah, it's a tricky one whether you just keep moving. Here goes Anon Matsuoka. She can't get into that. There's definitely scores to be had out there. It's a long playing field, so we're even seeing surfers catch a wave, catching another one as they paddle back out, which, you know, that's the benefit of always being on the move.
Yeah, it's a tough one because I think with the low tide, you have to be at the point, and let's say the distance between the surfers does shrink, so it's harder to find your own area sometimes out there. But the wave is still really fun, and we've been seeing some really high scores. In my heat, Campbell got an 8.5, which was beautifully surfed. I saw it from behind. The finishing was, I just saw all the fins every time she hit the section. So yeah, there's still waves out there. Just need to find them.
Yeah, Izzy surfed a fantastic heat. I think she's only 16.
Yep. Super friendly, paddling out. We were having a nice chat. So she's been to Indo, but first time in Sumatra. The other time she's usually been to Lakey Peak or just around Bali. But yeah, lovely girl. Her sister as well. West Aussies?
Yep, they're from a little bit further south from Margaret River in a place called Denmark, which is more on the south coast rather than the southwest. That was Philippa Anderson with the wobbly boot on. One pretty inconsequential turn, the result on her first wave. Still waiting on, I would say, a score for Anon paddled and missed. So Philippa, a 1 point ride, she's in the lead.
This is Anon finding a set. A beautiful first turn, almost runs over someone. A nice little cutback to get back to that whitewash, and here we see the section standing up for her, and she falls off. You know, those mistakes in a slow heat could be make or break, honestly.
Speaking of break, we're going to take a little one right now and throw down to Billy Hangen, who's catching up with the winner of the last heat, Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, we are live down at Athletes Area, and I have the winner of the last heat, Sierra Kerr, here. Slow but drama-filled heat. Bit of a brow wiper to get out of that one.
Yeah, for sure. That was pretty crazy, actually, because the heats before I was just seeing, like, really fun waves, and I was like, all right, this is going to be fun, and then ended up just pretty much sitting there most of the time. But, yeah, I made it work, I guess.
Yeah, right on. You certainly did. Now, if you're going into a heat like that where it could be breaking or it could be flat, do you have to have two plans of attack, or does your coach just give you one plan of attack?
I mean, Dad just kind of says just go have fun, catch waves, yeah, just go surf, I guess. So it's kind of just up to me, and he just says adapt, so that's the main thing. Had to adapt to the heat.
Well, you got off to a strong start and then kind of nothing for maybe about 20 minutes. But the last 5 minutes of that heat, especially the last two, everybody caught a wave. You were paddling before you knew the result. Were you confident, or did you see the other girls catch a wave, or was it a nerve-wracking paddle back in?
Yeah, I didn't really know what Safi did, but I saw Red fall, so I was like, oh, okay. I don't think she got the score. I don't know what I got, but I was like, I think I made it. I don't know if I won or I got second, but yeah, I kind of thought I made it.
Well, right on. Hey, you've been in Indonesia for a little while. You're enjoying your time. You're just up the Mentawais for a few weeks, a month or something like that. You enjoying your time in Indonesia?
Yeah, it's been super fun. Went to Ment for like 10 days or 2 weeks or something. Yeah, it wasn't pumping, but it was still so fun, like better than most waves I'd surf anyways. So yeah, and here at Krui has been super fun. Just been going, finding waves and stuff. Yeah, it's been sick.
Cool. And there's a couple of other girls here, one in Izzy Campbell, one in Sky Brown. Super cool skaters. I know you're a great skater as well. Do you think there's any similarities in your surfing because you're all killer skaters?
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't gone left much when I was little, but I've always kind of liked my backhand a lot and almost like it sometimes more than my forehand. But my dad was like, "Oh, you have a good backhand because you just did so many backside kick turns on the ramp." So yeah, hopefully, I think that made it work out.
Right on. Well, we'll let you go. Thanks for the chat. Really good heat and good luck going deep into the draw. Sierra Kerr, ladies and gentlemen, back to you in the booth.
Yeah, that was a really nice interview with Sierra Kerr, a little bit of insight. Her dad, Josh Kerr, was on the tour for a lot of years. She's such a talented young girl, all-rounded surfer. I've seen her around Indo a few times. I know she loves Australia.
As the local rubbish collection truck just makes its way past our commentary box. Yeah, Kersey, Josh Kerr, not only on the championship tour for a long time, before that he was a world air show champion, so the air shows probably before your time, Jada, but they were a bit of a rat bag rebel league of punks who punted. And they, lots of guys from Santa Cruz and the Gold Coast, and they used to travel all over Australia and the US, and it was as much of a party as it was an event and, well, a contest. And Kersey used to beat all these older Americans at their own game, guys like Rat Boy and Christian Fletcher, you name it. And Kersey, that's how he started out his life, and then he managed to harness his airs a little bit, get a bit better on the face, and he's always been an incredible barrel rider. And next thing you know, he was on the championship tour. He won the my home event, the Margaret River Pro, once upon a time, beat Taj in the final. Taj had him comboed with about 5-10 minutes to go, and Kersey dropped an incredible, huge straight air into an air reverse for a perfect 10. Pretty much he was on his way to shake hands with Taj and congratulate him when that happened, and then all of a sudden he got a 10, and then a minute later another wave came to him and he launched another huge air, got an 8 and the win. And that was probably one of many competitive highlights for Kersey across the year. I think he also won a big wave world tour event at one stage before stepping away. Then he became the brains behind the Red Bull Airborne series, which took place around the championship tour for the 2019, well, it was in full effect in 2019. We were all set to go with a big one in 2020 before COVID came along. Since then, Kersey has reinvented himself once again. He rides a twin fin the whole time and is basically Sierra's coach and surf buddy as she sets out to emulate his incredible repertoire of results. She's an incredible skater. She's a fantastic surfer, obviously. She's pretty handy at golf too, so very talented pack are the Kerrs. Speaking of talented packs, here's one of the Durants. This is Coral from the Bluff up north in Western Australia. And she's, I think, the youngest of them all. A very talented goofy footer. Behind her, this is Anon Matsuoka in action. 20 minutes to go. Anon is in the lead with a 3.83. Philippa Anderson quickly in, quickly out. Sarah Wakita has a 2.5. And she's taking off on another wave now that will allow her to significantly build on that 2.5. Couple of strong turns as the rubbish truck continues to do donuts out the back. And, priority is now with Philippa Anderson.
This is a wave we missed from Anon. One of the bigger ones that we've seen come through in this heat. She sets it up. Oh, it was a beautiful turn. And straight into the second one, she makes it. Anon, one of my personal favorites in this event. She was a standout last year as well. And this is Sarah Wakita. A nice first turn straight into the second one. Gets a little bit stuck off the top, which doesn't allow her to reach that last section. Coral, she didn't have any major turn on this wave. It was a little bit of a fatter one, but a really nicely surfed one by Coral Durant. What can you tell me about Coral, the West Aussie?
Well, hang on a second. Let's just quickly see what what Philippa Anderson got up to. Not a lot. Quickly in, quickly out. Yep, Coral, one of a big group of girls from the Bluff, which is up north, Western Australia. Incredible left-hander. Way out in the desert. There's not a lot going on up there. And they are just this great tribe of country kids. She gave a shout out before to her 7 siblings.
7?
So there's 8 of them all up. And yeah, a whole heap of surfing talent along the way, in amongst them all.
That's a big family. A lot of kids.
Okay, all scores. I think we might still be waiting on a few numbers. But Anon Matsuoka, yeah, she has a second score still to come. Sarah Wakita's last wave and Philippa Anderson and Coral Durant's last wave.
This is another one of a bit of a slow heat again. There we go. Coral Durant, last wave of 4.
That's actually the best wave of the heat so far.
Pushes her straight into second.
Yeah, she won't last long there. We've still got scores to drop for Anon, Sarah, Philippa. I think Philippa's will be a minus score as well.
Judges really taking a look, probably watching the replays. I really liked that wave from Anon, and there it comes as at 7.5.
Wow, so she's broken this one open, grabbed it by the scruff of the neck. Not quite excellent, but not far off. A 7.5, very much the wave of the heat so far. Still waiting on a number to come in for Sarah Wakita as well. Hopefully we can catch up on a replay of Anon Matsuoka's last wave. That's 7.5. Is the best wave we've seen since Izzy Campbell dropped an 8.5 in heat 4. So a couple of hours since we've gone up that high on the scale. That is the second highest wave of this round, in fact.
Yeah, it was a beautiful wave, well surfed, and she didn't even complete it. So imagine if she did. She would have been going into the 8s or even 9s.
All right, 15 minutes ago, we're at the halfway mark in this heat. Still waiting on one more number for Sarah Wakita and one more for Philippa Anderson. Pretty sure Philippa's was just a little in and out.
Last 4.27. It was a 1 turn. So there we have it. All the scores.
Must have been the first wave ridden to then regain priority. Or maybe it was just the 1 turn while Anon, for example, had a much longer wave that allowed her to drop in the 7.5. Still waiting on a score for Sarah Wakita. There it is, a 4.2. So Coral Durant is in 4th place with a 4-point ride. Philippa Anderson has a 4.27 and a 1 to sit in 3rd, but she has priority, the lady from Newcastle. Sarah Wakita has a 4.2 and a 2.5. And second priority, Anon Matsuoka has the lead by a mile, a 7.5, the best wave we've seen in a long time, the second best score of this round, and she has a 3.83 as a backup, so she is comfortably in the lead. Sarah Wakita needs a 7.14 to get up to first. Philippa Anderson only needs a 2.43 for second. Coral Durant needs a 2.71 for second, and she's only just got 1 score to her name. So early days, This is that pattern we keep seeing, where one surfer can just get themselves out in the lead and then sit in clear air without any of the worries of what's going on as second, third and fourth just dogfight amongst themselves until time runs out. Up next, the last heat in the round of 32. Minori Kawai from Japan, Holly Williams from Australia, Sky Brown from Great Britain, and Annie Dos Santos from Brazil.
Wow, it's a pretty stacked heat.
It's a stacked heat and 4 different countries represented, but despite the fact that Sky surfs for Great Britain, she has nominated the Asian region as where she wants to surf and score points. So this is still an event that counts for her. Annie Dos Santos a bit the same. She's from Brazil, but she's nominated the Australasian region. So she's living on the northern beaches of Sydney in New South Wales, and she's been competing in the Aussie QSs. And when an event like this is co-sanctioned between Australasia and Asia, it means that she can come here too. Do you know Annie Dos Santos?
Yes, I know Annie Dos Santos. I met her many years ago in Bali, I think it was. She was there with her auntie. They both traveled together. They have done many trips. I think Annie is really inspired by her aunt. They both do yoga. They've traveled to the Maldives, stayed there for a while. Annie is a super talented surfer, incredible singer, and plays the guitar. Very sweet girl, and she's even really good in the bigger stuff. You've seen her. What's that wave called? Shipsterns in Australia, I think.
I think you're thinking of the wave she caught last year in Sydney, which is a wave called Dead Man's.
Oh.
North of Manly. I don't think she's been down to Shippies just yet.
I think she recently went. I'm gonna just double check.
She recently went to Tahiti on the big swell at Chopu.
Yeah, I saw her catch a few there. So she's a really all-rounded surfer. She can even go out, do some go up in the air, do some crazy airs. She was in one of the episodes of the O'Neill Maps to Nowhere. So very, very talented young girl. Has even had her few waves in Jaws in Maui. Great competitor. She used to be in the South American region. I know she spent some time in Brazil training over there, but then came back home to Australia.
No, I think she's from Brazil.
No, she's from Brazil, but she moved there. She moved to Brazil, spent some time, but then now moved back to Australia.
What? So hang on, she grew up in Australia?
She grew up in Australia.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she grew up in Sydney.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
She speaks with an American accent.
You think that's American accent?
It's not an Aussie accent.
Oh, it's definitely an Aussie accent.
No.
I have an American accent. She has an Aussie.
You got the weird international school accent. All the Chungu kids have it. Watch too many movies. All right, 9.5 minutes remaining, and on Matsuoka is in the lead with a 7.5 and a 3.83. Sarah Wakita has a 4.2 and a 2.5. She's chasing a 7.14 for the lead. Philippa Anderson has a 4.27, needs a 2.43 for second. Coral Durant has a 4, needs a 2.71 to advance. Priority is with Philippa, second is with Sarah, third Anon, and fourth Coral, and there is under 9 minutes to go, and this has been a very sleepy affair. There just haven't been any waves for about 5-10 minutes.
Wait, so you did the interview with Sky Brown earlier. I didn't really understand the whole part of Japan. She grew up in Japan?
Yep, and she lives half her life in the US and half in Japan.
Oh.
Her mum is Japanese, her dad's English. That's why she surfs for Great Britain and skates. She won the BBC Young Sportsman of the Year award last year, which is a huge honour in the UK. The BBC, their national broadcaster over there, the British Broadcasting Corporation. Okay, here goes Anon Matsuoka. As things get rather sketchy and low tide underfoot, she had to dance across a treacherously shallow section or two. There's still not a whole lot of water underneath her fins, and she gets out of there. Will she get rid of that 383? Wasn't the biggest of waves, but she did some nice work from start to finish.
Yeah, that was a really nice wave from Anon, actually. I think she's just trying to keep busy, trying to, chip away at her score, create a little bit of distance between herself and her other 3 competitors. Sarawakita needing a 714, which is a big score. So I'm pretty sure with how it's been going, it's a fight for second. Coral Durant, only one wave ridden this entire heat. You can really see how shallow it's out there. Look at all the bumps and lumps out there. You can see the wave just breaking on the edge of the reef. So we've reached that dead low. Drone footage from Ryan, one of the best droners out there.
He's putting in the hours here.
Yeah, he's out there sitting up the front, giving us this angle. Everyone working really hard in the broadcast room as well, giving us the scores and replays.
Good news, the rubbish truck's back. This will be the cleanest corner of Sumatra by the time old mate's finished doing his circle work. A 4.2, the last score for Anon Matsuoka, so ever so slightly increases her lead.
Anon must be feeling pretty comfortable out there with 5.5 and not much going on in the distance. So, Binzi, what are your highlights of this event so far?
Highlights of this event. Gotta say I really enjoyed, there was a string of 4 or 5 kind of heats yesterday through the guts of the men's round of 64, where we saw just sort of back-to-back really strong performances from guys like Dylan Moffat, Billy Stamman, Morgan Siblick, Winter Vincent. They were all looking really, really good. They were just finding incredible waves and lighting it up. We've had a few come from behind, buzzer beater type victories. Sky Brown's first heat was just a really great moment for drama. She was sitting in 4th with under 10 minutes to go, and then probably down about the 6 or 7 minute mark she managed to sink her teeth into an 8 that put her well and truly back in the picture, and then she snatched about a 3.7 I think in the dying moments of the heat to go from 4th eventually up to 1st. That's Coral Durant on her forehand. That'll be her second score. A 2.71 would put her up into 2nd. Not sure if it's going to do that. Really enjoyed seeing Dylan Wilcoxon for the first time. All day Dylan young kid who's grown up in the Mentawais at Kandui Villas. His dad is All Day Ray, a bit of a famous character in the Ments who's been around that part of the world for a long, long time. And, you see someone surfing on Instagram, and although that looks very good, it might not be the full truth. And then you see them with your own two eyes, and it's fair to say that that kid is going to deliver on the hype. He's an incredible talent. I've really enjoyed some of the performances of the Japanese ladies. They're just such a strong contingent that go from strength to strength at every one of these events. And then there's a young pack of Aussie grums as well, guys like Lennox Smith, Huey Vaughan, who are all kind of finding their feet at this level for the first time, and getting mixed results, but I think that's kind of the next generation of Aussies finally starting to step up to surf some of the QSs, so it's exciting to see them over here having a sniff around at the myriad of waves that are on offer up and down the coast. Last score for Coral Durant, a 3.43, so enough to put her into second. A lot of these heats, as I was saying before, turn into a battle for second. Someone cracks the code and gets way out in front. In this case, that's Anon Matsuoka. And now we've just seen Coral Durant, Sarah Wakita, and here Philippa Anderson exchange second, third, and fourth. Philippa's looking for a 3.16. She's not going to do it on that wave. 2 minutes remaining. Priority now with Sarah Wakita, who only needs a 3.23 to overtake Coral. Coral, however, only needs to replace a 3.43, and she's looking to do it right now.
Yeah, this is Coral on a really good looking wave, a nice section. She tries to get around, but it doesn't seem like she'll be able to get into that second turn. Minute and a half.
She needs to hustle right now. She needs to be scratching to get as far up the reef as possible and see if she can't sink her teeth into something. She's not going to increase her two-wave total with that 3.43, and Non has the afterburners on. She's only got second priority, but I think she's going to have a look at this one. Her compatriot, Sarah Wakita, can drop in on her if she's further down the line. That was Philippa Anderson paddling over the shoulder. Here goes Anon, and yep, here goes Sarah Wakita. So she's only chasing a 3.23. There might have been a chance, but there's definitely not a chance anymore. So 1 minute to go. Anon won't be upset that her compatriot has dropped in on her, because that's how priority works. Philippa Anderson now streaking down the line, looking for only a 3.16. That's one big turn, hammers it and rides out. Need to see what she got up to before that moment to see whether she sealed the deal on the 3.16. There's really not much between Coral Durant, Sarah Wakita, and Philippa Anderson. They've all got a 4 as their high score, and Coral is winning on the strength of her backup. Philippa Anderson's chasing a 3.16. Time's going to run out. We don't have any surfers in the takeoff area. So let's have a quick look at the replay of Philippa Anderson and see if she did enough. A 3.16 the requirement. So time has elapsed. Hopefully we can quickly look at the replay of green right now, because this is going to be a very important call. Here it is. Philippa Anderson, still not sure if she did something before then.
I don't think she did. We're going to see just that one turn.
It wasn't huge. So the judges will watch a bunch of replays. I would imagine we are going to throw to an ad break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll bring you the full results of what was slow, but in the end, an entertaining Heat 7 here at the Krui Pro. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. Results are slowly filtering in for the last heat. Heat 7, Anon Matsuoka. She had a 7.5 and a 4.2. She's very safe. Philippa Anderson needed a 3.16, got a 3.6 for, we think, one turn. There might have been something before we saw it. Unfortunately, Coral Durant, who was sitting in second when the hooter went, is out, as is Sarah Wakita. Chris Binns in the booth. Joining me is Mark Clift. Mate, did you get to see any of the action just then?
Not really. I was just kind of milling around and doing some little things with Rajo, who's on next, and we were just, I'd have to say no, to be honest. Here's the last heat of the day, the last heat of this round, though, for the women's. So it is Minori
Kawai, Holly Williams, Sky Brown, and Annie Dos Santos.
And it is underway. It's a 30-minute heat. The next round of juniors are scheduled at 25 minutes. So for the first time, the Groms that have been waiting 3.5 days for this moment, their time is just around the corner. Some pretty loaded heats at that, so the action continues. There's 8 of those heats, and that will be it for the day.
Holly Williams has just dropped a 4.33. Let's catch up on the replay of that now.
All right, pretty nice hit in the pocket to kick things off. 4.33 the result, so not a long wave. 2 pretty good sections, all the points coming off that one and only hit. Meanwhile, white.
Yeah, this is Sky Brown. First time she hasn't worn the green jersey. It's going to be a minor score.
Is she
this
on
is the
again?
replay of it? Or is
I'm
this
sure it is. Doesn't say replay in the corner. I think this is live.
Yeah, she's flying down the line on this one. It's got a good pace to it. A couple of strong turns up into the lip. Looking for a target right now. Cracks that. Releases the tail. Kind of cool how she kicks that one out and over. Gets the rebound.
Wow, this wave just giving her a lot of love.
Yeah, just kept on running and running.
All right, well, she'll be happy with that from when she stood up, and that happened moments after her opening wave, so she got in pretty good sync there with that back end of the set. And in the red.
This is our top seed, Minori Kawai, last person to catch a wave. And opening her account on this one. First turn was good, second turn she had a little bit of trouble. That was pretty crisp. And keeps slicing away at this one, and she kicks out. So lots of numbers
and
to come in.
Dos Santos, let's stay with this. Here she goes. So everybody getting in on the action, and that did not go to script. It's a pity for Anne. So the important bit right now, there is no priority. So they'll all be real anxious to get back to the top of the point. The action replay of Sky Brown's last effort, this wave went forever. And we've seen some really solid performances from this youngster. You can see why she's just, doesn't put a foot wrong really. She's got all the moves. She's got a lot of confidence. She's got perfect balance. Got a whole swag of top line sponsors. Down she goes. That wave just refused to die until there. Congratulations. A good wave in the big scheme of things.
And this is Minori Kawai on her backhand. That was the turn of the wave for mine. Smaller section there. And just a little bit of garnish down the bottom.
Yeah, this was a serious fumble. I'm not sure what happened right here for Anne.
Oh,
no. Oh, okay. This is a replay of a much better effort. The first wave was very short-lived. Boom, crunch, right out, and it gets the credit, but does not. All right, well, I imagine things are pretty close once all these numbers drop. I really liked Skies. There was a lot of surfing done on a pretty decent wave. I don't think there was anything too major, but there was lots of good surfing.
Yeah, so we've got one more score to come in for Sky, 2 waves for Annie, one of which will be a throwaway, and the opener of Minori. Holly Williams currently in the lead. She also has priority, and she'll be rejoined shortly by the 3 other surfers. Just over 24 minutes to run. And then what's the schedule after that? We're moving on into
Pro
the
Juniors.
Pro Juniors.
Yep, 8 heats, 25-minute jobs. If this wave doesn't break, I'll give you a rundown who's in it. Blue is hunting. We are going to throw down to Giada with the winner of the last heat. So over to you, G.
Really well done. All right, I'm here with Anon Matsuoka, the winner of the last heat. This is your second win today. What was your strategy paddling out there?
Like just watching the wave, and then sometimes coming the set and then good waves. So I like little bit nervous, but focus to the get good wave, and then just do that.
All right, and when you're feeling those moments when you're nervous, what do you do to calm down?
Like I always breathe, and then long time, and then listen to music and watching the wave, sinking my surfing. Yeah.
You know, this morning your heat was 25 minutes and now it was 30. Is there anything you changed because of that, or did you keep everything the same?
Yeah, a little bit change. Like 5 minutes, more 5 minutes is really important to the 30 minutes. So, like, yeah, to get the wave and then couple. Yeah.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
ラウンド3も勝てたので、このまま QS と、プロジュニアもまだ残っているので、私らしく頑張るので、また見ててください。応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, Anon, congratulations. Back to you guys at the booth.
Okay, so thanks, Giada. It was nice to hear from Anon, and didn't she rip her heat to pieces? Really strong. Meanwhile, 22 on the clock, last heat of the women's. Blue is Holly Williams.
She was our heat leader. Some scores have dropped in. Whoa, big floater.
Yeah, took the high line.
And
that's about it.
Yeah, that was it. So Minori Kawai, a 5.5 for her opening wave. Annie Dos Santos, a 5.03 for her opener. Then we've got that dud fall of hers still to come, plus her last wave, plus one more wave for Sky Brown.
Yeah. All right, so to the boys again, if we could get our side numbers on the screen, would be really good to see everybody's individual digits. Always makes more sense for us. And up next, as we were saying, it is the juniors. They've been waiting a long time for an opportunity, and they're about to get it. Tenchi Iwami will head out in the red rash vest next. Rajo Saputra, hang on, live action, or is this the big float?
No, this is Holly Williams.
All right, she's on again.
Oh no, it is
the big float.
So this is a replay. This, I'm guessing, no, we haven't had a score drop in for it yet. Annie Dos Santos, well, she's put in a 1.23. And Sky Brown, I'm going to guess her last wave was a 5.
Holly Williams on her feet again, hoping to do a little better than that last wave. Once again, gets a one-turn ride. So getting pretty tricky out there to find those runners. Sky definitely found a runner, and I think it turned into a 5. All right, so we'll get those two-wave tallies up shortly if we can, please, Toto. Back to that first heat of the juniors. Tenchi Iwami, Rajo Saputra, Iko Watanabe, and Shia Jabrik. So there's our numbers. Everybody's kind of living in the 5s. Everybody's got a little bit of a start. Nobody's crunched it yet.
Here goes Minori Kawai. Just the one wave to her name. First turn was no good. A second one significantly better. Now she's working away, finding a little bit more rhythm as she gets further down the line on this one. Got off to a pretty ordinary start, but has banked some points through the middle and sticking with this one. So we're pretty much at the base of the tide, and the waves are just running and continuing to offer good shape for the length of the journey.
Yep, she'll go into the lead with this. She was packing the highest wave of the early exchange. A little bit of a bogged rail on her early effort, but then got it together, starting with this move. So the judge is now starting to think of numbers. A nice connection out of that little foam hit. Down the line she goes. This wave did offer a fair bit more. Nice little inside track right there. Got to be happy with a ride like that in these conditions. Pretty decent. So she'll have another mediocre number to sit alongside a 5.5, and we'll project straight into first. So here goes Sky Brown now. Okay. The goofy footer, not ideal right there, so a little fumble. It's rare, but they happen to the best of them. Green now is Dos Santos having a think about it.
Had a good chat with Sky Brown after her earlier heat. Obviously she spent lots and lots of time at the skate park. An Olympic bronze medalist there at just 13, and she thinks that the vibe is definitely a lot different when, instead of hanging around an urban environment in the middle of a city, you're flying over to a tropical island, you're hanging at the beach, there's palm trees everywhere, you're just in your beach attire, hanging with your mates all day long.
She said she wants to know a bit more about this surfing competition side of life. She kind of leaning that way. She said she digs it and wants to get a groove on with the surfboard and some big results and push for a career as a pro surfer.
Yeah, I wonder if she's got much of a history competing in surfing.
You'll get to well, let's see. You may get to do the next beach interview. Let's see how this pans out. But the 6.07 dropping in for Marai is pretty good. Sits alongside a 5.5, the two best scores of the heat. Not a big total, 11.5 points, but enough to leave the surfer in second place. Holly Williams chasing a low 7, so it's substantial lead right there. The other two, Anne and Sky, chasing 3s to advance.
Okay, Annie Dos Santos, that was a late takeoff. Sort of under the lip in the white water, but taking plenty of speed from it and turning it into a string of crisp turns. A little bit hung up in the lip there. Drops the other shoulder slightly into a layback. Now an open face carve. She'll climb up and over the foam, and well, it was a complete wave. Had a little bit of everything from start to finish. Not particularly dynamic. Wasn't a huge wave. Couldn't really have done much more with it, Mark.
I think her first turn was, where most of this goodness happened. Right, so it looked like she was well and truly in a groove there. That second turn, actually, that was pretty good. So got off to a reasonable start. Then the wave got a little sleepy. Just connecting the dots here. Playing the game just to stay invested and see what happens down the line. Staying near the power source, a little hit there to finish off. Definitely did her best work early on the wave, which is kind of what the judges want to see anyway. So where she's sitting in third, a 3.03 for second, so you've got to be thinking that would have happened.
Yeah, surely.
And she will probably have the third and fourth best scores of the heat, maybe, once that number drops. So we've got a well-balanced heat going on either way, Chris, because everybody's off to a bit of a start now. Second score about to drop for Anne will be pretty handy.
Yep, so we're approaching the halfway mark, and the leaderboard's starting to take a little bit of shape. Minori Kawai will be feeling confident but not comfortable out in first. A 6.07 and a 5.5. It's probably enough to get you through most of the recent heats. But she's not going to be happy with that. She'll be looking to build on it, and she's going to look to do so right now. Finding herself a beautiful wave under priority. First turn was good. Had to climb up and over the foam. Someone was duck diving her there as well.
I think that was Anne on her way back out. Oh no, it was Shauno. All right, so still waiting on Anne's number to confirm that she'll be in second. That was a chance for Minori to further extend the lead, but the wave denied her any sort of second scoring opportunity. It'll be a throwaway number for Minori. It'll be a bit of a keeper for Anne. There it is, a 6.50. So in fact, the best wave of the heat. The judges did like that start, and they enjoyed just the connection further down the line. So a 6.50 and a 5.03, breathing right down the neck. 0.04 off a win. So Minori and Anne Dos Santos just about neck and neck.
Yep, and separating themselves from Holly Williams and Sky Brown. 14 minutes to run.
Righto. Here goes Sky on the inside, so it's a small little wave. She likes what she sees down the line, though, so her body language looks like she's really trying to ramp it up here. She knows she's on the ropes in fourth.
Oh.
Stringing together a third good move. Hoping to get around this wash. Is there anything the other side of it? And not, but just proving the completion was there.
Here goes Holly Williams on her backhand. She's found a good looking wall. The first 2 turns are strong. Big section here as well. Hooks hard under the lip. Open face carve. A little bit of a rebound. Puts the foot down. Skates across some white watery inside froth. And gets the finish.
Ooh, does she?
Sort of just quite, but
She
not
does.
convincing.
Yep.
Gives herself a little rev up all the same. Don't think the rev up was for finishing on her feet. It was for the first turns up the top. Talk us through them.
All right, let's have another look. Yeah, she did some pretty strong work here. She's obviously a fairly tall young lady. Whipping it around right there. Hits that one nice and flush, so pretty good. Boom, a third decent manoeuvre. Even that was kind of tidy and just staying with it. So did some really good work early. A little bit negotiable on the finish. It wasn't a crisp, super convincing finish, but she did eventually come out in front of the foam. We'll get credit for the end move as well. But yeah, some good work early. I kind of pretty much liked it. So Sky.
Okay, this is Sky Brown's. Couple of good turns the length of the journey, and then I really liked, I think it was this one, up and over. She attacked that section. She could have easily finished behind the wave, but she clipped it and did enough to finish back out in front. So she kept plenty of momentum coming out of the turn. This is Minori Kawai. I think this was her 3.43, so won't go into her top 2. But we've got numbers to come in for Holly Williams and Sky Brown that are really going to tighten things up.
Well, Holly needs a 7. I'm not sure it goes to that lofty number, but it'll be her best ride. So that 7.2 requirement will come down. Sky sitting on a dodgy 0.8 is going to add a substantial number to that.
Probably
How do the
not.
judges see it in comparison to Holly is probably why they're going to find this separation.
Yeah, not sure Sky's got the 6.53 either to jump up to
Yep.
second,
I
but
think Holly's will turn into a better number. All right, so the back end of the round of 32 now for the women's. Puts us in a good place with that division. 16 surfers remaining at the end of this.
and then 8 heats of juniors. We're going back to 25 minutes
Yeah,
for
back
the
to
juniors.
25 for the Groms. They paddle pretty fast.
So that's 200 minutes of surfing, and we can call today a wrap.
3 hours 20. Meanwhile, let's watch Anne here dropping into a pretty good looking wave. Really gets a nice tidy hit off the bat and a little sleepy second move. Now just playing the game and staying involved. Another little wrap. No more big sections since the start. Just looking down the line. Now she gets on the pump and a big section to finish off. That was pretty good.
She's out there.
Yeah, all right. So a useful ride. Needs to better a 5.03 with that effort to make it worth doing. 5.07 would take her into first.
We have a plethora of numbers still to drop in. So hopefully the judges can figure out their replays and start giving us some scores. Here goes Annie Dos Santos, last wave. The first turn was good. Second one wasn't bad either. Great flow from start to finish on this wave.
Yeah, good start and a good finish. Some kind of just mini moves in between those two, but might have been worth doing at the end of it. Judges got a lot to debate. Is that Holly's score in the 6.83? It is. So Holly gets the best number of the matchup. Wasn't quite the 7.2, but went pretty damn close.
Yeah, puts her in a pretty good position to jump up further now because she needs a 4.7 for second. And, well, she'd need a 4.74 for the lead. Actually, a 4.73 would tie it, and then on a countback she'd win because she's got a better high score. Blah, blah, blah.
There you go. Sky still got a number to drop.
There it is, a 4.5, so doesn't help her situation. She's chasing a 6.53 to get up to second. We're still waiting on a number for Annie Dos Santos as well.
It may or may not be in. Is it still showing that it's coming?
Still showing that it's coming. We're still
Right.
waiting on a wave for Minori as well, but she's got priority, so I'm not sure quite what.
All right,
happened
either
there.
way, I like that mix there between Williams' score and Sky Brown's, because Sky's just did not have that dynamic look that Holly put together, especially early on. Holly's wave had a bit more room to move, utilised the top to bottom action pretty well, as opposed to Sky's wave, where she got a little clamped and a little restricted, a little stuck on a third move. So the 2 and a bit point spread, I kind of like it. So everybody's got a pretty decent total, 2-wave total. It's time to work on the requirements. Of course, Anne is trying to improve on the 5-4, so she got an upgrade. The 5-3 disappeared, she got the 5-4, Chris, so it was worth catching that little wave. Minori now not far behind, just 0.33. And also in the 11-point range now is Holly, so she needs not much, a high 4. And still in the single digits with a 9-5 2-wave total. Sky Brown needs to dig a bit deeper here with a 6-5-7 required. She was on the ropes in the very first heat. We got to remember, Chris, she was needing an 8 with about 6 minutes to go.
And she got it.
She got it. She more than got it. So used to handling pressure. She's going to have to show that championship trait yet again.
Okay, last score has come in for Anne Dos Santos. It's a 5.4.
Yep.
So her last 2 waves are her best, a 6.5 and a 5.4. See her now in the lead. That changes everyone else's requirements slightly. Minori Kawai, she's no longer defending in the lead. She's chasing a 5.84 to regain it. She has priority. Holly Williams is still sitting in third. She now needs a 4.74 to overtake Kawai and move into second. Sky Brown is looking for a 6.57 to move up to second with 7 minutes 15 to go. Priority is with Minori Kawai. Second priority is with Sky Brown. Third is with Holly Williams, and Annie Dos Santos is making her way back to the lineup still.
So look at that between the top 3. There's about 3/4 of a point separating first, second and third. They've all got some substantial runs on the board. Holly with the best number for that last wave. Plenty of room to move for the girl in blue and helped herself to it. And then the juniors hit the lineup. We're going to see some froth with those lot. They've waited 3.5 days for their opportunity. 8 25-minute heats to finish off a day. Day 4. And for predicted to be our smallest day, it's still kind of provided quite a few highlights.
Yeah, I mean, a flat day here is better than 90% of the days you'll see at most QSs or challenges around the world, that's for sure.
Every surfer that you've asked about this, they're just so frothing on what they've been able to compete in. There hasn't been too many heats that got skunked. Overall, a very small percentage of surfers come in and go, damn the ocean, but it hasn't been that many. So Ujung Bocur is kind of a good fair playing field, really.
Yeah, it's not just the waves in their heat they're frothing over either. There is an abundance up and down the coast. So if you're not surfing a heat, you're off with some mates trying to find a corner without too many of your other mates around. Here goes Holly Williams. She's on the chase for a 4.74. She's got some work to do to get out in front of this one. 2 turns so far. Not feeling it to this point. Big finish would be nice. She gives herself a little bit of a rev up. So, did we miss a little bit straight off the bat?
I don't think we did.
Catch up with that on a replay.
I think she was more trying to sell that to the judges. But either way, she liked it. She enjoyed it. The best part of the ride was looked like the finishing move. I'm sure we'll see the replay again and see if we did miss anything, but I don't think we did. She took off a little further down the line to get this wave. Under 5 now.
Local karaoke bar has just opened. Must be 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.
1 to 1. Here we go. So Minori now with priority, needs a high 5 to go to the lead. Got herself a pretty nice wave, a big hit there. The judges will enjoy that. Can she add to it? Maybe denied an opportunity. So it was one mini move and one big move. Can't see it bettering a 5.84, but here goes Sky.
Yeah, well, she's on the hunt for a significant number with inside 4 minutes remaining. This looks like a pretty good wall. That was a great turn. Got plenty of release. She would like to have hit that section, I think, rather than just jettisoning her craft and heading off the back.
A little skip off the bottom that kind of made it all funky on the end move.
So 4 minutes to go. She needs to get herself back to the lineup. This is the replay of Holly Williams' last wave. Little rock and roll floater. Tail dropping out of that was cool. Flying down the line. Pretty flat through here. Did get the finish. Rode out of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure she improves.
Smoothly enough.
All right, so on a way to a pretty good number here. Like, that wasn't a good major move. That was a better move. This was a major hit coming up here. There it is, and now just this little stumble coming off a ridge-affected bottom turn there and put her a bit late on the hit. What did Minori do?
So this was on the way behind. Fairly slopey affair to begin with. And then it stood up. That was a really crisp turn. I loved the way she got the tail up and over that section. She had to because there was nothing on offer further down the line. So 3 minutes remaining. Annie Dos Santos has the lead, has priority. We're still waiting on scores for her 3 competitors. Minori Kawai, will she drop a 5.84? Will Holly Williams drop a 4.74? Can Sky Brown go near a 6.57? I think she was close if she'd managed to hammer that end section, because the 2 turns before that were really strong and had plenty of variety. But yeah, just that little wobble, and she came off the bottom when faced with the end section, and unfortunately it left her just diving off the back rather than belting it and riding it in front on her feet.
I think Anne will still be holding the lead once all this goes down. Sky may have improved her second score. Maybe she might have improved her best score. Did she get a 6.57? Had she really belted that end section, I could have seen that number coming. So the judges are debating what just went on and trying to fit it into what's already happened, comparing the rides, trying to separate the numbers to get a clear look at a leaderboard. Big decisions to be made here as we're just about out of time. Anne's done the right thing and come down the point and trying to protect the lead with her priority with 90 seconds. Pretty smart play by Anne. So squarely sitting right next to Holly, who she believes is a threat. She's in third. Sky's gone up the point a little out of picture to the left, I think.
One minute.
Anne's a bit anxious. Look at her. What's the time she's saying? 1 minute.
So all scores are in bar Sky Brown's last one.
Blue's on the hunt. Anne's going to try and track her down here. If Blue wants it, Anne will take it. Indeed she does. Now, needs to improve on a 5.4 to make this worth doing. No manoeuvres just yet. Boom, there's one of them and one only. So she she looks over her shoulder and go, did I just blow it? Ooh,
Here goes Sky Brown. She needs a 6.57. Holly Williams has priority. Oh, does she? No.
Sky had priority. Oh. Holly blew it.
Well, Holly's blown it, but she's also
messed up Sky's chance.
Yeah, she really has.
Yeah,
Holly,
I don't know about that, Holly.
I don't think Holly had seen the priority board. 10 seconds to go. Minori Kawai is skating through to the inside, and I think Holly's not only got herself an interference that's going to cost her any chance of advancing. By dropping in on Sky Brown, she has completely toasted any chance Sky had of advancing. And yeah, God, that's an unfortunate way to end up the heat.
2 campaigns in with that little fumble.
Yeah, all right, there's a lot to unpack. We're going to leave that one with the judges. We're going to throw to a quick ad break, and when we come back, Mark Clift and Billy Hangen are going to bring us the
juniors
debrief on what just happened in the last heat of the women's round of 32, and then we're going to roll on in with the juniors here at the Krui Pro.
right, I think we're back. We are back. We're back live, girls. So here we are. The juniors has just started. This is a 25-minute heat. It is game on. These guys been waiting 3.5 days. Again, that's red on the inside. It is Tenchi Iwami out of Japan. And it is Rajo Saputra Barrel in the blue out of Lakey Peak. Iko Watanabe in the white, another Japanese campaigner. And Shia Jabrik out of Bali surfing in green. All right, there's the big wash-up of all that. We're still waiting on some scores, but I think Anne is still safe. Sky got one big hit going on. The judges may have enjoyed it. Holly Williams will end up with an interference, I'm pretty sure. Minori Kawai is currently in third. Sky, I thought she got one really good hit in before Holly kind of dropped in on a Billy.
I did notice
So
just
this
before I stepped into the booth, she had second priority, Brown. I'm not sure about Holly though.
Yep, okay, so Holly had the priority behind Brown because the girl in blue caught, sorry, not blue, the girl in red caught a wave.
Okay, straight up to first priority.
Yep, and then, first priority went to Sky, second priority blue. Blue dropped in on white, is the way I saw it, interference. Kind of effectively dudded Sky's way, but Sky did get one really solid crack before she got to where blue was, so it must have come in at the 5.
She already had a 6.8, right?
I think so. I can't remember off the top of my head, but look at that, those numbers. They're all within 11 to 12 points.
Wow, that's a big box.
Three-quarters of a point separating all 4. So we're still waiting for scores. So I don't know whether we've actually started the clock for the juniors.
I don't think so. I think the kids are going to have to wait a little bit longer.
3.5 days and a few more minutes. Can you contain grammatism? So Iwami in red, Saputra in blue, Watanabe in white, and Jabrik in green. Kick things off for the juniors.
Why do I know that name, Iwami?
I don't know.
Tenchi Iwami. Very familiar name. I'm trying to rack my brain for it, but
so there we go. Minori goes to first,
right,
and to second. This is a little better. In the way Sky got a reasonable number for that one hit. I'm pretty sure Williams will be affecting an interference shortly. It hasn't posted on the board, but for me, geez, that was a tough heat. There was some high drama right at the end. Either way, all 4 surfers still being separated by less than 1 point. Until the interference takes place here, Holly Williams will lose a complete wave, being a priority interference.
Well, we're only looking at the 1 or 2, aren't we? They're the ones of interest.
Yep. So, Kawai will take the lead, the win. We'll just put that on our sheet for our debrief later. And Dos Santos, once again, surfed a smart heat. Didn't really show her absolute best surfing, but tagged the lip enough times to get the numbers on the board. What a pity for these grommets. This set's just unloading out there. While they're on standby, they must just be spewing.
Yeah, kind of looking around, wondering what's going on.
There we go. There goes the wave off the Holly Williams.
Yep.
So now I think they'll get a count in right at the end of that set. Dolt.
All right, let's have a look at it. This is White, waiting for this wave for a long time.
Look at the belt.
Killer belt, and there's a drop in.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. Even if she did stick with it and attack it, blue would have been straight in her line of sight for those turns, so not much could have been.
Stock standard drop in every day of the week. Being a priority into, she lost a whole wave.
Yep. But, this is pro surfing. It's unfortunate. What a bummer for Sky Brown because she's on her way to advancing. Look at that.
Either way, it was
missed out by...
Oh, a super close heat. There was nothing, 0.1. Yeah, she only needed another little mini hit and she was home.
Wow. High drama here at the Krui Pro 2023. They'll be all talked about a fair bit over the refreshment stand this afternoon.
So Holly Williams may owe Sky Brown a bit of an apology.
Yeah.
Took herself out of the picture and denied Sky any chance. So there is the matchup of our first junior heat. Tenchi Iwami in the red, Rajo Saputra Barrel in the blue. Iko Watanabe in the white, and Shia Jabrik in the green.
Couple of Japanese surfers, couple of Indonesian surfers. This is going to be a beauty. I can't wait to see the Groms go at it.
Yeah, me too, mate. I mean, you know me and Rajo, we're pretty thick. So I imagine a lot of crew down there at Lakey Peak are watching. I'm pretty sure all the barrels will be watching, particularly Joey. G'day, JB.
Yeah, g'day,
and
Joe.
Hada, mum and dad of Ra. All his sisters, I'm going to name them because they're I love them. They're like my grandchildren. So Sulis, Sukaina, and Ema, and also to Harul and P and Sinai. I'm sure they're all sitting there tight, watching what's about to unfold here for their little charger Ra.
Down at Sumbawa.
Yep.
Well, Shia's old man is here.
Yep.
I'm sure
Tippy.
Mum is watching back in Bali.
So I can only see 3 surfers here. I'm not sure where white should be another Japanese surfer in Iko Watanabe.
Right
now
away.
they've started. There we go. All right, bang. Let the 25-minute Gromfest begin.
Now, I was just having a look at the dictionary before I came. I looked under Cheeky Grommet. There's a photo of Rajo. Can you believe it? Right next to that photo of Shia.
Oh, they're all cheeky at that age, mate. I mean, why not? You're only a Grommet once, and you can get away with it while you're young and cute and cheeky. You kind of get slapped as you get older, and you get some, a bit of height and age on your side. It's not a cute thing anymore. Anyway, let's see how this goes. I'm sure all the other juniors will be up there in the athlete area, the Grom area we're calling it now, for the next 8 heats, but they'll be up there frothing around watching this very first heat, going, all right, where do I sit? What's going on?
It was absolute chockers for the last heat up there in the athletes area. I took a quick walk through in the last couple of minutes. So let's head back down there for the post-heat interview with Chris Binns. Take it away, Chris.
Did you know you won? All right, we are on. I'm with the winner of the last heat, Minori Kawai. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That was a really crazy end to the heat. Did you know what was going on out there with all the scores and the interferences?
Oh, yeah. I'm so nervous. Yeah, the last wave catching the good swell. Yeah, I'm so lucky.
You're not lucky. You make your own luck. Did you feel confident though coming in that you'd won?
Yeah.
And tell us about the conditions. It's still pretty good out there.
Yeah, so pretty good.
Who have you been surfing with this week? Who are your friends that you are here with, that you're traveling with, that you're surfing with?
Michael, yeah, Japanese friend, Michael Miyasaka.
And it's always good traveling as a pack. Are you enjoying your experience here in Krui?
Yeah, I love Krui.
Awesome. All right, well, congratulations. Good luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys in the box.
Righto, well, good on you, Chris. Good interview. I love seeing the international post-heat interviews. They're always good fun. This looks like Tenchi now.
All right, well, one nice move, a little bit of a fumble, a big old set rolling throughout the back, probably the biggest we've seen for quite a while. Ooh. I think Red's already heading towards his caddy.
Board change or something.
Something's gone wrong already.
Yeah. Speak about high drama, board changes, drop-ins, it's all happening here. Krui Pro. Groms don't like the look of that. Flexing the massive muscles out the back.
Yep, that's probably a combined total of 60 kilos between those two and pitcher.
All right, Blues made a move to the inside.
Rah.
Shy Jubrik keeping his cool.
All right, maybe another little mini set approaching the lineup. So I can see the boys just shuffling around here. Rajo is the deepest in the blue. He's looking down the line. He's thinking, might as well investigate. He's a pretty fast little surfer, but maybe that wave is even too fast for Ra. It's hard to tell when we're watching at the TV set, Billy, how far they are positioned on the reef or exactly where they are. Got no idea.
Tenchi's well positioned here, mate, because that was a belting turn.
Yep. And goes down again, so a second incompletion for Red, but he goes Rajo now. He's got a lot of froth on this wave, Billy, so he's keeping his speed alive really well.
Oh,
And gets tubed
of course
as he
he does.
does. Rajo Barrel. Sa. And a ride out. There's me boy. I'm
Ah.
pretty stoked.
All right. Shia Jubrick. Not liking the look of that one. But how is that? So the kid with the surname of Barrel lives up to it and slips inside a little curtain. I'll go through the replay this with you, Mark. Already one tube, little cover up. A nice direction change through the foam. Looks, I could get barreled here. I'll just duck in and say hello. Out he comes. We can still see the nose of his surfboard, so nothing too dramatic. But that was a really solid ending manoeuvre. Really strong on his feet. Tenchi now like that drop knee.
That was a big hit.
That drop knee style on his bottom turn like that. A couple of big bangs come off, unstuck on the second one.
And White now, so Watanabe is out there. That was a pretty nice hit. Did he get any more? No. So, I don't know. Am I being biased? But I like Raz and a little cover up there. He won't call that a tube at all. He go, no, that was nowhere near a tube.
There was a bit difference between a tube and a barrel, Mark.
Just ask Ra. He'll explain it to you every day of the week. So Watanabe's got some numbers coming in. Jarbrick with just a 0.5. Green now having a look at this one again. So Shia, he might be too deep. He has to let it go. So this heat's open with quite a few waves rolling through. Only been 5.5 minutes off the clock, Billy. So I think there's been about 4 or 5 waves ridden.
Yeah, they'll only need 25 minutes, these guys. I'm looking at the fan picks on the WSL website. 47% think it is Tenchi. Rajo's got a 6%. Aiko 24% and Shia Jubrick 23%. So it's up to the kid from Sambao to prove everybody wrong. He's going the right way about it with that first wave. A couple of little cover-ups, little curtains from the ocean,
There was
from
a
the
couple.
sun.
There was that one at the start, which sort of went nearer a hole. Got a little bit of a sort of a quick semi cover-up, but the end move was crisp. Little Keko, his mum and dad, Joey Barrel. I love you guys. We'll see you. We'll be back in a few days. There's the crew down there. There's Tippy. Look at him checking the screen.
Oh,
His
box of
son's-
bang bangs.
And there's his sister, Shia's sister. Yeah. Hey, boys.
Yeah.
Woohoo. Shuckers.
There's little Jazz Studer too,
There's
hanging
Harry. All right. So the boys are getting well positioned again. The priority roster has been set, so Shia will have first pick. And I imagine Onki down there at 3 waves would probably have the surfing on the screen.
Onki Mura.
Warung Compass. Iwan and his team there would probably be watching as well. So, wa'ura, you guys. Back in a few more days.
Yeah, Phoebe Jubrick are watching back in Bali for sure. We're all over the socials in no one's time.
Oh, so we're yet to see Ra's score. So maybe we can get the 2-wave totals brought up when possible, boys. I'd like to see Iwami rode 2 waves for that 5.83 total. Watanabe may have got the 4.33 off one ride. Still debating Rajos. They must be watching a replay again.
Yeah, a couple of little cover-ups and a direction change. Tenchi's big belt was something to behold. That knock-knee style a la Taj Burrow on his backhand.
Okay, so
Here
they're
goes
obviously
blue.
having a look at it again. So that was just a brief moment. Investigation into the cave. A little swish there to kick things off. It starts barreling again. He's gone, I might just duck my head. How's the slow-mo?
Hey.
Well, Rajo Barrel, he is the son of a gun. He's son
That's
of a barrel, that's for sure. That was a pretty sick turn, but
Yep.
he's got his old man's eye for the tube, and we know when JB got to be one of the best tube riders on the planet from once he learnt how to tube ride. Rajo was born with a lot of that, and he just business as usual for Ra, ducking in and out of little holes, caves, tubes, barrels, call it what you want. He loves to disappear.
Yeah, thinking about this score, Mark, I'd actually forgotten about the finishing manoeuvre. So, yeah, that could be right up there. We'll see what they say. But for now, it is first priority to Jubrick.
Well, one thing we did kind of brief Ra on. We agreed on. We shook hands. I'm like, Ra, finish your first wave. He went, all right, Cark. I said, it's going to help you settle those nerves, so let's just finish your first wave. Right, all right, Cark. And before he went out, we just rehashed that as one of our key points.
Yeah, big raps on the young man from Sumbawa. Picked up a couple of sponsorships during the week, so a lot of support. So he can travel around to these contests. It's really important for these Indonesian kids to get that. I mean, airfares cost money. You know, surfboards cost money. These kids love snapping them too. So thanks very much to Rajo's sponsors there. Thanks for the support. And all Indonesian surfers. Jabrik now putting in the big ones. This is like a double overhead wave for Shea. Check it out. A big direction change. 1 foot does the splits. What a bummer.
Yep, back foot came squarely off. First scoring opportunity. So the priority rotation changes a little. 15 on the clock. So maybe we can bring up everybody's single waves if we can, please. Toto or Sam would be nice. Yep, so this won't factor in very highly. It was a good looking wave, and just the back foot, look at that, just comes straight off, knee straight onto the deck grip.
You know what you got to do? You got to wax your deck grip.
Do you?
I do.
Really?
Yes, I put a little, just 1, 2, 3 over. If you've got any grime off the reef or anything floating around, get slippery.
All right.
Not much, just a little chink, chink.
Okay. Me, no deck grip, old school. Deck grip is for guys that do airs. So, what are you doing with deck grip, Billy?
My board gets heaps of air. I'm just not attached to it. Here's the double wave breakdown there. A 333 for Watanabe and a 310. That's how that score is broken down. Pretty similar for Awami. Rajo 4.07. There's his score for the double head dip and the good finishing maneuver. So best score of the heat thus far. And Sheer Jabrik, just a couple of minor ones. There's still just under 14 minutes remaining. First priority does sit with Tenchi. Hopefully we get a chance to see these guys ride a few more waves. It's super entertaining, these Pro Junior divisions.
Yeah, they've all been hanging out together doing a lot of surfing, and I've seen some pretty funny photos of the little gangs, the little posses that have been getting around, mate. They're thick as thieves, the Groms, and they've been surfing their brains out. In fact, about 2 hours before Rajo's heat, I said, come over to the room, let's drink some water. He had some water, he laid on my bed for a minute, and then I looked at him there, he's snoring. He's been surfing that much and playing up that he fell asleep 2 hours before his heat. Just had a quick little 30-minute powery, but it was pretty funny.
All right, motion in the ocean here, Mark.
So Watanabe.
Boom.
Boom, that was a big move. Looking pretty strong on his backhand here. Hoping to get a bit more out of this wave, and he is. Non-stop motion with the board. Another sort of 12 o'clock blast and a little ollie over the back of that wave. So pretty well ridden wave. So Watanabe will put some better numbers on the board. His 310 will be gone. His 3-3 will become his second score, because I reckon that was his best ride, hands down.
Yep.
So consolidating the lead right there for the surfer in white. Red now with Prioritas.
Here he goes.
This first turn was really good.
Yeah.
Boom.
Have
really
a
threw
look
it
at
up
the
there.
body torque through this one. I've just done my back looking at that. The young, nimble bodies of Pro Junior surfers. A lot of energy, a lot of whipping around.
Well,
they can fit a lot of turns into a short space, can't they?
He's waxed his deck grip too, Bill.
Oh, of course he has. What about the one where you wax the top of your feet? You done that?
What, when you're trying to get rid of your hairs?
No, that's if you're walking over the reef. You
I
wax the
know
top
what
of
you're
the thing.
talking about. I'm being a bit silly.
That was Ant-Man told me that one.
Yep, we used to see a lot of pros do it too.
I
You've got to
think,
walk across a reef on your way out. A little bit of wax on top to get rid of the slime, rub your feet together.
The great Andy Irons used to do it.
Of course he did.
Yep.
There's the competitors area right there, the athlete zone. There's a lot of Groms. There's a lot of caddies and
bit of waving
cool
going on.
crew. Yep, they can see us. G'day, gang. Rah! How are you? There's Tippy even getting in on the wave. And look at Teo. Groms will be Groms. Bit of airtime, never hurt anyone. All right. So a bit of a sleepy Ocean for the start of this heat. That's about 14 minutes off the clock. Iwami will be quite happy that he's got 2 numbers, one that he can really hang on to. A low 333 will be his second score. Wave of the heat about to drop for White. So let's have a little look at our next heat while there's a mini break here. It's going to be Taki Kanazawa out of Japan, Danny Widianto, Indonesia, Rizky Alia will surf next in white, and Sarul Gunawan, I think he's a local fella, will surf next in green.
Did you say Risky?
Risky.
What a cool name.
Risky. White's got another wave here. 5-point ride for that last effort. That wave is an absolute dud. Out he goes. So a 5 and a 333. He's opened up a little mini lead with that 5. Ra's got the second best number, a 407, so needs only a 176 for second, or a 4.25 thereabouts for the lead.
Yeah, well, that requirement is the important thing to look at, Mark, on the right-hand column. A 1.76 for Barrel and a 490 for Jabrick.
Boys are on the move.
The boys are on the move. They want it. First priority sits with Iwami.
So Jabrick on the inside. This is about wave number 4 for Shia.
Here we go. Let's see what he's made of. We know he can do turns, but this wave is running straight past him.
That's why no one else wanted a piece of that.
Yeah.
So they must be sitting pretty deep.
Yeah, looking at the white water in the foreground here, Mark, that's a pretty shallow shelf of reef, so that would suggest they are sitting up the point.
The tide's been pushing in for a couple of hours, so the ocean should start to show a little bit more as that tide starts to approach mid. There's green, Shia Jabrick. Eight and a bit minutes, well, time flies. Opportunities have been minimal.
Red now.
All right, that's a little better. Oops, a little grab, a little shoulders a lip and deals with it.
Geez, he did well to recover from that.
Well, he copped all sorts of lump and bump off the draining reef. That was all reef chop, really. Had nothing to do with the wind. It was that close to the reef that it was producing lump and bump.
Shia.
Mini Grom.
Oh, there we go.
Winding up.
Couple of massive power hits.
Yeah, speed wobble. That much speed, he just couldn't control it. But a couple of hits there up near the lip. Will probably turn into his best ride.
Oh, for sure. That was wicked.
I think Iwami. Wow, that was an unusual wave. There was lots of rail bogging going on. Still some pretty good moves. And at the end of it, the ocean won with that chop coming off the reef, and that's what took him down at the end. But somehow stayed on that wave and put together a couple of quality hits. Now, Rajo Saputra on the inside, looking at this wave. He wants a piece of it. So let's see what Ra Keko can put together here. He's pretty deep. He's too deep. A little bit of wave choice mishap right there for Ra.
But I'll tell you what, Mark, he's not a bad position. If he gets on his horse, he can probably get out there and pick up second priority.
He's going to have to.
Didn't ride it too far. So that's going to work in his favour. We look at Wami down the line. He's just past Federico, the photographer. So that's an indication that he is a fair way away from white.
All right.
No, he's picked up second priority. He must be right next to him.
Ra's got third priority. Okay, so just a 0.8. So a little bit of a fumble there for Ra Keko. We know he's a fast surfer, but that wave just raced off without him, so a little bit of an error.
Yeah, he did have priority. Now, mate, I know that during Taj Burrow's early junior years, you had a fair bit to do with him, and you always tell me the stories when you have to take him away from the comp site behind a tent or something and try and turn the excitement levels down a bit.
Oh, you're
before
talking
his
about
heat.
TB.
I'm talking about Taj Burrow,
Yeah,
yeah,
we did.
and I think the same might apply to your boy Rajo.
He's frothed out.
Yep.
3.5 days without pulling the rashy on. He's pretty pumped. All right, so here's the heat leader. He's now trying to improve on a 3.33. That did not happen.
Yeah, Iko just getting a little bit carried away himself.
So Iwami's number, I'm not sure whether it's in yet. His best score is still the 3.5. I don't think his last number has dropped. Here he goes again.
Bang.
Got one of these little inside reef huggers. Chipping away. He's got us another scoring section. That was a pretty quality move. So 2 top to bottom blasts. Is chipping away at consolidating second place here. So Ra's got to be a little careful that Iwami is actually picking up waves that are giving him some decent scoring sections. So he'll be rapidly putting a little bit of distance between himself and the 2 Indonesians.
Mate, that backhand style is world class. Have a look at it.
Yep, that's a really good whip. The judges will buy into that. 2 strong hits. So staying busy. He's ridden just about more waves than anybody. Ra now needs a 2.8. Okay, so his second effort came in for Iwami at a 3.37. I think that last wave will be his best score, so he will probably go to the lead. Thereabouts-ish. There's still 2 pretty spicy hits.
Yeah, just under 5 minutes though, mate. That is the good news. And you would imagine that Blues requirement will go up to the mid-4s or something like that. Still very attainable, just needs the wave. And he's got priority back.
Gonna have to use it wisely.
Yep. But Iko and Tenchi, strong heat thus far. I tell you what's happened all day, Mark. The last 2 to 3 minutes, there's been drama. There's been switch-arounds on the leaderboard, none more than the last heat.
Looking up the reef, there seems to be a bit of something pulsing. The boys will be hoping this stretches down and connects with where they're sitting. Ra's decided to just come down the reef a little.
He can do what he wants, mate, because he's got first priority. It doesn't mean you have to sit outside the other crew. If you feel comfortable there, you think that's where the wave's going to run off.
Yep, there's something
that's
coming.
a good place to go. So pretty mature strategy by the young man.
Well, let's see now. There's this wave and then there's the next one. So long as he doesn't get too excited and take the wrong one here.
Well, here he goes. This is Blue on his forehand. I'll let you relax, Mark, and try and call it. He's a bit deep. Now he finds the open face. A little check turn. Bunny hops down a couple of levels. Now he can open his shoulders, flicks the tail, but goes over the back of the wave. He's got 3.5 minutes to get out there. Meanwhile, out the back is Shia Jubrik, in and out. Doesn't like the look of that.
So Ra needed a 2.8, but I think Iwami might still have a number to drop. I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah.
So a couple of little errors there from Ra Keko. The 0.8 was not a good wave. That one there, here he goes. This is what the judges will see. So it took him a little while to get around the froth.
He's got a big leap on him.
Yep, he got a nice little hit there and then went for this big blowtail, which was probably
not necessary.
A little bit of a brain explosion from Ra. He's on again.
Here he goes again, getting groovy and getting comfortable. There, the turns we know he can do. The Excite Machine from Sambauer getting his groove on now on this little wave.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, that's bloody great.
Well, the old mate Iwami got a 6.5, so that's pushed Ra Keko's requirement into a low 4, as you were saying. So let's see what happened here.
Yeah, there's that speed you were talking about, mate.
Yep.
That's a good climb.
We'll float to get to this clean green section. The wave is kind of small. Doing some pretty quality stuff on a real tiny little B-grade sort of wave, but milks it.
It was a tiny wave, but it's still chest high.
Green's out.
There goes
Okay,
Jubrik.
so where does Ra position himself now? There's a couple of scores to come for the blue column. Rajo.
2 minutes remaining. Iko sits out there with priority. Goes, yeah, check him out.
Tiny little wave as well. He just hasn't been on the right side of the ledger with his wave choice. A little bit too deep.
Yep.
He's up against some pretty
Formidable.
older boys.
Yeah,
They're probably going, Grom, get out of the way, you take this. We'll sit tight. There he is, paddling back out.
Yeah, that board's probably about 4'11".
Oh, I doubt whether it would even be that. Rajo's riding a 4.9. He is.
I didn't know they made surfboards under 6 foot. That's quite amazing.
Well, he used to have a 4.5 as one of his boards, and a 4.6 is about his go-to. 15 litres, thank you very much.
Oh, you can use them as trophies.
Toothpicks. Got a quiver of Tusuk Gigi, old Ra.
All right, with just a minute remaining, mate, unless these 2 1 and 2 place getters get a wave, it's all going to rest on the wave of blues.
Yeah,
He needs a 4.27. They're taking their time.
I'm a bit nervous, mate. the 6.5 for red was probably
Worthy.
what's going to cost Ra here, because it was a little mini wave. There was a bit of speed.
Here he
He's
goes
on
again. Look at this. He's getting his groove on. To the air. Switches it around. That was a full rotor, if you don't mind, into the flats. Meanwhile, out the back, this heat is going to get interesting in the last 1 minute. That is Aiko landing his effort at projecting into the next round.
All right, well, I could hear the...
25 seconds. It's not over yet, mate. Red is paddling for a wave, but look at this replay.
I could hear the competitors area light up when Ra landed this.
Sa.
Yep, I see him do that quite often. He's practiced that move probably 300 times. The foot dents on his board are testament to that.
All right, mate. Well, everyone's caught a wave inside that last 30 seconds. There's going to be no more surfing in this heat. We're going to leave it up to the judges. Rajo's got something to say about that. But all rides are in. The honker goes and Barrel is riding in on his belly. So all the scores over to the judges. I'm sure everyone watching around or relatives quite nervous. Everyone in Japan.
Maybe.
And Shire's parents here. And in Bali. And you in the commentary booth.
Maybe the air rev could be the point of difference.
Oh, for sure.
Billy?
He's definitely given himself a good crack at it.
Nobody else has done one all day. We are going to throw to an ad break and we'll come back. I'm very nervous, but we'll come back shortly with the results. Go, Rajo. See you shortly.
Yeah, nice one. Are back live after a drama-filled last minute. Heat number 1 of the Pro Junior Boys. Decisions are still pending. There's a heap of waves ridden, believe it or not, in the last 40 seconds of that thing. I'm working back to the commentary booth. Gia Lagarde, did you catch that?
Hello. Unfortunately, no, I didn't. I was out and about, just walking around, taking a break, disconnecting a little bit. But give me a recap. What happened?
Well, strong start from Tenchi Owami. I'm pretty sure he has taken it out. There it is. And it looks like Rajo Barrel has got enough with a 4.83 for a big air rev into the flats. Mark Clift is dancing a jig. And he will be going to speak to Tenchi Owami, the heat winner there. So, yeah, Watanabe was in second for most of the heat. Rajo couldn't get going on the set, so moved to the inside, just pulled off a bit of a air rev. It was above the lip, it was legit, and it was definitely worth a 4.83, and that's got him through to the next round.
That is a very well done move by Rajo. Yeah, Mark must be very, very happy.
It was a funny heat to call.
I can imagine. He specifically told me he wanted to do this heat.
He spent a lot of time down at Lakey Peak, Mark Cliff, probably bordering on the 30-year mark, I'd say. had a lot to do with Rajo's dad, Joey Barrow. We brought him to Australia and he hung around surfing WA for a few years. He's a beach marshal Joey for a long time. And he's back in Lake Epeek. He's got a family of his own. And it's great fun to go down there and hang out with them. A few daughters, son. And look at this reef setup. It's such a picturesque place. Imagine stumbling across this one in the early 80s on your boat. It would have been something else.
Yeah. That setup is amazing. Look at the lines.
Yep.
You can just see how it just hugs the reef. Oh, so we're still waiting for scores, though.
They're waiting for scores. This could move around. I'm not sure if White got a wave. One thing is for certain that Tenchi has taken it out. So Rapture could move to disappointment.
Yeah, maybe Mark sang glory too early.
Oh, just might see a walkout if that happens.
Yeah, we are waiting for a score for Iko Watanabe.
Yep.
Looking for a 3.9.
Ooh, just from memory, not sure we get it. Look, spying that 333. I'm not sure he gets it, but the judges are taking their time. So, well, there goes the next heat.
Yeah.
Yep, that is the result. It is red, blue second, white and green out of the draw. Commiserations to them, but a very entertaining first heat of the Pro Junior boys. Now, let's have a look at the second heat. Can you help me out with those names?
Yes, we have in red Taki Kanazawa, in blue Dani Widianto, in white, I'm not sure what the M stands for, Rizky Aulia, and in green Sarul Gunawan. I'll tell you now.
Risky. I love it.
Risky.
What a great name. Here goes Gunawan. One bash on the lip and straight down the gurgler. But look at that. Not even a minute old. We've had a wave ridden already.
Yeah. This is the Pro Junior. Round of 32, Heat 2. We haven't seen the Pro Juniors just yet in the Krui Pro, so it's nice to see a little bit of them as well. We do have a women's coming up maybe tomorrow.
Pro Junior women's?
Yep.
Yep. That'll be good. I think this is the small stay in the forecast, as we mentioned before, so maybe a bit hit in the swell, and that'll work in the women's favour. So Taki Kanazawa, the lone Japanese surfer against three Indonesians. Danny Widiatu, what do you know about him?
Dani Widianto, I think, well, he is a halfway Kura board riders member.
Yep.
Seen him grow up. He is Dea Natasia's younger brother. Very talented surfer, both him and Dea.
Yep.
They surf around Kuta a lot. I've seen them a few times in Canggu. Always a very polite, respectful young man. Keeps to himself.
Right
but
on.
Very lovely to be around.
Well, just one wave ridden. That sounds like a familiar sound above our heads. I think it's starting to rain.
Yep, it definitely has started to rain. You can see the little drops as well in the water.
Let's hopefully it's just a light passing shower. I can't see any big heavy clouds out there, but nothing's guaranteed in Indonesia.
Yeah. As we've said yesterday, we knew it was going to rain again because in Indonesia, once it rains at one time, it will always rain for a couple days at the same time.
Yeah. We're pretty close to the equator, so
Yeah.
the weather changes a lot during the day.
You can really feel the humidity when this rain comes.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah.
like really heavy air. In the upcoming heat 3, 3 of the Pro Junior men, we have Varun Tanjung, Weston Hurst, Aoy Oguri from Japan, and Diki Irwando from Indonesia. So again, another all Indonesian, one Japanese heat. We have some big names coming up. Both Varun and Weston. Well, Varun is still in the QS as well. He has to surf his round of 32.
Yep.
As well as looking at some names.
Teddy Billy in the last heat.
Yep. Bronson Mady. Some of the upcoming surfers in Bali. Dylan Wilcoxon from
He was impressive the other
Kandui.
day. Yeah, he was
Yep.
very impressive.
Very impressive surfer. He's it's entertaining to watch because you never really know what he's going to do next.
That's good. A lot of instinctive surfing. Entertaining to watch. All right, well, let's watch this wave from Danny. This is his first one. That's a great looking hit. He looks like a solid lad. Lots of speed down the line and wrapping into his second one. Let's just stick with this just for a second before we go to that athletes area. Not many waves ridden. We'll just see him bunny hop to the end of this. And a nice finishing maneuver. All right, good wave from Danny. But now let's cross down to the athletes area. And I'm sure Mark Cliff has the winner, Tenchi, from the last heat.
Okay, here we are in the athlete zone. Winner of the last heat, the first Grom heat. Waited 3.5 days for your opportunity. Tenchi Iwami. Must have felt good to finally get the rash vest on and compete.
Yeah. Compete.
That's all right. Let's go with this. You're a big dude. How old are you?
I'm 17 years old. I will turn June for 18. Yeah, this year. I'm now 17. Yeah.
You're almost 18. Okay. Well, listen. You've got a great backhand. You've got a 6.50 in that heat. Where did you learn to surf like that?
I learned my home break at Shida Olympic side. Yeah.
Okay, and what are your goals going ahead into the future? Do you want to make it onto the Challenger Series? Is that what you like to do?
Yeah, this year I won't be Challenger Series, and my future, I won't be world champion. Yeah.
Woohoo! Put it there. It's a lofty goal, but it's a good one. You got to aim high. Tell us, is this the first time you've been here to Krui?
I'm second time.
Second time?
Yeah, I went last.
What was your result last year?
I lose first round. Yeah.
Well, this is much better. All right. Who is your favourite surfer in the world?
John Florence. Yeah.
Good answers. You're a good guy. 17 years old. Tenchi, well done. Congratulations. And would you like to say something to your friends and family at home?
Okay. 応援してくれてる方々ありがとうございました。まだまだ、調子が上がってないので、次はもっといいサーフィンして勝てるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。That's all.
Good on you, Tenchi. Thank you. Over and out, boys. Woohoo!
All right, that was the winner of our last heat, Tenchi Iwami. Wants to make the challenger.
Yeah, why not? Hey, set your goals high. Someone's got to get there.
Yep.
And with that backhand style like Tenchi's, I'm really comparing it to Taj Burrow's backhand, which is one of the best in history. It's got that nice knock-kneed style, and yeah, check out footage of him. Super impressive. I don't know what his forehand's like, but I've seen him like his backhand. He is going to be a formidable surfer. Still only 17 years old. Danny has scored a 5.83 for that first wave, just prior to the post-heat interview. So it was Blue out in front.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave by Danny Widianto. I think my favorite part was the finishing. I think that was the best turn of that wave. Been a little bit of a slow heat. We're about to reach just under 17 minutes. Not much being surfed. Red and white still haven't caught any waves. A 0.9 for green, so It's a little grindy out there. I'd still pick this grind over any other place.
Oh, you bet. Here goes Risky. Check it out on his backhand. That's going to run away. He better get busy to get an open face. He does. He finds it. That's a pretty good backhand bash. Not bad. One. Can he sneak another way? He does. Sneaks that away, and that'll do him. So Risky Aulia. Are we calling it that?
Risky Aulia.
Aulia. I think it's the coolest name I've seen so far in the draw.
Wow, it's breaking really close to the reef today, isn't it?
Yeah, they're sitting way up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Here's a replay of Risky. Nice first turn. And here puts it up and above that whitewash. Really nice finishing. That's gotta feel pretty good. There we go, 2.8 for that last wave of Risky Aulia. There's reaching the 15-minute mark. We have in the lead Dani Widianto in the blue with a 5.83 and a 1. This is our surfer in red, Taki Kanazawa, trying to get around this section. Nice first hit and sticks the landing. That's gonna be. That was a really tough section, and he managed to ride out of it really nice. Hopefully, didn't lose any fins because it's looking really shallow down there.
It really is. Is Widianto now? Good looking first turn. He's dealing with these conditions beautifully. He's going to rattle off 4 turns, if you don't mind, into the deeper part of the reef. That's probably the best wave we've seen ridden so far this heat. That looks like Mega Atana, his caddy out there, paddling backwards.
Yeah, that is Mega. Also halfway Kuda board rider. I've seen him and Danny surf together a lot. It's nice to see them helping each other out.
Big hello to Gunter Yasa, Bol and Garut and Chabul. I'm sure they're all joined in the telecast down there at halfway. Yeah, it's a good wave, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
non-stop.
Really good wave from Dani. This is Taki Kanazawa. Gets around that section, a nice first hit, but this was what really impressed me. He goes and kind of like air drops down and manages to stick the landing.
Yeah, definitely made it. Then he just jumped off because I think it was about ankle deep.
Yeah.
Definitely shin deep. Right, we'll wait for those scores. 13 minutes and 20 seconds. It's been a long day.
It's been long, 4 days.
Bring it on. That's what we're here for, a bit of competition surfing. There goes the police helicopter above us, keeping us nice and secure. A lot of government support for the Krui Pro this year. You want to run through those?
Yeah, these are our sponsors for this event. We have Pemda Pesisir Barat, Pertamina PLN, Telkomsel, Tourism Indonesia, ASC, and PSOI. Those are our sponsors for this event, helping us get here, helping us set up. Without them, we would not be able to.
Very nice. How many languages do you speak?
I speak
Indonesian.
4 languages, yeah. Indonesian, Italian, Spanish, and English.
Wow. I can barely get my tongue around English these days. Super impressive. Great surfer. Speaks 4 languages. Puts up with us. You're a keeper.
Yes. I'm 4x4. All terrain.
I like it. All right, still waiting on scores from a few surfers. Get that scoring tablet extended. That'll really help us out. There it is there. How good is the production room? Toto and Dicker right onto it. So that 5.83 is looking really handy in Danny's column. Gunner just a minor 0.90. Still waiting on scores from Tenchi, I'm pretty sure, and another one from Danny. Surfers asking for information. 11 minutes remaining. Sorry about that. I was just pointing to the camera. Oh, Chris Benz has just rubbed into the booth. Gia Lagati, Billy Hangan. Hope you're having a great afternoon wherever you're watching around the world. You enjoying your afternoon?
Yep. Ooh. Waves are good. You know, it's glassy, and we're on another day in paradise.
Well, bring it on. It is a little bit onshore, but that doesn't seem to worry the surf, especially the surfers are getting through. It's not worrying them at all. They're dealing with the conditions quite well. Gunner one now.
Using his priority, a nice first turn. Gets into that second one, and unfortunately doesn't get that third finishing turn in, but that was a good way to start his heat off as we reached the 10-minute mark. Behind him, Risky Aulia on a little bit of a foamy, smaller one, but he's looking to improve on a 2.8. He's currently in second. He wants to create a little bit of distance between himself and the other two surfers in his heat. Here is the replay of Risky Aulia's wave. Nice little foam climb to finish that ride.
Yeah, a bit of a slow pace to that wave. Nice and controlled, however.
Last wave of Danny Widianto came in at a 7.33. That is the highest wave of this heat. Now Risky looking for a 9.86 to get to first. But, you know, it must be a fight for second place then.
Yeah, it's a big requirement, isn't it? 9.86. It is the battle for second and progression into the next round. Kanazawa, one solitary wave, and Gunner one. Only one wave scored, but I'm pretty sure we're owed a score in that green column.
Yeah, this is our surfer in red, Taki Kanazawa.
Oh,
nice
yeah.
first turn. Gets a little bit stuck at the top, and
He's
that
not gonna
will
catch
cost
up.
him this wave.
What a bummer.
Yep. Only looking for a 217 though to get into that second position.
Look how shallow it is, gee.
Yeah.
Wow, Lord, you were talking shin deep there.
Yeah, I'm happy I surfed my heat when I surfed it.
Yeah. Well, the set seemed to be all right, but everyone's getting a little bit desperate. They've seen a couple of wave-staffed heats. So, yeah, I reckon I'm going to bang out a couple of turns on those little inside runners. If you're free surfing here, there's no way you'd look at that.
Yeah. No way.
Right, a 7.33 and a 5.83. That is the best of it so far. It's Danny Widianto on a bit of a tear. Here he goes again on his backhand, G.
Yeah, Danny looks like he's just having fun out there. Nice first turn. This is one of the sets or bigger waves we've seen. A really good second one, and managed to finish it off really nicely. That was a great wave by Danny Widianto. Right behind him we have Sarul Gunawan.
Local boy, Sarul?
I would think so.
Yeah. I think I saw him warming up here. I recognised that spray. So really good surfing from the local lad. Probably knows this wave inside and out. The Japanese surfer now, Takai. Looking to get going. He wants to get over this full section of the wave and get towards the lip for a couple of scoring turns. Not happening yet. He's going to stick with it, however. This wave filling up full of water and not helping him out one bit. So probably the wave to watch there is Gunnawan's.
Yeah, we're still waiting for some scores for Taki Kanazawa. But this is a replay of Dani Widianto. Talk us through, Billy. What do you think?
I think that is a great bottom and top turn combination. Really well to get around that section 2 and attack it really early. The finishing manoeuvre was on point. But you know what I mean, sometimes you're trying to get around that section. As we watch Gunner 1, he's got a handful of waves already. The local lad, yeah, is turning it into the whitewater. I like it. Yeah, but back to Dani. You're trying to get around that section onto the open face. As soon as he did it, he attacked the lip. That's really hard to do. Usually you get around it and a couple of pumps on the face before you can do another turn. This is risky.
Risky Aulia pumping down the line. He gets that first turn in. That was a really good turn. Tries a phone climb, but unfortunately didn't make it. We see Heat 3 out there waiting, eager to get out there.
When are they not pro junior boys?
A replay of our surfer in green.
He's making a good fist.
Sarul Gunawan.
Yeah.
Fortunately fell on that last one, but that was a really good first one. The first turn was really good. This is Taki Kanazawa, our lone Japanese surfer in this heat.
Yeah, doing the 1 foot pogo there. Here he goes again. Hopefully this stands up for him and he gets to attack that lip line a bit more. Not really happening, is it?
No.
No.
We're
Risky?
seeing risky.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah, bring
that
it
was
on.
nice. I like
Yeah.
that. That was stylish. Different.
I want to know more about him.
That was really nice.
I'm so glad none of us have made a bad joke about being a risky manoeuvre. Gunner 1 on a tear.
That was a good
Doesn't
one.
even look like falling off.
Yeah. He's like stuck onto that board. So now we'll be waiting for a lot of scores now to come through. Dani in first place with first priority. He's looking really good. He's comfortable out there. Has a 7.33 and a 5.83. In second, we have Taki Kanazawa in red with a 3.93 and a 2.8. I'm sure we're still waiting for scores for surfers in red, white, and green.
Yeah, I think there's one owed in the blue column too. They're going to wait around and see what it is, because there goes Dani now. Holds priority, checks it in, chucks the tail. That was a really good turn. Only one, however. 3 minutes remaining, just under three minutes.
Yep, this is risky Aulia. Nice little check turn as he pumps on the line, hits that lip again and finishes it off.
Yeah, right on.
Sticks the landing and off he goes.
There's been a heap of waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah.
Good signs.
We have 4 waves of Sarul Gunawan to wait for.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 waves for Risky Aulia and another 2 waves for Taki Kanazawa. Another wave for Dani Widianto. We're waiting for a bunch of scores to come through.
Yeah, Widianto is probably the most telling. He's looking to get rid of that 5.83. Because it has been so many waves ridden, they've got to score that and then eventually get around to putting it in the computer system. Watching replays, comparing, wanting to get it as correct as humanly possible is the judging panel. Headed up with Todd Rosewell, doing a great job. There is the pack. Bit of dancing coming out. Jazzy Studer there. Shaka's left, right, and centre. There's Rajo Barrel on the left-hand side. Helping himself to a bang bang.
All right, we have some scores. Yep, we have Dani Wirianto up again. A really nice first turn. Slides the tail out. A good second one. And he's just setting it up. He looks like this wave might just taper off for him. We have a caddy out there just chilling.
I thought it was a log.
Living his best life out there.
Yeah.
Donnie looks over at him. I think he just giggled.
Right. Daniwiato absolutely dominating this heat in the later stages. Here he goes again. He'd just ridden a wave about 30 seconds before, but this is a great first turn. Releases those fins, a little tail slide, followed up by a big gouge, and finds the pocket once more. So on a wave that really wasn't offering much, he squeezed every bit out of the lemon.
He squeezed all the juice from the lemon. Here we have replay of Risky. He caught a wave while we were watching Donnie's wave as well. Looks like one of the sets.
Has the double grey. The ocean's almost the same colour as the sky.
Yeah, when it's like that, it's super hard to see the sets coming sometimes.
Yeah.
We still have...
There's the Rat Pack. Check him out.
Yeah, the
Suri Jubrik front and centre. All right, that could be the final score. Who knows? But back to a lot of entertaining going on. How's the selfies? There's us on telly. Take a photo. No one will believe it if we don't put it on the Instas. Good stuff. A lot of fun being had here at the Krui Pro 2023. Scores will go in. We'll wait for the results. But until we do that, we're going to throw to an ad break. We'll bring you all the results of that last heat and the upcoming action. Don't go anywhere. This is the Krui Pro 2023.
Hello and welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is Heat 3 of the Pro Junior Division. 25-minute heats. We just saw Dani Wirianto and Taki Kanazawa get through in Heat 2. Heat 3 right now. Varun Tanjung from Indonesia. Weston Hurst also from Indonesia. Ayo Aguri from Japan. And Diki Owando is the surfer in green. Like the weather is starting to come in. The sky is very heavy outside. Feel like we could be due for a tropical downpour pretty soon.
We're still waiting scores for the last heat. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, so who caught waves at the end?
So it looks like we're still waiting for scores for Taki Kanazawa and Sarul Gunawan. Gunawan looking for a 4.86 to advance. Just waiting for those last few waves to come in. We're still waiting for one of Taki Kanazawa as well. So before we can get into the next heat.
So the next heat is still on hold. We're waiting on some numbers to come in. Still waiting on a score for, well, a couple of scores for green. Saru Gunawan. Still got another number to drop in for Danny Widianto and Taki Kanazawa. So Danny Widianto would be feeling pretty good up in first. Just trying to figure out second at the moment. Well,
I don't think there was a change in results.
Really sure what just went down, but we have kicked off the next heat. So Varun Tanjung is in red, Westernhurst is in blue, Oi Aguri is in white, and Diki Awando is in green, and that's what just happened in the last heat. It was Danny Widianto and Taki Kanazawa through to the next round.
We have both Varun Tanjung and Westernhurst, two best friends in the same heat. Aoi Aoguri from Japan. It's in Indonesia versus Japan. We had Dani Widianto surfing some great heats, and we're gonna send it over to the post-heat interview with Billy and the last heat winner.
We are live, and I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Danny Widianto. Right on, he is a crowd favourite, and with good reason. You absolutely smashed that heat. You're saying you landed on the reef, is that right?
Yes, in my back, like a little bit crazy. What the name? I don't know, but still fun, but slow, yeah.
Now, this is the surfing world. This is being boomed out around the world. Tell everyone a little bit about yourself.
My name is Dani Widianto from Kuta, Bali, and yeah.
Halfway board riders?
Yes, halfway Kuta board riders.
Now, I saw Mega Atana was your caddy. Any shout outs to any of the halfway board rider boys back in Bali watching the broadcast?
Indonesia. Terima kasih buat ibu saya, ayah saya, sponsor saya, teman-teman saya. Dan terima kasih untuk Halfway Kuta Board Rider and Mega for caddy, and thank you.
All right, so that was a lot of waves ridden in that heat. Sometimes there's no waves in a heat, and sometimes there's lots of waves. Did you feel comfortable out there with the conditions? Would you like it a bit smaller or a bit bigger?
I like more bigger a little bit, and many waves coming, and more like on fire, or the boys like have fun, yeah.
Mate, you absolutely smash it. Put it there, and I'm going to introduce once more Danny Widianto. Come on. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, cheers, Billy Hangen. While that was going on, we just saw Westernhurst sinking his teeth into an incredible looking running left. What did you make of that one, Giada?
Yeah, that was a really good wave from Westernhurst. One of the bigger ones we've seen come by in a really long time. So here is the replay of it. Talk us through, Binzi.
Okay, so just biding his time on the takeoff, setting himself. The first turn was great. Released the tail, got a little bit of drift up into the lip, bit of a rooftop floater. That was a setup kind of check snap. He's got heaps of speed. Really like the way that he sunk the rail on that one. Pretty meaty turn. Repeated the treatment straight away, and he is out of there. So just Speed, power, flow is the criteria, and there was plenty of all three elements on display from Weston Hurst. I think that's going to be the best wave of the heat so far and put him into the lead with 21 minutes and change remaining.
Yeah, that was a great wave from Weston. As I've said earlier, we haven't seen a set like that in a long time, but hopefully with that incoming tide, we'll see a few more of those come through.
Tell us a little bit about Weston. Where's he from in Bali? Who does he hang with?
Weston is actually from Lakey Peak.
Okay.
He's half Australian. Well, I think he's from Lakey Peak. I'm not actually too sure. I'll have to double check. But he does live in Bali. He hangs out with Varun Tanjung and Bronson Mady all the time. You can't see one without the other two. He is currently going through a knee injury, so everything we saw, he's doing with a bad knee.
Well, 7.5 on one leg's pretty impressive. No signs of him slowing down on that first wave. 7.5. Not quite an excellent score, but not far off it. And that is the best wave we've seen so far in the Pro Junior division of the Krui Pro.
Yeah, Weston's going to be feeling pretty good about that. Checking for air. Waving at his caddy or something.
I reckon he's either seeing if the wind's kind of swung a little bit, possibly could be a little bit of rain out there. Wouldn't be waving for the caddy. I think his board's looking pretty well suited underfoot at the moment. So Weston Hurst opens with a 7.5, Varun Tanjung opens with a 1.5, and we're still waiting on Aguri and Iwando to open their accounts, hence the fact that they have no priority. I just saw Sky Brown down the road with her family. A really unfortunate end to her heat, on the receiving end of a priority interference. And as much as Holly Williams, copped the punishment of losing half her wave, or possibly a full wave, it did do Sky out of the opportunity to get the score on the wave. She'd already got off to a pretty good start on that wave, and Sky was philosophical enough about it. Her dad Stu seemed to be taking it in his stride as well, and I'm sure we'll be seeing Sky in action in the Pro Junior. So yeah, bit of an unfortunate end to Sky's run through the QS 5000. 3 heats, 2 wins, and one where it looked like she was a real chance of getting the score needed to progress, but unfortunately not to be.
I'm sure she has plenty more heats in her lifetime to go. She's gonna, I predict great things from Sky. Sky Brown, a really mature competitor and surfer, saying she wants to do the double qualification for the Olympics.
Yeah, whether that's Paris 2024 or LA 2028, maybe even Brisbane 2032. So you look at the potential surfing venues over the next 3 Olympics. Paris 2024, well, they're not going to go down to Hossegor, which is 3 or 4 hours away to the southwest. They are off to Teaupu in Tahiti. Tahiti, of course, is a French department, despite being other side of the globe in the southern hemisphere and on a completely different time zone. They still use a variety of the franc there. It's the Polynesian franc. Everything's damn expensive too. But the Olympics are going to hold their surfing at Teaupu in 2024. Then in 2028, LA, the first city to host 3 Olympics. Did you know that?
No, I had no idea.
The Coliseum will be the first stadium naturally to host 3 opening closing ceremonies. You would imagine that the surfing is going to be down at lower trestles. If it's good enough to decide world champs, why would you not decide an Olympic champ as well? And then 2032 Brisbane, I reckon they'll just trundle an hour down the M1, and we might see the Superbank, Snapper Rocks, hosting An Olympic gold medal playoff. Not much action beyond Westernhurst 7.5. 9 minutes off the clock so far. He's sitting with 4th priority, but is comfortably out in the lead. Ao Aguri is in the white jersey having a look at this wave right now. That's us on the screen to the left. This is Ao in action on the right on his backhand. Strong first turn. We're going to catch up with him now as he pulls through the back. And that will put him somewhere between Western and Varun. And this is Diki Awando from Indonesia opening the shoulders in the green. Rashi, couple of turns. Sticking with this one, it's standing up and allowing him to keep working his way through an array of turns, and he's out of there with just over 15 minutes to run as it's finally, the heavens have opened. It is starting to pour outside. That means at some stage it's going to lightly drizzle in our commentary box.
Oh, we're just waiting for it.
And we'll be seeing the latest in high-tech rubbish bin bags brought in to cover all of our electronics.
I heard you got a little bit of a rain in yesterday here.
Yeah, definitely got soaked while on the job. Was a little bit worried about potentially getting electrocuted. But Billy and I decided that it's, not a tragedy to die doing something you love. So if that was going to be the end,
that was the end.
That was. I've been told I can talk underwater, so it would have been a fitting demise. 14.5 minutes to go. Last score in for Ao Aguri was a 2.5, so it does put him between Varun and Western, but definitely a lot closer to Varun. Last wave for Diki Awando was a 3.17.
Now we're just high-tech stuff happening here, protecting all the gear. But as predicted, this rain was most probably going to come, and it comes at the same time every day. Hopefully it'll stop and clear off again, just like it did yesterday afternoon. As soon as the rain stopped, it really glassed off and provided some lovely conditions. So Diki Irwando's last wave, a 317, puts him in second place. So sorry.
Over and Tanjung has caught another wave.
Yeah.
Not sure we saw it. But that was a 2.57. So still just Westernhurst 7.5, the only wave of any real significance as we come down towards the halfway mark of this heat, Heat 3. Up next in Heat 4, Minojo Yahagi. I feel like he's been in the juniors forever. Despite being Japanese, I remember him surfing in Taj's small fries back in Yallingup years ago. Ippo Suzuki, another Japanese surfer, and then two Indonesians, Dylan Wilcoxon from the Mentawais by way of Kandui, and Sikal Richie Abiasa Nur is our second Indonesian surfer in that heat. Sikal or Chikal?
Chikal.
Chikal.
Yes. In Indonesia, the C is usually pronounced as Chikal. Canggu.
Chantik.
Yes. I've heard time again, like I've heard 1,000 times, people call Canggu Kangu, Sangu. As we see Varun taking off on a good looking wave, a nice first turn straight into the second one. He's going to set up for this section. That was a really nice wave from Varun Tanjung, unfortunately just falling off.
And it has begun to rain in the commentary box.
Right on me.
Alright, 11.5 minutes to go, and that was Varun and Dicky Iwando getting themselves into position. And it was Varun who played the priority trump card. First turn was pretty strong. Second turn nicely placed as well. And the third and fourth, well, the finish wasn't there, but everything else was pretty tidy. Wow, it is really coming down. What are you doing?
Just tripping. Really close to me.
You're not socially distant here. All right, last score in for Varun Tanjung. Oh, let's try that again. Varun Tanjung was a 5.5, puts him into the lead only just. Westernhurst needs a 0.57 to regain the lead. Dicky Iwando was still waiting on a score. No, just the 317. Here goes Westernhurst. He's moving back into the lead. It's now just a question of by how much. He is absolutely flying. He's floating. He's gone down. That'll still put him in the lead despite the fact he didn't actually do anything.
Yeah, Byron's last wave came in 5.5. And there you go. Just a 1.7 puts him straight into the lead again. He will be looking for something a little bit better than that to solidify his lead. Here we have all the Grammies, all the juniors. This is a replay of Westernhurst. He goes and speeds down the line, goes for a floater, but unfortunately falls off on the way down. We're like family here in Krui.
Well, there's
close
rubbish bags being put all over the place to keep things dry. If it's raining on you, mate, maybe just put the plastic bag on your head. No? Okay, I tried.
Right.
Just here to help. All right, that was Ao Igori, his second wave.
This is our surfer in white, our Japanese surfer in the heat. Smaller wave, but he made the most of it all the way to the inside.
Still waiting on a score. Here goes Dicky Iwando, looking to build on his 317. Oof. Just managed to keep that one together. Vertically up into the lip and gets stuck behind the white water as it races off without him. So 8 minutes. And, let's see what comes of that 8 minutes. Westernhurst a 7.5, Varun Tanjung a 5.5. They're the scores that matter at the moment. Ao Igori, his last wave was a 4, puts him up into third. Dicky Iwando has a number to come. 7.5 minutes to go. Okay, Dicky Iwando's last wave was a 3.6, so that puts him back up into third. He would still be chasing about a 4.47 to get up into second and advance.
It's great to finally see a little bit of the Pro Junior boys out here. Hopefully the girls will get their chance again maybe tomorrow. Today was predicted to be the smallest day, but when we woke up, it did.
It was bombing.
Yeah.
First light. I remember waking up and I wasn't sure if my air conditioner was playing up because there's just a lot of thumping going on. And then I realised I'd turned my air conditioner off in the middle of the night, and it was actually the swell just crashing on the beach not too far from the little joglo that I'm sleeping in. All right, here goes Ao Igori. He surfed so fast, he's gone off the camera. Oop, other way. Okay, we're going to catch up with Varun Tanjung right now. And he needs to get going. And unfortunately that wave beat him to the punch. Not sure what Ao Igori is getting up to. Hopefully we can catch up on a replay. Here is our heat leader, Weston Hurst. That's a strong turn. So he's dispatched of his 1.07. Everything from this point on will be building on his lead. I love the way he climbed up and over that section. Set himself up for that big end section clout, and he's done it very nicely. Do you reckon he made that? I think he pretty much has.
I think he has, but at the same time he hasn't, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense at all. Can you clarify?
I mean, he did make the first...
did he ride out of it? Or the judge is going to call it a make?
I don't think they're going to call it a make.
Okay.
Beautiful first turn. He really pushed the tail out, climbed over the section, and here we have a really solid finish. He made the first drop, but he wasn't able to ride out of it cleanly, so I don't think they will be considered that a finishing, but I'm no judge, and
the judges have been pretty ruthless on wanting to see you ride clear of the white water out in front. You can call that a make, but you could also question, okay, were you able to keep surfing the wave to the beach? And that clearly wasn't the case for Weston. Not that it really matters. He's holding on to a 7.5. He'll be comfortably in the lead by the time the score drops in for his last wave. 4.5 minutes to go. Varun has priority. Hopefully we can get the requirements up on the screen so we can give you a bit more of a detailed rundown. Here goes Varun.
This is a good looking wave, a little bit of whitewash on it, but a really nice first turn and solidifies the landing. He's trying to prove a 257, and I think he's got it with that one. Just creating a little bit of distance between him and the other surfers, as behind Weston Hurst, the heat leader, again flicks the tail with a little bit of flare. Looks like he's eyeing a section and pulls out.
Alright, here goes Ao Igori. He got a 4 for his last wave, so he did do something when he surfed off the screen. Still waiting on a last score for Weston. Still waiting on a last score for Varun.
Nice wave by a surfer in white, Ao Igori. And this was Weston Hurst's last wave. One of the bigger sets, but it didn't offer so much as it was a little bit fat.
And this is Varun. Last wave for Weston was a 4.7, so he'll be a mile out in front now. And that was a pretty well surfed wave by the eldest of the Tanjung children. Tanjung Collective.
Yeah, we have in Heat 6, Varun's younger brother, Sinar Tanjung. Sinar Style coming up. The whole family came down, Rizal, the two brothers and Bronson.
And their mum?
I don't think so, no.
Oh,
I think
so
it's just a boys' trip.
It's not the whole family then. Mum's fairly important. 2 minutes remaining. Weston Hurst in the lead with a 7.5 and a 4.7. Varun Tanjung with a score still to come, hoping to consolidate second. Dicky Ewando. Whoa, Weston throwing all kinds of fury at that one. He has ridden out in front of the wave, so the area we were pushing for clarification on earlier. He did, however, get down to his guts, but let's have a look at this massive turn. Lost the tail. There's that knee injury, the brace you were talking about. Right there, if he'd stood up and ridden out, we're looking at a massive score. The fact he's had to go to prone and then pop back up is going to work against him. 1:15 to go. Varun Tanjung on his backhand, looking to defend second place. Huge requirement to get up to the lead. Not going to happen on this occasion. I think it was Seth Moniz possibly in the final of the Billabong Pro Pipeline against Kelly Slater last year. Had that barrel where he came out and ever so quickly got squashed down to his guts and popped back up again. And if he'd surfed clean out of that barrel, it would have been a massive score. But everyone knew that he'd got down onto his stomach and popped back up again, and it ended up a minor kind of 3-4 deal. That's going to be the same for Western on that one. Here goes Ao Ugori.
Last 30 seconds, looking for a 5, 6, 7. He gets some really nice turns in there, but unfortunately this wave is looking a little small and it's not offering much more on the inside.
There goes Dicky Awando. He's got speed to burn. 15 seconds on the clock, so this will be his last wave. Oh, bit of pizzazz. He's got a very unique style, Dicky. I don't mind it at all. And he's going to bring this one all the way through to the beach. The siren is going to sound right now. And this one is in the books. Varun Tanjung was up before the siren sounded, so this wave will count. He's trying to replace a 3-7-7. So we've got a lot of waves to be factored into our scoreline. I would imagine the next heat is going to go on hold quickly. We're going to go to a little break, allow the judges to figure out exactly just what happened, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you Heat 4 of the Pro Junior Division here at the Krui Pro. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. We're into the Pro Junior Boys Division. And we just had a pretty entertaining last few minutes of that heat. It is Heat 3, just waiting on official confirmation of the results.
Maybe I can sit there.
I'm assuming that...
No, like that.
I'm assuming that that Weston Hurst has got through. He had a 7.5, which was the best wave we've seen in this round.
A 7.5, Weston. Good work. This old man will be stoked as there in Bali, and so will Rizal, who's right here on site. So Weston Hurst, congrats, a 7.50, huge number. We better write that on for our highlights reel. Thank you. Varun, pretty handy as well, 6.5 and a 5.5. So the Bali boys doing the 1-2. Congrats to Weston and Varun. Here we go. This is the makeup of Heat 4. So it's Monojo Yahagi in the red, Ipo Suzuki in the blue, All Day Dylan Wilcoxon there in the white, and Chikal Ritchie, struggling with that last name, we'll just call him Ritchie, is in green.
Abiasa Nur.
Okay, all right. Weston Hurst, well done. Is that the best number of the junior round?
It sure is. Yep.
All right.
I think someone earlier might have dropped a
6.5 was a
Danny Widianto had a 7.33. Tenchi
note of that.
Iwami had a 6.5. They've been the three best waves.
Danny 7.33. Tenchi 6.5. All right, so heat 4. 4 more heats remaining at the conclusion of this one. The boys are sitting tight. The clock is ticking. 25-minute jobs. Heat 5. Shoshi Kato, Made Joy Satriawan, Sentaro Sakai is in white next, and looks like another local name there. Struggling with it. Fadil Atala out of Indonesia. So the next heat, 2 Japanese, 2 Indos. Same with this one, heat 4. Well, 3 days in a row we've copped a bit of rain at the end of it. So long as the lightning rods don't come into play, that's kind of what affected us 2 days ago. I don't think we've got a lot of time in the waiting period to call too many rain-affected moments or lightning rod moments.
Any words so far on what we might be looking at tomorrow?
No, I haven't even spoken with Ty regarding that. I imagine he'll be pretty keen to roll out some more of the juniors. Maybe junior women's haven't had a go, the only division that haven't pulled the Rashi on yet. Meanwhile, let's stay with the live action. So this is Richie, the local fella, the goofy footer. Got plenty of speed to burn. Surfing into the chop. Pretty tidy hit, controlled it well. Nice little wrap around with a little funky tail whip as well. Whoops. Repeats the dose, does a little bit of a one-legged hop. Down the line he goes. He's got a good inside section. This whole wave was pretty good, really. He kind of lost traction a couple of times there. Local fella, you can see him just rubbing his feet into the board a bit more to get a bit more wax onto his feet or something. But it was a useful ride. A couple of moments that were questionable. Anyway, over to you, Suzuki.
Yeah, flying down the line. First time was pretty good. A bit of discombobulation on the face to deal with right there. And anyway, he has managed it pretty nicely. So Ippo Suzuki, a bit of a stop-start kind of wave. Didn't have a whole heap of rhythm to it, but he'll come out with a decent number in the end. And this is
the very first wave. It was pretty good, that first hit. Had a lot to like about it. A little wheel spin there. A couple of times the board looked like it doesn't really want to stay on rail too long during those wraparounds. I liked it. It was a pretty cool wave. At the end of it, you could see him go, what just happened? Rubs his feet a bit harder on the deck. Better luck next time. Still a pretty good wave. So we must have 3 waves ridden.
Yep, Wilcoxon the only go with priority. And while we're waiting for that first round of scores to drop in, we are going to cross down to Giada Lagarde, who is chatting with the winner of the last heat, Westonhurst.
All right, I'm here with the last heat winner, Westonhurst. You surfed an amazing heat, and we noticed that you have a knee brace on, so tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Well, I did my MCL not long ago, like 4 weeks before I came to this comp. So yeah, I just been training a lot, working on my knee, and super stoked that I can join the comp and surf. Yeah.
I saw you have a really tight crew. Your best friend was in your heat with you. Did you guys help each other out in there, or was it each to himself?
Well, I don't know. I think it was just me and then him. No, like we didn't really work together or anything, but yeah, had fun. Couple waves back to back with my brother Varn. Super stoked to make the heat. Yeah.
It looks like you guys are really tight. Who else did you come to Krui with, and what do you guys do on your downtime?
Well, we came with Keon, Bronson, Teddy, and Varun. We all stayed at the same house, came together and everything. Just supporting each other as much as we can, and yeah, that's it.
Well, congratulations on your heat win. Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone watching or your friends and family back in Bali?
Ya, untuk teman-teman, keluarga, semua terima kasih udah support saya, dan tetap dukung saya untuk selanjutnya. Terima kasih.
All right, thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Giada. Great to check in with the winner of the last heat, Westonhurst. And Mark,
Yep.
Giada was thinking that Western has a bit of Lakey's heritage to him?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Mum is a dead set 100% local. Dad is a Kiwi, but he spent, probably a quarter of his life in that neck of the woods as well. So Troy and Uni. Yep, he's got 100% Lakey Peak blood in him, with the touch of Kiwis. Lives in Bali. He's a big lad. He's got those growing pains going on with his knees, which is why he's struggled with both of them in recent times. So a fit Western Hearst is an absolute weapon. Recovering from knee stuff does take a little while. So he's getting through. He's put the best score together today in the junior men's. So I just wish him good luck, because I know both his folks really well and they're cool people. Ipo Suzuki with a 5.17. There's the lounge jockeys there in the athlete area, all the Groms taking pole position. This is the junior round, so they've pulled rank on the on the penthouse seats. Good on you, Groms. All right, all the numbers are starting to filter through. Looks like none better than Suzuki. Ipo Suzuki, a 5.17. Richie, that little grinding around on the old board there, the local fella, a 3.33. Yahagi, a couple of numbers there, his best, a 3.7. And Dylan Wilcoxon is in fact now on the scoreboard with a just over 2 points.
So tell us a bit more about Western Hearst. You would have surfed with him a lot. Goofy footer?
Yeah, goofy footer, big lad. Like he's exactly about 1 year older than Rajo. He's about twice the size and twice the weight.
Yeah, he is.
He really is. So
you'd split the peak with him, wouldn't you?
All the time, mate. He's quite often on my inside because he's a weapon out there these days. He's not scared. He goes, Richie, a local fella. There's a bit to like about what he does. If you put that guy on a brand new good board, not that that's a dud, but it doesn't tend to lack the holding power. He's got good technique and good speed, which you can't teach speed. So if you could put this guy, maybe one of the Groms could just leave their board behind when they get out of here, because an old looking board and he's making it work. But I imagine he would step up rapidly if you put him on a brand new top line surfboard. Yeah, no, back to the Western thing, mate, for sure. He's a demon. His old man's a really good surfer. Done a lot of time out at the little Lakey Bay there with them at all the breaks. And big respect to what Western's done over the years. And there's been days when it's been like fully 5 foot at the peak, and it was a couple of years ago, and it was really, really heavy day, and it was serious surf, and we were out there and Western's charging, and he stayed out for about 5 hours. It was no brief interlude. He wanted every bit of it. So we'll leave that alone for now. We'll see more of Western tomorrow. So should I commentate one of his heats, I can maybe expand a bit more on Western. But Richie is in the lead. He'll be hoping the heat stops around about now. He's doing pretty good. Ipo Suzuki, a 5.17. Good strong bottom turn, top turn combo. Right in a crumbly pocket is not easy. Winding up now, like something down the line. Is it his end move? He's looking like it rapidly approaching. A really stylish finish there to a well-ridden wave. A good start, a strong finish. Ipo will extend the lead. He'll have the two best numbers of this matchup. Where do you see this replay, Chris? It was a difficult wave. He did really well.
Well, first, here goes Dylan Wilcoxon in the white jersey on his backhand. Big floater. That was dramatic. You can hear the athlete's deck roar to life. And Dylan's winding up, recharging once again. Mind a bit of a section to get vertical on. It's just been some rooftop stuff so far, but all the same, that's going to be pretty handy.
All right, pretty solid three-wave exchange going on here. The Japanese surfer now, Yahagi. Big finish. 3 well-measured moves. There was no hip-hopping, no minor sort of skipping around there. It was all just strength maneuvers, rail-to-rail work. This is how the judges saw it.
Yeah, so this is the replay of Manojo Yahagi's last wave. Big, strong opening turn, but did get caught up. Had to do some work to get back out in front. Climbs up and over the foam. The turn was reasonable. And And then he'll be looking for the big finish and overcooks it. So not a great score.
That was his previous wave, yeah.
And this is Dylan Wilcoxon's. Flying down the line, had to cover some ground, decided to take the high road, tail dropped out of there, which was cool. And not a whole lot on offer beyond here. Right about now, he might have been thinking, can I get a ramp, maybe throw the fins. Went the floater again. So a long wave, bit of drama.
Oh, here comes Richie.
Oh, the surfer's deck. Cheers again, and get a load of this, Mark. This is Chikal Richie Abiyasa Nur, local surfer, heat leader.
Yeah, I know. I saw that just before. Probably not for long because we do have some numbers to drop. This is this wave I said I like. So you watch this. This is a pretty tidy first manoeuvre. Right in the pocket. There was a lot of lump and bump on that wave. So it just showed a good bit of skill to pull it off. And a really stylish finish coming up. Here we go. Ipo. Crunch. Boom. Yep. Got it. Nailed it.
So, okay, this is
the good one I've read.
Yeah, this is Minojo Yahagi. Strong turn, really held his rail, start to finish, consistent, and the same again there. Not hurried, no unnecessary movements, and big finish, and got plenty of rotation. The tail drifted. The waves don't stop coming. This is our heat leader, Chikal Richie Abiyasa Nur. And how is that for a spicy move? His board looks a little bit short too.
Well, that's what I was saying, mate. If you put that guy on a model that suited him and something a little newer, you'd see rapid improvement because
he'd have them in a combo.
He's a bit of a glue foot. He hasn't fallen once, but his board, you could see it probably just needs a bit more grip and more of an updated model. But I like his style. He's having a red hot crack here. I imagine that the athlete deck is probably half full of his mates.
You can't teach speed. That's a fantastic one.
817.
I really agree with you there. Okay, last, from Minojo Yahagi was an 817. That is the best wave we've seen so far in the Pro Junior boys. So, well done, Minojo Yahagi. Ippo Suzuki, he's dropped to 5.83. So he's sitting on a pair of 5. So the two Japanese surfers with 11-point totals at the 11-minute mark. And Chikal Richie Abiyasa Nur's run at the top was only brief, but what a run it was. Thoroughly enjoyable.
He could hold his head high. He's dropped down into 4th, but I don't care. He's putting on a show, and there's been no fails in his waves. He's picked good waves, obviously being a local. He goes Ippo Suzuki, the smooth, crisp style. His last wave, I really liked it.
Ooh,
and
overcooked that one.
Total contrast to his last wave. Down he goes first move. Maybe getting a little bit excited here, Ippo. He's still got to try and get rid of his 517 and fend off a fast-charging Dylan. And Richie, who's brimming with confidence, putting on a bit of a show. A 457 for Dylan. He's catching up. Now needs a mid-range 6.
What I liked about Ippo Suzuki's previous wave, the 583, his high score, yes, the first turn was good. The second turn, he kind of butchered it and completely lost all of his speed. He didn't let that get to him. He managed to regain his composure, get beautifully centered on his board, and sort of start again and then work his way into the end section and get the big finish. Would have been quite easy to give up on that wave at that point, drop his head, kick his board out.
Dummy spit.
And instead, determination and just managing to keep his composure has turned that into his best wave so far, a 583.
Yahagi.
Here goes Yahagi using his priority. Beautiful first turn. Gee, he's looking precise. Oh, half the board over the top of the lip there. And a third turn, little rock and roll, and he has just jammed that under the lip. That last turn wasn't pretty, but it was a beautiful punctuation point. Talk us through this one.
It was hard to pull off, and he did. Dylan Wilcoxon just spicing things up here. Kicking the wheels out of turn number 2. In comparison, it was a little under what Red just put together, but Yahagi had a brilliant wave. Really got it together. That end move was super difficult. This is the wave the judges will be seeing again right from the first turn. This guy's got a great style for a junior. A big slide across the coping as well, but that move there just shows the quality and the skill. That was so late, so difficult. And Wilcoxon coming to the party. That was probably his better move. All right. So that'll be advantage Yahagi on that exchange. Another pretty strong number, I think, coming from the fella in red, because he's taking a lot of risk with his moves. There's no fumbling. There's a lot of strength involved and commitment. Really means business once he rips into a maneuver. So the judges are going to love that. Just showing a lot of skills, ticking all parts of the criteria.
What do you think? Is he challenging his 817?
I think he could be. He'll definitely be having it like a 15-point combo or something like that. So he'll...
Dylan Wilcoxon, last score drops
Yep,
in at
another
a
4.
4.63, so just takes his high score up by 0.06, so just a fraction, and that's the amount he brings his requirement for second place down by. 8 minutes to go. Nojo Yahagi has an 8.17. We think he's got a similar score to come.
Well, looking ahead from what I've seen so far in this junior round, if Yahagi can stay on this sort of program, you could just about see him going all the way through to the GF, which is a big call. It's only early in the draw, but that's just sort of surfing that would get him in good stead even in the men's 5,000.
Oh, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think this heat would have got him through any round, any heat we've seen so far in the men's event.
The young fella's stepping it right up here, earning a lot of fans, really making us stand up and remember this name through the draw. Oh, 927. Oh, 17.5 point total.
Wowee.
Comboed the boys. First time we've been able to say that this event, isn't it? Combination?
I'm pretty sure Dylan Moffat had a run in the combination yesterday.
I
but
didn't call that heat, but look at that. Look at his smile on his head. He's looking at the judges going, thank you. 927, brilliant. Yeah, write that down. Here it is again, folks. If you missed it first time around, you've got to check this. This little slide across the coping, that was men's surfing. Junior boys, stop it. He's not a junior boy at all. He's a full-grown campaigner on the QS. Yahagi.
Again, that would have been so easy to give up on that turn because it looked like he was going to lobster dive.
What a hold.
Here he goes again. This is a bit of a demonstration from this point on. He's standing on the tail. That signals he's hunting a ramp. What's your air game like, Nojo? There it is. The backhand air rev to cartwheel. That's going to be a minor score. He is having fun right now.
What was Dylan Moffat's big number? It was a flat 9, wasn't it?
It was. So this is the best wave we've seen in the whole event. And he's backed it up with an 8.17, which I think was Dylan Moffat's second score.
So either
Dylan
way,
also threw away an 8.
But that'd be the highest two-wave total over 4 days then.
For sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. So Yahagi. Keep that name in mind, guys. We've predicted him featuring in the final of this division. Let's see if our crystal ball gazing pays off.
Well, Mark, you know, we would have commentated Manojo Yahagi years ago. He came out to Taja Small Fries in WA.
Okay. A lot of crew internationals have strutted their stuff down there, and a lot of top-line Australians as well that went on to have successful pro careers. So the launching pad down there at Shallows and all around the Yellingup area. Thanks TB and Billabong and Surfing WA for structuring those sort of opportunities. Very cool.
Taj was just in Indo, up in Simalu. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking to one of his favourite filmers, Carlo Coral, who's now staying with Kersey just up the road, the Kerr family, and filming those guys.
Yep, there's a lot to like about that Simalu area. It's not that busy. There's an amazing wave pretty close to that zone. I'm not even going to name it, but I'd like to go back there purely to get that long right-hand point back on. All right. What a heat. I'm glad I sat in on this and really studied the Yahagi performance. I love to watch really top-end surfing, and that's exactly what he's delivered.
Yep, 4.5 minutes to go. Manojo Yahagi is in the lead. Now he's throwing backhand carving threes in the mix, a 9.27 and an 8.17. Best two-wave total of the event so far, all divisions, all comers. Ippo Suzuki sitting in second with a 5.83 and a 5.17. We're not going to name any right-hand point breaks in Simalu, but Dylan Wilcoxon is sitting in third with a 4.36 and a 4.57, chasing a 6.37 to jump up into the lead. Oh, sorry, into second. And Chikal Richie Abiasa Nur, the local, is chasing a 7.67 to keep his dreams alive here in the Pro Junior division. I'm going to go and have a chat with Manojo after this.
Oh, good on you, mate. I'm sure. I hope you can speak English. I'd love to hear what he's got to say on this performance. It's a maybe. Could be a bit of sign language involved in that interview Chris is suggesting. Let's watch the other Japanese surfer here now, Ippo Suzuki, winding up. He wants a touch of the airs as well. Boom. Oof. All right. Well, the Japanese surfers are mighty confident. They're starting to really mix it up and turn it into a bit of an air show. As the caddy's just getting a little too close to the action. Beach announcer telling him to beat it. Still 3 minutes to go. Yep, you've got to keep the area clear. This rain's just a little bit annoying, Chris. Leaking onto our couch. It's what you can expect in the tropics. 3 days in a row. Not complaining, it's been a good day. Put us in a good stead, I think. What's that? 8, 8 and 5, 21 heats today. 25 yesterday, 22 the day before, and 20 on the opening day. So we're killing it as far as the format goes. Here goes Richie, winding up. Look at him go here. That board does look pretty small, and he makes it work. That's what I like. Oh yeah.
Releases the tail. That's going to be his best score. I really like that. A bit of work up the top.
This is the best performance out of a local fella for sure. He's dead set, putting on a show. Look at him.
So flying down the line, bit of a setup turn. As you said, he just keeps his speed. Here's a glue foot. That carve wasn't bad. And then the finish. That's where all the points are going to fall from. That was great.
4 waves, 4 completions. For sure, this is his best number. Here goes Yahagi. He's having a big day out at the moment in the rain. He doesn't give a hoot. He's put together the best 2-wave total of a 4-day event so far. Now he's looking for a ramp again.
Sure
there he
is.
goes. This time he's going to boost. He does. Over the hangers for about a 3rd wave in a row.
He would love to have come in on that, I reckon.
Well, he wants more. Hey, look at him cheering.
A little bit of a thumbs up. There goes his mate, Ippo Suzuki. We'll need to catch a replay to see exactly what he got up to. He's a little bit dry docked down the end.
This is it.
Okay, so this is the replay. He's taken... No, that was... Okay, so
he made it.
second wave, and he has ridden out of that one.
Taking the leaf out of Rajo Saputra's book. Good on you, Ippo.
That was cool. 45 seconds to go. Manojo Yahagi is sailing into the lead. Ippo Suzuki should be joining him. Dylan Wilcoxon. Well, there goes Manojo. One last wave with 30 seconds to go. Throws the finner. Can't ride out of that one. Dylan Wilcoxon has priority. Is chasing a 6.37. Let's get eyes on him. Well, that's Ippo Suzuki once again. The 2 Japanese lads are just having a bit of an expression session on the inside. Where's Dylan Wilcoxon? He's chasing a 6.37.
Over and out. Yahagi, BOG for today. That was insane.
I'm going to go and have a chat with the lad.
Good on you.
And we are going to roll on into Heat 5. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro coming our way right after this.
Continuing on, rolling on through the round of 32 for the junior boys. And I can let you in on exactly who is in this heat. It is heat 5. Shoshi Kato is in red. Made Joy Satriawan is in blue. Sentaro Sakai is in white. And, struggling with that one, I'm just going to roll with Fadil is in green.
Yeah, Fadil, local surfer. Mane Joy, our beach announcer. There's the names right in front of you there from the last heat. Look at that score line.
I was telling you.
9.27 and an 8.17. Yahagi.
A 7.4 for Suzuki as well. Great heat.
Wow, the Japanese really stepping it up there in heat number 4.
The end of that heat, for about the last 7 minutes, both the Japanese surfers were taking off on waves and just trying huge airs every time they stood up. They knew they were feeling it.
Really?
Yahagi had nothing to lose. He comboed everyone. Suzuki went, well, if you're going to throw some airs, I'm going to play around a bit as well. And the boys just put on a little bit of a funky sideshow. And Ipo Suzuki did pull off a pretty handy air rev.
Go, lads. That's awesome.
It was. All right, 3 more heats to go at the end of this one, everybody. What is it? It's 3:15 on Thursday. Yes, it is Thursday. Yep. How good is it when we have some Thursday afternoon football on the
nothing better.
So Dino,
prepare.
Yep. Warm the box. Got a little while before we get there, but I love me Thursday AFL.
All right. 22 minutes, just under 22 minutes and 40 remaining. It's raining, but there seems to be waves out there that are going to offer scoring potential for that last heat.
Oh, Yahagi proved that. So yeah, it's absolutely play on, and good on Ty Sarati for sort of rolling out as much as we have today again, because allegedly today the smallest day, and it doesn't look like that much worse than kind of yesterday. It's right there. It's still most contestable.
Yeah,
absolutely play on. Why not? The young juniors couldn't wait another day. He couldn't have sent them home and said, "No, come back a 5th time to see if you're on."
I was having a little fanboy moment with Josh Kerr out the front, having a bit of a chat to him about the state of play and the competition. We're watching just before his daughter went out for the 2nd time.
Yep.
He goes, "Yeah, it's a bit slow, but then it's not." He goes, "It's 10 times better than 90% of the QSs you surf around the world." So that was a really good take on it from, a very experienced campaigner in Josh Kerr.
Yeah, it makes Ty Sarati's job easy when you're hearing that from top-line ex-pros. So I haven't heard too many people have a whinge or a bit of a sook about conditions today. Everybody's gone, okay, well, if we're on. Let's get our head around it. It's the same for everybody. Here we go. On the inside is Adrian Fadil. Almost looks like he's riding his mate's board from the last heat.
I like that cutback. That was pretty cool.
You should have seen the guy in the last heat who got 4th. He put on such a show. It was really good to see.
Matajoy, here we go. That pink board and the matching boy-girl blue rashy is pretty good. He's going to ride out it. He kind of doesn't go down the front of the whitewater, does he? So that's going to be contentious if it's complete or not, that last turn.
I think no credit for that move. Anyway, he's a top fella. He's learnt to do the rounds this time last year as a beach announcer. He's definitely picked it up on what to do with the mic, and he's a fantastic surfer.
Oh.
That was his 1-turn opportunity.
Nothing.
I don't know whether he got back out in front of that foam, so probably going to come in at just a 1-ish. But yeah, I really like what he's doing. He's teamed up with Made Dera to take on the beach announcing duties, the 2 Indonesian natural footers.
Mate, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, they are.
Made squared on the commentary.
I heard you say that this morning. I went, okay, I get it. There'd be people out there that would have been going, what the hell was that guy on about? But Made Dera and Made Joy. So a 2 there for Adrian, and just over 1 point there for the no completion Made Joy.
Santoro Sakai is our surfer in white. Shohei Kato is our surfer in red, both from Japan. and both yet to kick off their scorecard. Bit of drama here in the commentary booth.
No one online will know what they're on about, but
I'll tell you what, why there is a bit of stuff flying around the commentary booth. Why don't we go?
Not yet.
Not yet. Confusion raised supreme in here.
Yep. All right, so we've got our big spotlights just falling off the roof.
It's raining.
It's raining. We're waiting for Chris Binns to have a chat with Yahagi, and then we can bring you the thoughts of the best performance on the last 4 days. I hope Yahagi's pretty handy with his English. It'll be really cool to hear what his take is on that heat, because it was mental. And it was that good, Billy. I went, okay, I can see Yahagi in the final of the juniors. It was that convincing.
Okay.
He was surfing like a man, like seriously. He would have got through just about any heat in the 5,000 with that performance.
I'm going to watch the replay tonight. That's awesome.
Yep, might as well go straight to the top and watch that. No better act in 4 days than what we saw right there. Of course, the waves are a lot different to yesterday when we saw the blow-ups from Dylan Moffat and Morgan and Lennox Smith and
Stearman.
Billy Stearman. There was a lot of real good stuff going on. But the waves are totally different, so this is scored at a slightly different rate. But either way, Yahagi's found himself a 17.5 two-wave total.
Yeah, if you're keen on watching the replays, just jump onto YouTube and type in Krui Pro 2023. You'll see all the previous days and the live days here. You can either do that or jump onto the WSL app. Check out the qualifying series. Krui Pro 2023 will pop up under that. Click on the live and there you are. You've got all the scorecards. You've got all the replays. It's a fantastic site, the WSL website. But right now, let's duck down to the athletes area in the rain. Chris Binns with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, gang. All right, the guy who just surfed the best heat we've seen any division in this event so far. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
What was going on out there? You're on fire.
Oh, yeah. Good wave. So good wave.
Did you know the waves you were looking for, or were you just taking off on anything and going hard?
Sorry, one more, please.
What waves were you looking for?
The peak is so quick. Me is one inside wave is so clean. Yeah, perfect.
And once you got a few scores on the board, were you starting to feel really confident because you started going for airs, that kind of thing?
Yeah, 2 excellent score. Yeah, I go air, the make, or more score than no make.
And from here, what can we expect in the rest of the rounds? You just keep getting better?
Yeah.
Awesome, mate. You are absolutely ripping. Any words in Japanese for your friends and family back home?
Yeah, how many friends?
Japanese?
Yeah, Japanese. Yeah, all friends. Okay. そうね。Japanese okay? Yeah. そうね。あんま波結構ちっちゃいですけど、すごい形いいんで、この調子でどんどん上げてって勝てていけたらなと思います。
Beautifully done. Congratulations on your heat win.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Rightio, thanks very much, Chris Binns. Great little interview. So the strategy was to come to the inside where it's nice and smooth.
Oh, paid off big time. Big full tilt man blast out of Yahagi. Meanwhile, nothing much to really talk about. No highlights reel to this point from Heat 5. So I'm sure there'll be 4 pretty nervous Groms out there. 10 minutes off the clock. Hang on, a 517 for Mate Joy. So maybe during the interview, a wave went down. I kind of had one eye on our collapsing spotlight in here and the fumbling around going on to try and get it back up. It's pretty funny. Okay, Adrian, you're going to have to pull back here, buddy. Does he? No, he doesn't have. Yeah, he does have to. Kato. All right. We now have a full priority situation out the back as Kato rides his first wave. Not ideal, but a turn. Probably going to relieve some nerves. He goes white now, Sakai. One big section, helps himself to a pretty strong closeout belt. But Mate Joy with, I think it was a 517. Here he goes again.
Yeah, here goes again, the natural footer.
Oh, blindsides himself, trying to get a bit too speedy.
It was a bit fast down the reef, that one, Mark, so go for that one big turn.
Yep, it was always going to be a one-hitter. Tried to turn it into 2 moves and drew the error. All right, once again, we'll go through the stats on our location for people that might have liked what they've seen the last 4 days, and why wouldn't you? It's been pumping. Here goes Adrian. We'll just stay with this. Come on, dig deep, dig deep. Look at this final hit coming up. Boom, floater. Not his final hit at all. Whoops, little step off.
Full penny.
Tanjung Setia is the name of the village down here in South Sumatra. Here's his replay. This piece of reef the boys are grinding down is called Ujung Bocur.
Look at the little step up he does here. There it goes.
All right, well spotted, Billy. Setia Barat, thank you very much. Our main sponsor is the regent, the government in the local region here. Our sole big sponsor, 5,000 points on both sides of the men's and women's. It's a fair spend to attract those sort of points. So thank you to the local government. Setia Barat. Been having a pretty good time since we've been here. We've had non-stop work program for me and Billy and everyone else on the team. But it's kind of got to be done. It's about an 8 or 9 day event we're squeezing into a week.
Yeah, it's what you sign up for, mate.
Yep.
It's really enjoyable because you get to see these kids who are just on the cusp of having a crack at the qualifying series. And, you know, I'm pretty sure in a few years' time, Mark, you'll be talking about. Remember when we first saw Jarvis Earl at Krui? How cool it was?
Yahagi. Remember that day Yahagi blew up? Or that first time we saw Sky Brown and
Winter Vincent.
Yep. Here we go. Let's stay with Sakai now. Big, fast section there, and does get up and stab it once more. So a little better than his first opportunity in a reasonably low-scoring heat. A couple of handy numbers about to come through for Sakai.
Yeah, Sentaro looking good. I really like that first turn of his. Very stylish, very precise. Using those words a lot when we're describing the Japanese surfers, aren't we?
We are, because they all seem to have it. There's no one that really looks like they've got an ugly style. They all seem very centered and know what they're trying to do at all times. It's, you know, once again, only a matter of time before we see one of them up there with the big boys at El Salvador and the Margaret River Pro, and one of them's going to crack it. And we've been mentioning that we predicting it's probably going to happen on the women's side of the draw first because they're unbelievable. Here we go.
Yeah, I do agree, mate. Mate Joy again catching a lot of waves in a short time. That's 2 good little climbs. He's got to finish this to get a good score. He does. So the boy from Padma.
Leggy arm board riders.
Yep.
Don't be bluffed. That is in fact Padma. They're a tight gang down there. He's a good fella, and this was really good surfing to fit 3 moves into this wave. That one wasn't great, but this float got him to the end bowl and threw it straight up there and rode out. So a good read on a short wave for 3 moves. Pretty tidy surfing, Mate.
Yeah, mate. He already owns a 517.
Yep. All right, well, that's definitely going to help. It'll be up there with one of the best waves of the heat.
Well, we had a little chat before he went out. Would you like to know what we chatted about?
Give me that in a minute. Let's just stay with red here. Here goes Kato.
Yeah, that was a nice foam climb, wasn't it? Lip line, bash at the end. He's going to ride out of that, no worries.
Yep, fins out.
Easy as you like.
Okay, so knowing Mate Joy, it was probably something fairly grommety. What was it? Conversation?
I don't know what to do. I was like, of course you know what to do. He goes, I don't know. So, well, how about we get 2 pretty good scorers in the 5s and the 6s. Just do 3 good turns on a wave. You'll get a 5 or a 6. And after that, go bonkers.
All right.
So if he gets another 5 or a 6-ish...
You're a coach.
Prepare. He's going to go crazy. Sit back for the rest of the heat and watch him try a few airs and stuff.
All right, so a Japanese surfer there in the red is catching up as well. I like his act. First turn was a little bit tough and a little bit late on the scene. Sakai will not be sitting at the top of the leaderboard for long once red and blue drop numbers.
Yep, Sentaro exactly the Kato exactly the same score as Mate Joy.
Yeah, but there's numbers to come.
Yeah, there is numbers to come, but those first
age.
waves, it's pretty interesting. We'll see what the backups have to say. I like Made's so far. Sahoy, I'm kind of guessing that first name's pronunciation.
Shohi, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, here he is again, weaving down the line on a bit of a mini-me sort of a wave. What's he found that he likes? He stabs it up there strongly either way.
Mr. Cato.
Yep.
On fire.
All right, he's catching a lot of waves. He's definitely keeping a strong rhythm going in this heat. I think his wave previous might be better than that. Let's have a little look. Tiny wave. Not bad. Just weaving away. Looking for something big. Did find a pretty strong finish.
There it goes. Sky high stab.
He's surfing good. All right, so he's owed 2 numbers. Made Joy's got a 4.9 for his last effort. And 3 hits.
Here he goes again. He's keeping busy.
Hunt. Yep. Thinks he's at Padma. Can't sit on his board.
Has got to catch every wave that comes into sight. I like that look over his right-hand shoulder. You know he's clear for takeoff. That's the best turn he's done so far in this heat.
Wow.
There's the game plan.
Yeah, go nuts. All right, there you go. So he's got his 2 5s. He's got a 10.07 total. He's gone, Billy said, once I get 10 point, go Gila.
Oh, wow.
All right, so this is it again. It'll be a throwaway wave, throwaway number.
First turn was good. Love the way he looks down the line while he's doing that backhand turn. Keeps that momentum going, so he's got another chance at a scoring manoeuvre.
Now, where does Cato go? Does he go to the lead? I think he probably will on one of those waves. He needs just under 4 points to go to the lead. Sorry, just under 5 points to go to the lead. 4.9. 4.91 actually.
Adrian Fadil on camera. All his mates are up here in the athlete area cheering him on.
Oh, they're classic, aren't they? They're very excitable.
Love the local involvement.
Mate, you would have so enjoyed the performance of the last surfer in green. Didn't get through, but surfed really well. On a board that looked old and a bit too short for him, but didn't fall, hit every turn, had a real fun heat. I'm sure his mates have been patting him on the back and probably heckling him at the same time, but that's what mates do. Here we go.
They know how priority works, that's for sure. And he knows how this wave works because he seems to be in the right place every time. Bit of a roof climb there. Struggling to get a bit of momentum now as this wave closes out. Going for the foam climb. Doesn't quite make it down.
Okay, 4.87. Oh, he needed a 4.91.
Oh.
He got a 4. So the boys are having an absolute arm wrestle for the lead here. I wonder if all his numbers are in. That probably is. All right, 0.03 separating Made Joy from Cato. White doesn't need, well, he does. He needs his best wave, 6.27. Adrian in the green needs an 8.04. 6 minutes on the clock. Sakai looks like he's got a bit to like about his form, so should he get the right sort of wave, I reckon he could track down a 6.27. I'm not sure about an 8 out of Adrian. I hope he proves me wrong. What are you looking at, mate, further on in the draw?
Yeah, I'm looking at the next heat there. If we had some light, I'd probably be able to read that.
No, hang on, let me get my goggles on, I'll read it. I'll tell you who's coming up, everyone. Ricky Sato, so another Sato in the next heat. We have Raha Ono. We have Sinar Tanjung. And we have Ifran Sapu. Further on down the draw, we've got Megatron coming up, Jaden Wilcoxon, Teo Radcliffe, Kai Mariki, Bronson Mady, Teddy the Bear, and Made Dera, and another local fella there to round out the Green Rash Fest in Heat 8.
Wow. All right,
Yep,
bring
so
it on.
There's plenty to like about what's on our roster. Well, those two there are going to flip the coin as to who wins this. So that's just about neck and neck with everything they've done. Priority sits with red over blue. But White will get the first opportunity to try and track down his 6.27. I hope a good wave comes through because Sakai's got a great style.
Yep.
And I reckon he's the closest threat to these boys. I'm not sure whether Adrian's got an 8 in the skin there, but he probably thinks likewise, differently. Hope he does.
Yeah, I'd love to see him have another crack. I like a 4-wave set to come through, Mark.
Yeah, good call.
Bit of thunder on the horizon. Kind of know what that means. Hope it stays out there. We can scratch through these remaining 3 heats of the day.
Yep, look, what do we need? Another hour and a quarter at the end of this heat. And that'll be another solid day. Leave us really well positioned to finish off in 3 more days with what we have left, the round of 32 on the men's and women's QS side. Actually, we did the round of 32 for the women's today, didn't we? We did.
We did, yep.
So they're down to 16. The men's are at 32. Pro juniors will be quarterfinals for the guys.
32 for the girls.
No, well, actually less because it started off as a round of 24.
Oh, right on.
And it is actually because they have some seeded surface. So there'll be quarterfinals on. So, yep, quarters on men's grommet side of the draw for the boys and the girls. So there'll only be 7 heats remaining in the junior men, 7 heats in the junior women. So it's only 14. Pretty well positioned, really, when you look at those numbers. Mind you, we've got to remember the open men's and women's do go to person-on-person heats after their next rounds.
Geez, that pizza smells nice, Mark, doesn't it?
I haven't seen them eat a thing all week. We haven't drunk much either out there. We're talking about our support staff in here that help us with the cue cards as to know, so we know what's going on. They're tucking away. They're not even looking at us. They're well into this pizza.
Oh, getting into the
Eagle boys.
Yeah. Anyway,
Here goes Green. Come on.
Here goes the
804.
Come on,
Give me an 804.
Get into it. 80 for Dill. Hey, that was a good looking roof climb, but straight down the drain hole. I thought you were calling him out 80 because his name's Adrian.
All right. Just under 2. Stay wider. They're talking about the next heat. Must be trying to fudge their way in. $90 seconds. No one's liking anything they're seeing on this little track. Sakai sat there for a long time with priority, chasing. He knows he needs a good wave. Here he goes. All right, game on. The natural footer winds up. Gives it a bit of what for to kick things off, holding a lot of speed. Down the line, he's trying to square something up and get a bit more brutal, but denied the opportunity to really open up this wave behind. Maybe he's running off down towards the end of the reef as well. It was a nice try. He sat there. He was most patient. Gave himself one opportunity, but the wave did not allow him to really get up there and blast.
No, it's a long way from the whitewater, isn't it? Made those turns set for that one, and that was his last before it closed out.
All right.
Mr. Kato on his attempt at first place.
If he doesn't get a 4.9 here, I'll be chatting with Marto Joy.
Well, there's a
He's
pretty
in the
handy
mix.
wave. Definitely
Wow,
in the mix. That's
huge finishing move. I think I might be talking to Kato. What's his first name? I better get it right when I talk
Wait
to
on.
Hang on.
Marto Joy's got
Marto
something to say
Joy.
about that. He's
Pad
going
Mart
around.
helicopter.
Oh. Yeah, I think you might be talking to Mr. Kato there.
Shohei Kato. Better stick around and make sure. But it was a strong finish. That was a really well surfed wave right on the basically a few moments just before the buzzer. We are going to have an ad break. We'll come back and see exactly who got through that one, and we'll be right back in a moment.
Okay, we are live. How lucky am I? Gia Lagarde sitting next to me.
Hello, Billy.
Good to see you. How you feeling in the afternoon?
Good. It's definitely cooled off a little bit, and it's looking like the conditions really glassed off. I've been just walking around. I stole a few snacks, so I missed a few of the last heats. Any highlights?
Mare Joy, I think, just got pipped at the post in that last heat. But this is Riki Sato. That's a mighty backhand turn. If this is pro junior level, the Japanese guys have absolutely smashed it to bits. There was a 9 in the previous heat before that. The Japanese surfers really showing the way. If this is a glimpse into the future of Japanese surfing, look out the rest of the world. Watch this.
Yeah, that was a great turn by Riki Sato, our surfer in red, and finished it beautifully. That's a great way to start a heat.
Rahei Ono is his compatriot in the blue, and this is Sinar Tanjung in the white. He's been really mischievous up in the athletes area, and you can tell why. He's a popular kid. A lot of character and a couple of solid little turns there. Ifran Sehepu?
Ifran Saipu, I think.
Yeah, he
Hopefully
is
you
in
say.
green. Local lad, I would suggest. How's that cutty?
Oh, that was sick.
Sinar style.
Love the print on the board.
Yeah, that is cool. There's a leopard print?
Yeah,
Black
it
and
looks
white
like
print?
it.
Snow leopard.
Yeah, snow leopard. Matches his white shirt. Those were two really nice turns from Sinar Tanjung. As we wait for those scores, who was it that got the 9?
I wasn't in the booth, but I'm guessing. I would just be guessing. Oh, it was Yahagi.
Ah.
Mahojo Mahagi. Yes, super impressive. If you watch the replays, jump on the WSL website for the live and the YouTube. Punch in Krui Pro 2023. You can watch the last few days of action, and you can watch today's action as well. Just do the slider where you want to go.
Lots of action, many heats. So many replays available out there.
All right, have a look at that. An 817. That is the way to start your campaign. Wow, Heat 6 has just had a big punch to the face, and that is from Riki Sato. Wow. Excellent score straight off the bat. Follows up with a 4.50. So the rest of the field got some catching up to do. Sinar, just a 2 for that series of cutties. I can't wait to see what Rahei Ono has in store, and the local lad Ifran.
Yeah, already putting, well, it's still only 21 minutes, but everyone already looking for big scores. As we said, that's exactly how you want to start your heat. He must feel really comfortable, and it's pretty much on cruise control for now, for a bit.
Eye-catching.
It looks like the rain has finally stopped. It's still a little overcast, but doesn't stop anything. Waves still come. So Billy, what were some of your highlights of today?
My highlights is crossing down to the post-heat interview, because that's where we're going right now. Let's cover that when we get back.
Yes.
Down to
Okay, here we go. We have the winner of the very last heat, Shohei Kato. Happy with your surfing just then?
Yeah, that's good waves. Yeah.
Your last wave was the one that won it for you. Good job.
Yeah, last wave was I best riding maybe. Wave is still good, and yeah, it was fun.
And you've been enjoying your time here in South Sumatra?
First time Krui. Yeah, I love this left, perfect left. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the best things about coming to Indonesia for a contest like this?
I like this wave. I went to Bali, Krui, only this country, yeah, Indonesia. I like this left point.
Do you have waves similar to this to practice on at home?
No. Japan, small wave, all day small wave, nothing, just like wave, yeah.
All day small wave. Well, here it's really good. Do you like the food in Indonesia?
Yeah, I like nasi goreng, mie goreng, so good.
And the local surfers are pretty cool, yeah?
Yeah, Indonesia surfer is a good surfer, and everyone good surfer, yeah.
Shohei, you're a good surfer too. I'm going to shake your hand and say all the best for the rest of the contest.
Thank you.
Woohoo! Back to you guys. Thanks, fellas.
Rightio, that was a pretty cool interview. Good English on that young man. And while we were at that post-heat interview, Ifran has just teed off. I was kind of watching in the box. He did about 6 really good turns. I can't wait to see his score.
Actually, you know, Ifran, I didn't realize until just now after I saw him surf, is one of the Kandui grounds. He's here with the Wilcoxons.
Ah, right on.
Yep. He travels with them. He's part of the Kandui grounds. And there he goes, his first wave of 5.33. I spent some time with Ifran in the Mentawai earlier this year.
Here he goes.
Here he goes. A beautiful first opening turn, straight into the second one.
Yeah.
And third turn right there as he races down the line to finish this one off nicely. Slightly gets his rail stuck, but that doesn't stop him, and he takes this wave all the way in to the caddy area.
How cool is that little tail slide on his turn? Goes through his arc and then fully tweaks out that back foot.
Ifran is a super smiley kid. He's always happy. He's always down for a surf. As I said, I was in Kandui with him earlier this year. He's always with Jaden and Dylan. You will never see them without Ifran.
Ah, nice.
He's part of the gang.
Well, you can see he's been surfing a lot because that style, that attack on the wave is it's really cool.
Yep. Used to the lefts. He has hideaways right around the corner.
He'd be privy to a lot of good surfing too. There's a lot of good surfers go through the Mentawais, and every now and again a visiting pro will pass through, and you get to see the top level stuff.
Yep. He sees it all, and Kandui Resort is one of, I personally think, the best land camp in the Mentawai.
Are you getting buffed up there?
I just love that place.
Yeah, Sierra Kerr just spent a few weeks there.
Everyone. Kira Pinkerton, my friend Laura Coyela from Canaries there right now. This is Raiha Onu using his priority, goes down the line, a beautiful floater to get around the section and hits that closed.
I like it. Sinar now. Sinar style. Here it is.
Yes.
Off the roof. Makes it through one section. A big Mark Ocalupo type cutback, if you don't mind, and then a bomby straight into the flats.
That was actually a really nice cutback from Sinar with his leopard print.
Ricky Soto now. Check it out. His first wave was an absolute belter to 8.17. He'll be looking to back it up. 2 hefty belts. Don't think it's going to go into that excellent range, but might beat the 4.50.
Here we have a few replays. This is Sinar's last wave. You see him take that top line. Beautiful first turn. So much style. I love this cutback. That was beautiful to look at. And right behind him, Raiha Onu highlines this all the way down, does this floater, and smacks this one closed. Thank you.
Right. Oh no, also got a good attack on the wave.
Here we go. Ricky Sato, the current heat leader, looking to improve a 4.5.
You reckon that one's going to do it?
Maybe slightly, I think so.
Yeah. I'll go with you. Slightly. Slightly is a good call.
There we have Ifran. Friendliest kid in the neighborhood.
How good has all the grommets in the athlete area been in the afternoon? There's a box of bang bangs down there. They're all getting some sugar into them.
Yeah, I saw that as I was doing a post-heat interview. There was a big box of bang bangs. All the groms are down there. They're all cheering on each other. It's great to see, you know, this Pro Junior finally arriving more in Indonesia. As when I was growing up, we never had these the WSL Pro Juniors around this part of town.
Not this part of town, no. You did have the World Pro Juniors come here, 2012, something like that. Remember, it was up at Canggu, and then it was down at Karamis. They'd see which one was the best, and they'd go there. That was super cool. One of the twins from Padmar absolutely cut a sway through the pack. Who was that? I don't know if it was Tonjo or Blairon. Could have been Blairon. Yeah, it was super exciting. It's when, it must have been a while ago. What's Jack, Alana Blanchard's husband?
Jack Freestone.
Jack Freestone. It's when he was the World Junior Champ, so it was quite a while ago.
I think that was before 2012 even.
Oh, I'm getting old.
Because I do not recall that at all. But we did have the Magic Wave contest, all the Grom series, a few in Kuta and Legian.
Yep.
Those were great fun.
We worked the World Grom Search Final at Lakey Peak one year. Pat Curran won, Tom Curran's son, just beating Jacob Wilcox. That was a great week out. Rajo Barrel was just a little grommet, walking around making an absolute nonsense of himself. And here he is, how many years later, competing.
I think Brisa Hennessy took out the women's in that in that Ribco Grom Search final.
Yeah, perhaps.
I remember Hyana getting the wild card.
Yep.
The local wild card to that event.
Yeah, so we have seen some world-class junior surfing in Indo before. Raho, that was a world-class first turn. The second one, not so much. Yeah, but you're right. You get these regular grommet contests through Indonesia. It's going to help with the standard of surfing. We've got the Grom Patrol. That's pretty cool. Goes on later during the year at somewhere on Kuta Beach. Usually halfway bank.
Yep. That reminds me of the Magic Seaweed events that we used to have for sure. And I love seeing all the Groms get together and everyone having a friendly competition because it's all smiles and everyone having a great time.
That was Magic Seaweed, the surf forecasting. Was it?
Sorry, not Magic Seaweed, Magic Wave.
Magic Wave, gotcha. Oh, look at that.
Nice
He's on a bit of a roll.
Yep. This is Ifran on his backhand trying to imitate hideaways as best he can. A nice first opening turn straight into the second one. That was a really solid finish.
He's entertaining. I like it. I was going to say, now that Surfline's brought Magic Seaweed, maybe they can put a contest on for us. They got all the money.
It was my mistake. Magic Wave. I'm sorry. I got confused.
Well, that's all right. Well, let's stick with it. So, people from Surfline, if you're listening in, come on, cough up a bit of dosh and put on a grommet contest in Bali. That'll be awesome.
Ten minutes remaining. We're still waiting for some scores to come through. Waiting for the last of Ifran, our surfer in green. I don't think he's looking for a very big score to get into second.
No, that's 6.20 and the 817. That's pretty tight up there for first place, so it's all eyes on second place, I reckon, with just 9.5 minutes remaining. 5.33 is a pretty handy score for the first wave. We are owed a score in that green column, so we'll see where that shakes up the leaders board.
Only looking for 217 Ifran to get into an advancing position, so I'm gonna call that he got it with that last one.
Oh, righto. I like your risk taking, and there it is, a 5.00. Wow, you're right on the money.
See.
Up into second, the lad from Kandui. Great to see. It is Sina Tanjung and Rahai with the work to do. Raiha with the work to do. Requirements, not too much for our Japanese surfer of 5.60. That 8.33 is quite the ask. Look at all the grommets. Nala, Rajo,
Imari,
loving it.
Here we take a look. It looks like Raiha Onu with second priority going for this wave, looking to approve a 277. Ooh, just slips out of that one. Take a look at his board. Maybe he felt like something was off.
He might not have waxed the top of his feet. Did you hear Mark and I talking about that before?
No, I haven't.
Someone slipped off their tail pad before, and I suggested that you wax your tail pad just before you go out in unfamiliar conditions. Mark laughed at me. But then we started talking about the waxing the top of your feet. Andy Irons used to do it all the time. And we mentioned our friend Paul Patterson, who's an ex-NIAS champion. Sent me a message, goes, shout out to Jai Cofton, another winner of NIAS, who I picked up the waxing of the front foot from, the top of the foot from. So good on you, Jai. Thanks for the tip. I use it all the time. If you wax up the top of your feet, then you walk out on the reef and you've got some grimy stuff, just put your feet together and then
I mean, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I tend to forget to bring wax, even just for my surfboards.
You should be a pro surfer.
I know.
It's amazing how many pro surfers travel the world to go, you got any wax, man?
I'm definitely one of those, for sure. I don't do it we don't do it on purpose. We just forget. We have so many things to remember. Wax sometimes, even though it should be, because we can't surf without it.
Yep.
Is not always at the top of the list.
It's been the same for as long as I can remember.
There we go. Our surfer in red, Ricky Sato, improves his score, gets a 6.2 on that last one.
Look at this. This is a big banging wave. A nice drop, extended time going down, and a beautiful looking carve to start it off. Finds the really tight in the pocket for the second one. A lot of speed and momentum on this. Digging a rail every chance he gets. Here's a big hefty section. Deals with it beautifully, and a 2 for 1 at the end. Yes, lands it. Bang. I'm predicting up around the 9s. That is a great looking wave.
That was a really nice set. It's been a while since we saw a set like that one before. He had priority. He was in the spot. He perfectly timed most of those turns. That's going to be a big score coming through for our surfer in red.
Look at it. Biggest one we've seen for a while. Really nails that first one. Beautiful placement. Tighter on the second one. Not as eye-catching, but a pretty critical one nonetheless. And all those 3 turns have been different, G. And this one, really impressive. Did really well to get back to that section to finish it off too.
Yep. He kept his cool, kept his control, and managed to finish it off when we've really seen the judges emphasizing on finishing those waves and to get those bigger scores.
Well, it could be combo land for the rest of the field after that score drops. But here's a Kandui kid. Hey, that was a great lip line turn.
Pretty brave to dive head first, but he's used to surfing these reef breaks, so I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he'll know what he's doing till he gets one to the head and he'll never do it again. All right, under 5 minutes now. Can't wait to see these scores drop. Just about everybody getting a wave. Not sure if Sinar Style got one in this exchange. But this is Onu.
Raiha Onu to backhand.
He's happy with it.
Yeah, that was the first claim I've seen from the Japanese server.
Yeah, it's contagious. What have you done to us?
Looking to improve a 277. That's definitely going up there. But needing a 5.60 to advance. We're reaching the final minutes of this heat.
Sinar Style, check him out, is up the reef. Surfer in white. The coolest paint job I've seen today. Doesn't get over the top. He'll be absolutely dirty on himself because I think he's going to lose priority.
Yeah.
Yep, number 2. Nope, back first.
I don't think there's anyone at the peak right now.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so he has all the time in the world for now to pick a wave. Well, not all the time. He has 3 minutes 30 seconds.
He's interested in this one.
Yep, it's looking like he's gonna go. Gets to stand up, gets around the section, going all the way down, and pulls off. Looking for a really big score. He has another 3 minutes to get back out there and give it another go.
All right, still waiting on a score from Red. See if my wildly optimistic prediction is true. It really kept in my imagination that last wave, though, by Mr. Sato. Looks like I'll be having a chat with him in about 2 minutes and 40 seconds time. Through to the next round. Gotta love that.
Here we have Raiha again on his backhand.
Ouch.
He got a 717 on his last wave that pushed him straight into second place. Ifran looking for a 658 now. This is a replay of the last one of Raiha Onu. A nice little foam climb and straight into a vertical turn. Unfortunately, gets that lip straight on the neck and down he goes.
Well, lucky I'm employed in the commentary booth because the 763 is what the judges have awarded Ricky Sato for his last wave. Long way from a 9, but a super handy backup score. .863 is a hefty ask for our surfer in blue. They're quite the ask for all the surfers at the moment to increase their position. 1 minute 30.
We're reaching the last few seconds of this heat. Ifran is going to be hoping something comes his way. He does have priority. He's out the back. Close by. Second priority, Red, Ricky Sato, but he's currently in the lead. He's not worried. In third priority, Sinar Tanjung looking for a 9.90. And Raiha Onu in second with fourth priority, looking for an 8.63 to go to first, but he isn't in an advancing position. So all eyes are now on Ifran. Raiha taking off on a smaller one. A nice first turn.
Not much happening on that wave.
I don't think it will be improving his score line. We're reaching the last 15 seconds of this heat. This is the end of round of 32, heat 6.
Yeah, I think that is done and dusted, that heat for sure. That will be the results: red, blue, green and white. Well done to all surfers. Entertaining heat. is the third last heat of the day. And while we get ready for the next one, we're going to throw to an ad break. Stick with us, folks. 2 more to go today. This is the Krui Pro 2023. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is the second last heat of the day. Wow, we're almost there. This is heat 7 of the Pro Junior Boys. And Aimade Ariana is the surfer in red. Kai Mariki is in blue. Theo Radcliffe is in white. And Jaden Wilcoxon, who I'm going to hazard a guess is the brother of Dylan Wilcoxon, is the surfer in green.
Yes, all the Kandui Groms are here. We had in the last heat Ifran Saipu, which is one of their friends, but you'll never see the Wilcoxons without him. They travel together, spend 24 hours together on the island. All a great group of kids, as well as Aura, their sister. She is in the Women's Pro Junior, which we will see maybe tomorrow or in the upcoming days.
How good. And some pretty outstanding looking performances in the last heat. Ricky Sato, an 817 and a 763, sending in a sensational 2-wave total. And Raya Onu, a 717, is a pretty decent top score as well. 22 minutes remaining in this heat. What do you know about any of these guys?
I know Theo Radcliffe. He is Harry's son. They live in Bali, half Indonesian, half English. They did move to Portugal for a while, but they're back in Bali now. Theo, I think if you let him, he would surf 24 hours a day. I've never seen a Grom so obsessed with surfing like him.
Here he is.
He recently came off the big 20 Finny contest up at the Lawn. He won the Junior Boys, so that was a big moment for Theo.
The Lawn is Canggu, for anyone who doesn't know.
Yes, beloved Canggu. We've already had the Lawn and Singlefin have a nice shout out by the New Zealander in one of his post-heat interviews. Very
The New Zealander?
Unfortunately I forgot his name.
Elliot Parada.
Yes.
Billy Stanmond.
Elliot Parada.
Okay. This is Kai Mariki, surfer in blue, having a look. Couldn't get into that one. Surfer in red is Aimade Ariana. Is that Dara?
Yes, I think so.
Surfer in red not on the screen at the moment. I guess he's maybe sitting a little bit deeper than the pack.
No, sorry, I don't think that's there at all, actually. I saw earlier we did have a 9-point ride by Monojo Yahagi in Heat 4 and an 817. Were you there for this one?
I went, I talked all through that heat and then went and had a chat to Monojo afterwards. He was absolutely tearing, shrouping, to use the 90s term. There's Theo Radcliffe checking his watch. I love watching the juniors do this stuff that they see on the webcast. There's 19 minutes to go. Wear a watch. Like, you don't need to know the time.
Yeah, it's vital thing, watches and heats. Need to know exactly how much time you have. But this is a junior. I'm sure he must have forgot it somewhere when he was probably waxing up his board or didn't bring it on the trip. I don't know.
Okay, not much action so far in this one. Theo Radcliffe just the half a point to get things going. This is Kai Mariki, Japanese surfer in blue. He's a long way back behind the section. One turn, two turns, still a little bit hung up, so this wave's not really coming together for him too well. And he kicks out. There goes Theo Radcliffe. So he's sitting on a 0.5. Not sure if he'll extend his lead once Kaimariki's score drops in. So I'm assuming Jaden Wilcoxon is the younger brother of Dylan Wilcoxon?
Yes, Jaden Wilcoxon is the younger brother of Dylan. And back at home, they have a younger sister as well. They are the coolest family I've ever seen or been around. You know, Dylan grabs his jet ski all the time, and they go fishing off the island, get to surf perfect waves every day. They have 4 bobs in their backyard. They are an all surfing family. Ray, their dad, they all live in Kandui. Very welcoming, very outgoing, and you know, Ray's been around for a while in Indonesia, so he knows the Mentawais like the back of his hand.
And is Jaden a natural footer or a goofy?
Jaden is a natural footer. So
we might see him in action right now, having a swing. And there he is on his backhand. Looking for a section. And this one never quite cooperated with the young natural footer from the Mentawais. So that's going to be a minus score, 0.93. It's Kai Mariki in the lead, a 2.83 for his one wave. Theo Radcliffe, a 2.43, the result for his couple of waves. And Jacob Wilcoxon there. Jaden Wilcoxon, sorry. Here goes Theo Radcliffe on his third wave. Knee, back foot comes off, and he ends up in a little bit of an awkward looking drop knee situation. Here goes Mare Ariana.
No, this is he's from halfway Kura
Oh, the air reverse. Had to work hard to land it, but he definitely did. His foot was way over on the rail of his board when he reconnected with it, but did very well. Lots of strength through the lower half to ride out of that one. Talk us through it, Giada.
Yeah, this was a really nice wave from Made Ariana. A nice first turn, and here you see him set it up a full reverse. His foot almost coming off, but he manages to stick it. We haven't seen many airs just yet. That was probably the first one I saw in competition, and we see right behind him Kai Moriki on his backhand. Some really nice turns here. Manages to stick the landing, and we're gonna see some scores coming through. Made first wave came in at a 6.67, puts him straight in the lead, and we see him wasting no time as he goes again.
Oh, well, spinning the other way this time. Air reverse last time, an alley-oop on his subsequent wave. So a 6.67 for the first wave, and backed up straight away with a 1-point ride. Sees him sail out into the lead. And just while we take a little break, we're going to throw down to the winner of the last heat on the athlete deck.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. I am down here live with the winner of heat number 6, Reki Sato. Congratulations. Now, you score 817. Excellent wave. Can you please describe?
I was lucky to catch a good wave. Yeah.
Excellent. Now, how many years have you been surfing?
10 years, maybe.
10 years. You've only been surfing 10 years, and you've already got an excellent score at a WQS 5000 event. Excellent stuff. Now, where are you from in Japan?
Shonan and Chiba, Japan.
In the south or the north?
Down.
Okay, I like that. Now, this is the camera. Can you say something in Japanese to your friends in Japan?
いつも応援してくださっている方々ありがとうございます。QS は全然ダメだったんで、このプロジュニアで頑張って結果出したいと思うので応援よろしくお願いします。Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. Give me one of them again. We'll do this again because you're going to win and go into the next round. Ricky, gentlemen, a ripping young man. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Billy. Hang in. Great to catch up with the winner of the last heat. Meanwhile, we've got some scores in. Kai Mariki and Made Ariana. Hopefully we can get both waves up on the scoreboard so we can debrief a little bit more about what's happened. There we go. So it was a 6.2 for Kai Mariki's last wave. Here goes Theo Radcliffe, skating his way down the line up into the lip, and unfortunately goes down on that one.
Yeah, Jaden Wilcoxon still not finding any waves just yet. He's been a little quiet throughout this heat, but we have a great heat 8 coming up in red. Bronson Mady, we have Teddy Billy, we have Made Mahendra, which is Madedera, and Alzair Satria Pratama. That will be the last heat of the round of 32 in the Pro Junior Men's.
Yeah, last heat of the day. So just the 21 heats today.
Just
basically a half day. We started at 7 yesterday. We started at 6:45, and we are about 35 minutes away from finishing. So we're going to shut things down at 5 on the dot. So 10 hours exactly. Very entertaining day, and that will be 93 heats in 4 days. Solid.
That's a lot of heats. Lots of surfing, lots of good waves. It's been a great 4 days. We're going to see an increase in the swell this weekend. Hopefully for finals day, it will be quite a lot bigger. But we're not there just yet. Today was considered to be the smallest day of the week. It's been, we've seen a couple slow heats, but we've still seen some big scores.
We sure have. Highlights for mine. Minojo Yahagi 4 heats ago went absolutely crazy, posting an 8.17 and a 9.27. And we saw plenty of action on the ladies' side of proceedings as well. The Gonzalez sisters from the Basque Country keep their run alive. Well, Jania did. Unfortunately, Annette bowed out. Kira Pinkerton had a pretty good, strong heat. Izzy Campbell surfed really well. Minori Kawai scraped through in a very dramatic tussle. Between herself, Holly Williams, Sky Brown and Annie Dos Santos. And on Matsuoka, dropped a 7.5 on her way to her heat win. Plenty of action here at Tanjung Setia, which is Point Loyal. It's the local village. The name of this wave is Ujung Bocur, which is the leaking edge. We are in the Pesisir Barat, which is the Regency. They're also the major sponsor. We're in the province of Lampung in South Sumatra, Indonesia.
Yeah, we've seen the Krui Pro has been here for quite a few years, but this is only the second year that the Pro Junior has joined us out here in Sumatra.
Pretty impressive honour roll throughout the years. In 2017, it was just a men's event won by Kajiro Nishi from Moses Lagrice. In 2018, Oni Anwar took out the men's from Rio Wider in an all-Indonesian final. On the ladies' side of proceedings, Elise Cooper beat Emily Gassoni in the final. 2019, Lucas Silveira beat Mitch Colborne, who just knocked out Gabriel Medina in the semi-finals. Mitch just peaking a heat too soon, I'm guessing. On the ladies' side of proceedings, Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica took care of Kiala Tomoda Bannett from Hawaii in the final. And last year, Jessie Mendez beat Billy Stearmond, while Sophie McCulloch accounted for Ella McCaffrey in the women's. Last year was the first year it was QS 5000, and that just guarantees that you get the calibre of surfer that we've seen in action over the opening 4 days. Co-sanctioned between the Asian region and the Australasian region, hence seeing surfers from all over this corner of the planet, plus plenty of guys like the Gonzalez sisters, Kira Pinkerton from the US, who are just here to surf perfect uncrowded waves in Arashi.
Yeah, I don't get these types of waves in a contest very often in Europe, as we see Theo Radcliffe on a really fast wave. Unfortunately, gets that one turn in. But yeah, we've seen a massive change here in Krui ever since the QS has started to come to town. It's grown so much. Never in my life would I have thought back in 2018 that I would be able to drink an oat milk cappuccino here in Krui.
Here we go. All right, Jacob Wilcoxon. That was a pretty nice turn from Jaden, working his way down the line. Second turn was pretty strong as well. He's gearing up for the long wraparound. And he's got a great pace to this wave, working his way through to the inside. That was a nice turn as well. This is going to be Jaden's best wave by a considerable margin. Big finish. Come on, attack it. Hangs on. Can he pop back up? Oh, he was there for a second and unfortunately couldn't quite rebound completely onto his feet. A for effort, C for execution on the end section, but the rest of the wave, A for effort, and I'm going to say A for achievement as well. Talk us through it, Giada.
Yeah, this is a great wave from Jaden Wilcoxon. He hasn't had much before this one. It was a really long ride. Beautiful cutback. I love his style. He's poised and ready to attack any section that comes towards him. You can see him eyeing this section down. Hits it and unfortunately doesn't make it to stand back up. I think he got a 2.8 for that last one.
Yep, so that's Jaden's best wave, 2.8, 3.5 minutes remaining. Kai Mariki, he's got a 6. Made Ariana has a 6, and they're kind of the only substantial scores at this point. Here goes Made Ariana. He's looking to get rid of his 1.1. He's pretty much done that already. First turn was really strong. Open face carve wasn't bad either. Foot down up into the lip, gets plenty of drift out of the tail. Now he's got some speed. Will we see him take to the sky or release the tail once again? Goes the waft, gives it the little stand tall. 3 minutes remaining. That will see Made Ariana move into the lead. Kai Mariki has priority, however, and I'm sure we'll see him reply very shortly.
This is a beautiful wave from Made Ariana. He throws so much spray in that first turn. This wave giving him so much opportunity, a beautiful tail slide off the top, and here finishes it off really nicely with that drift. He's feeling it, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a really nice score. And there it is, an 8.67 for the last of Made Ariana. With 2 minutes remaining, he's looking pretty solid. With Kaiki Moriki looking for a 9.14. Let's see what this wave has to offer. A nice opening carve to get around this section. Gets a little bit stuck on that last one, but manages to finish it off really nicely. I don't think it'll be enough to go to first, but it will be extending that lead above Theo Radcliffe and Jaden Wilcoxon. Talk us through, Bincy.
Okay, so the first turn was pretty strong. Climbs up and over that section. Released the tail, that was cool, and did the same again on the end section. So great surfing from the man in blue, Kai Mariki. A 7.5 and a 6.2 see him in second, but Made Ariana has an 8.67 and a 6.67. Here goes Theo Radcliffe. That was a strong turn. I really like the section that he did it on. Second turn was pretty good as well. Attacks the whitewater. I like this wave from Theo Radcliffe. Releases the tail. Come on, right out of it. You beauty. Well done, Theo. Looks at the surfer's deck. He'll be stoked to finish on that wave. You can see him getting some applause from his mates in the channel. That's Kian Martin giving him the little fist pump. Kian, of course, one of his Echo Beach buddies. Talk us through this replay, Giada.
Yeah, this is a great wave from Theo. I love his style, really pushing that tail. Another nice off the top. Gets around this foamy section, and this one, a little bit of a tail drift again. Rides out of it, and he's looking in great form, Theo.
Yep, so there we go, a 5.5. That is a great wave for Theo Radcliffe right at the end of the heat. 15 seconds to go. There's no priority. Here goes Made Ariana. Throws the big tail high air reverse. Can't ride out of that one, which is a pity, but the result will not be a pity to Made Ariana. He's got an 8.67 and a 6.67. A 15.34 total sees him take a very impressive win. He's going to be joined in the next round by Kai Mariki, Theo Radcliffe and Jaden Wilcoxon, the two youngsters. Well, they'll be a lot wiser and richer for this experience. One more heat to run in the day. It's one of the biggest names in the Pro Juniors. It's Bronson Mady, and he'll be in the water right after this quick break from the Krui Pro. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. 21 heats today, and this is the last of them. Bronson Mady from Indonesia is the surfer in red. Teddy Dagbili is the surfer in blue. Fittingly, he's from Sweden. Made Mahendra and Azhar Satria Pratama are both from Indonesia.
Wow,
and
Made
this
Dera.
is Made Dera.
So a good start, plenty of speed straight off the bat right there for the beach announcer / competitor. Final heat of the juniors, another long day in Krui time. It's around about 4:30. Lots of standouts today. We'll just have a bit of a debrief at the end of this heat on all the good things that happened, all the highlights. We'll inform you as to what's going on regarding tomorrow. But yep, as you suggested, Bronson Mady in the red is one of the bigger names in junior surfing pretty much across the globe, and he'll be really anxious to put together a good result here. A lot of hype on Bronson. I've known him a long time, and I love what he can do, and he goes big, or it's nothing, and he goes big quite often.
Yep. Nines or nothing.
Yeah, not Made Dera. 4.67, here goes Teddy. Just winding up here, staying interested. Another high-speed manoeuvre to get to this section here. There's a nice bowly section, and really helps himself to a pretty good swack out of the top. Some pretty tidy work on this wave. He gets another quality section and a big finish here. Boom! He's still not done with yet. Look at this. So look at his body language. He's all over it. He just went non-stop, rail to rail. A lot of work on that wave. And did you like that one, Chris Binns?
Sure did. Coming out of the gates with plenty of energy. It's been a long day, so those little bursts of hyperactivity don't go unnoticed. This is the replay of Teddy's opening wave. Just fluent from start to finish, just had plenty of momentum. The board sort of looking very much out of the water, and that was a great turn. Pretty unfazed from start to finish as well. Just kept that momentum going from section to section, pinballing around the place, and he'll be kicking out of there feeling pretty good that he's got a decent number to open his account. Made Dera, a 4.67 to kick things off for the surfer in white. Azhar Pratama, the surfer in green, he's kicked off with a 1.73. Not sure what Bronson's done, but it looks like he didn't make the drop for a 0.3, and we're waiting on a score to drop in for Teddy.
Yeah, look, mark my words, this is a tough heat. You know, Bronson, we've gone, okay, he's the #1 seed for a reason, and he's got some serious contenders with what we just saw there from Teddy Dagbili and Made Dera in the white. Setia in the green. He's out of the Tanjung Setia board riders. I saw the sticker on his board when he was just getting ready. His mates were down there and they were all just having a bit of a heckle and a time and a bit of a rev up. But they were looking over their shoulder squarely when Bronson rocked up. We will throw over to the beach interview. I think Giada will have the winner of the last heat. So over to you, G.
All right. I'm here with the winner of our last heat. You know, that was a really great heat. You come from Bali. Where have you been training before coming here?
Of course, Uluwatu,
Uluwatu. And where's your home break back in Bali?
Serangan.
You know, tell us a little bit about your board. What have you been using? Is it the same that you use in Bali or did you change?
Same.
All right. Who did you come to Krui with? Who's your crew?
Of course, Ryuki and Kai Moriki.
Were they out here cheering you for your heat?
Yeah.
All right, Fajar, is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Oke, semua saudara saya, semua ibu, bapak, terima kasih udah support saya, dan Free Pick, Ripkel, terima kasih udah support saya.
All right, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Giada Lagarde. That was Mare Ariana through to the next round. A very strong performance with an 8.67. And he has got the nod from Kai Mariki, who had a 7.5. So both of those guys, they are mates. They're travelling together alongside Ryuki Waida.
Well, I watched bits of that heat, the back end of that heat from outside, and watching Red, I thought it was Mega Artana. That's how good that young fella surfs. He's got a very similar style, surfs at lightning speed with everything he does, and just really fitted in his big moves with a minimum of fuss and ease, and geez, he made it look good. So well done, young man. There's a lot of good grommets in this junior men's, Chris, from what we've seen today. Some of the biggest numbers of the day in this junior men's.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily a reflection on the scale changing around too much. The surfing has been really, really good. They've had enough time to sit in front of it and watch it, that's for sure.
And they waited 3.5 days for their opportunities, so they were ready to unleash, and a lot of them have. So it'll be good to when we get to break that down. And we have a little debrief at the end of this heat.
Quite a few of these juniors have already surfed in the Opens, so they've had a trial run, and then they would have sat on the deck for 3.5 days. They would have mind surfed more waves than anyone at the event, apart from maybe us on the couch. And the results are, it's bearing fruit. So Teddy Dagbeel, a 4.33 for his opener. Mate Dara, a 4.67 for his. Bronson Matey yet to fire a shot.
Well, one thing he did say to me on his way in, I said, oh, well, good luck out there, Bronson. He goes, oh, I hope it gets some waves this time. Open with a 0.3, 8 minutes off the clock. I certainly hope he does as well. I love how the way he surfs. I'd really want to see him flare up in this heat and stamp his #1 billing in this junior division through to the next round. But he's got some tough opponents to get over. The numbers from white and blue, they're not huge, but they settle nerves, and that's a good thing in a wave-starved afternoon.
Hope's not a strategy. You can't paddle out hoping to get waves.
You've got to make it happen, don't you?
Go make it happen. You've got priority. You've got 16.5 minutes. Let's see Bronson latch onto something and put that famous arsenal of his on display. You've surfed with Bronson a lot with your years and years at Lakey Peak. What does he get up to over there? Does he surf the peak? Does he try head off to Periscope?
Oh, of course he does. When he comes to town, he hasn't lived full-time in Lakey for, 5 years. He's been hooked up over there with the Tanjungs. Obviously, Varun, one of his best friends now, and under the tutelage of Rizal. But, yeah, when he's there on a mission. He comes for a swell. He films. He's there generally with a pretty heavy posse. I think he's coming down again after this. I think they're going to bring Sky Brown down. Rizal was saying they want to come and get some footage on the skate bowl as well as surfing. So it's kind of got a 2 interest right there for Sky. So I'll probably see him again this week. But yeah, when he comes to town, look, he'll surf when it's barreling and the lowest tides. When it's right borderline too dry, he loves it. When it goes on shore, the boys go out and just have a boost fest. And of course, when Periscopes breaks, I saw him down there last about 3 weeks ago, and all over it. He comes back home for a reason these days. It's mainly filming. And home's home, right?
And where do the Groms of Lakey Peak sort of catch their first waves? Is there
good question.
is it a little shorey, or do they
Kinda,
small
yeah.
days at the peak?
No. They do their apprenticeship over on small high tide days at Pipe.
Yep.
After they get off the shorey, off the cobblestones on the beach, over to Pipe to work it out, and they get a little braver, and then they come and sit wide at the peak and mainly watch and get the odd bit of little leftover. And as time goes by, they move over a little bit further and move over a little bit further, and give them a year or two and they're calling you off. They learn pretty quick.
Then they move down to Periscopes.
Yeah, sometimes that's a different sort of wave, so it takes a little bit to... And most of them are goofy footers. So to go and surf Periscopes, most of them go, nah, not my sort of wave. It's tricky on the backhand.
Very tricky wave on the backhand.
So anyway, that's my hood, and Bronson is a big star out of that area. There's been some rippers over the years, a la Oni Anwar and Joey Barrel and Guzzley, and just the list goes on and on. Andre Anwar. There's a huge bunch of crew that came out of there that shone, and none bigger than Bronson. So he's got the hopes of Sumbawa and his buddies in Bali on his shoulders. He's really come of age though, because he never used to say anything, Bronson, ever. It took him about 5 years before he said boo to me, even though I would ask him questions. He was a pretty withdrawn kid. Bit of time in Bali and doing some laps around and travel and all that sort of stuff has opened him up a bit, so that's cool. What do you know about Made Dera? Know much about Made? He's in the white.
Not much at all. He's doing the beach announcing here.
Yep.
And
strong surfer, one of Quickie's stable surfers, features in a lot of their ads.
Yeah.
Good looking rooster.
Yeah, and just a positive ball of energy, bounces around the comp. He's always great to see.
Gives you a high five about
Yeah,
10 times a day.
I was going to say, not afraid of a high five. And surfs a lot. I love seeing that. You see, around these events, you really can tell the guys who are hungry. And you see some dudes who just are in the water a lot. And
how was the young guy just then in green? He's watching Made Dera and he's going, oh, I know that guy. I've seen him in ads. He comes Bronson. He just sat there and just watched Bronson. He goes, oh, that's what that guy looks like. Because he's a local. He rarely sees these sort of cats in his neck of the woods. Once a year, potentially, when this event comes to town. So he's a member of the Tanjung Setia board riders. He's sitting right there in the green next to Bronson. I hope he's soaking up this moment, because it doesn't happen very often.
He's not just sitting next to Bronson, he's beating him at the halfway mark.
There you go. Shut it down, he says. So Bronson's just starting to look a little anxious. He's paddling up, he's paddling down. There's a stand on his board. What the hell's coming? Readjust the rashi. He's got priority, so 12 minutes, plenty of time to work on a 2-wave total. Yep, he's looking around a bit more now. Looking at his lineup, checking for lines. Made's right next to him. He's got one score on the board, so a little bit of a pressure relief for Made. He's also in the lead and second priority, so a couple of good things going his way. Teddy DeBag's got a pretty decent number, which is starting to turn into potentially a wise move looking at the clock.
Yeah, we're really limping to the finish line right now, aren't we? It's been a long day. It's been the fourth long day in a row. I think we're up to about 95 heats.
Okay, so what do we do? 67. Hello, how are you, everybody? 67 up until yesterday, 21 on top, 88 heats. Yep, this is heat 88 of the event. G'day everyone, Mark Clift, Chris Binns. We hope you've kind of enjoyed what the team's been putting together down here, the production team, the surfers. There's a lot involved in running a 5,000, and you're only as good as your team, Chris, and I think we've got a ripper of a broadcast team, the judges. We've been involved with events with all of them, right from Tai Sarati down to all the work crew. Ungi, who's our man on the ground, our Indonesian on the ground, cracking the whip and dealing with all the Indonesian staff that need to set up and build huts and towers and our booth. So it's a big deal. It takes a lot of work. And I'll say it again, you're only as good as your team. So to everyone involved, thank you very much. 88 heats in 4 days.
It takes a village. And that village is Tanjung, Setia. Setia.
Yeah.
10 minutes 20 to go. We are limping to the finish line. Come on, Huey. Let's rev up. Give us something to finish the day in style. Thought that might have been more rain for a little second there.
Bronson must just be going, oh no, not again. Come on, Huey. Can't do this to me twice in a row.
10 minutes.
He's actually even out
Plenty of time.
He's actually even out of picture, so I don't know whether he's decided to paddle up the point or further down the point. I don't care who you are. 15 minutes off a 25-minute clock with basically no score is going to leave you a little bit hot under the collar. Try and remain calm, but surely the butterflies are starting to kick in. Here goes the local fella. He's had enough of sitting up there. He's gone, that's not working. Might go back down and investigate the other end of the reef. I think Bronson's gone the opposite way. Made Dera is holding firm. Okay, there's Teddy. He's holding his ground as well. It's hard to tell where they're positioned here because we're only watching a screen. Can't see the reef. Can't see the ocean. 9 minutes, my goodness. Teddy's broken away a bit here. I'd say he's further down the point. Deciding he might as well get out of the other's way. He's got 4th priority, so we'll get anything good taken off him. This might work in his favour here. Meanwhile, let's watch the young fella.
Yeah,
Setia.
Setia Pratama on his backhand. Just looking to put some daylight between himself and Bronson.
Whoa.
Oh, he is out of there. 8:20 to go. So that's going to be, you'd imagine, goes into his top 2. Yep, a 1.
Here it is again. His mates will be in the athlete area watching their replays with the big TV in there. Funky little dismount. Pretty dry reef. All right, here comes Made Dera down to see what Teddy's up to. See if that part of the reef can offer him any joy. Surely Bronson's got to get a wave. Needs only a 4:04. As shocking as this heat's been for Bronson, a 4:04, no worries.
A 4.67 will put him into the lead. He's on the move.
All right, there's lines coming. Keep watching, young man. Menchati, here we go. He's on the hoof now. Chasing this wave. The boys are going to have to let him have it.
So the wave in front clears out, and
does he really want it?
Matey,
he does indeed.
He's got a bit of intent, and here he goes on his backhand. The lad from Lakey's working his way down the line.
Wow.
Second turn was the money turn, and he is out of there.
Yep, unleashing some frustration there. You could just see the determination in that end move. Really powered it up big time. Got a nice float to get to that point. All right, so it's a 2-turn combo. This was really vicious. It was really late. Difficult to do. Rode straight out of that, so showing his skill level. He might even get the 4:04 needed for at least second.
So priority is with Made Dera. Second priority is with Teddy Dagbili. And Setia Pratama is third priority. So priority is mirroring the scoreboard at the moment. That's about to change when the last number drops in for Bronson Matey.
That was a seriously good end move on reflection. So I can see Bronson probably going beyond second.
Could be challenging for the lead, you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. Because there hasn't been too many highlights in this heat, really. There hasn't been any vicious moves. That was the best of them. That little highlight replay, the slow-mo replay was, just showed you exactly how high he got. Fins would have been out the back. The boys in the judging tower probably getting a little bored and going, right, somebody show us something different. I think that was something different. Well, it's an absolute showdown of the low numbers here. All surfers would be totally nervous.
Yeah, judges taking their
There it
sweet
is, a
time with
5.
Bronson's last wave, so
That's
they're
enough.
obviously looking at some replays, and they've decided that is the best wave of the heat. Puts Bronson Matey into the lead, exactly 5 minutes to run. He would now be looking to discard that 0.3 and buy himself a little bit of breathing space. Mate Dera now with priority is only chasing a minus score for the lead, but he won't be chasing a minus score. He'll want a significant score to be the first to build a 2-wave total of any substance.
Well, second and third, no second scores at all. So here goes Bronson again, sniffing up the reef. Does he get this taken off him, having 4th priority? Gets a nice whip in the pocket. Did great to not nosedive. And again, it looks like he's riding an epoxy there. Some carbon down the middle of the board to give it a little, just a bit of stability to the board. But here goes Dera, his second wave.
Yep, on his backhand, so he's just slipped down to second. He and Bronson both registering their second scores on this exchange. Beautiful backhand whip, I really like the looks of that one. Got vertical on the little windscreen wiper turn. Still throwing plenty of spray, so this is going to be a good wave for Mate Dera. He's not done yet either. Momentum from start to finish. He's still flying. This wave is just bowling across the inside section. Critical attack in no water whatsoever. Stands tall, kicks out, and that was beautifully done. We also saw Setia Pratama on the wave behind. Great exchange between Mate Dera and Bronson Matey, and now Teddy Dagbilly, is he going to get involved? No, he's going to hang on to priority.
Bronson's going again.
Down the line. How's that little rib coming through the side of the wave? Bronson had a paddle, decided no, he's going to hang on to second priority.
Well, Teddy's got something to think about now. He would have heard all the hooting and hollering, and for good reason. 2 really strong rides. Red and white will have a strong lead over Teddy once their numbers come. Both did really, really good jobs. Contrast in waves and what went on. Bronson did a great job to not nosedive probably on his first 2 moves.
Yeah.
Just the nose trying to go under, but he wouldn't let it. Great skill level being shown by Bronson. Then thought he'd flare it up. That didn't pay dividends. Did some great work early, but this wave of Mate's just kept offering more.
Didn't it just? So it's going to be a question of quality versus quantity, because Mate Dera, right about now, you weren't thinking there was much on offer, and then as he starts working his way through the calves, suddenly the wave just starts to gain a little bit of juice. Right about now, it's still a little runny, zippy number, and he starts just working his way through the turns, and this got really fun down the bottom. Just section after section, and the big dramatic finish, and he gives it a little clap on the way out. And this is what Setia Pratama did on his wave. This is going to be his best wave as well. He's flying down the line. Come on, finish it. Does so.
Bit of body language.
Oh,
Another little
great
funky
exchange.
dismount. All right. Well, that's Bronson and Mate Dera all the way at this stage. With priority, Teddy's going to have to dig deep here. He's got just over 90 seconds. He's looking around going, righto, where's mine? Yep, checks his watch, knows it's almost time to blow the siren. Something's got to give here. Yeah, there's going to be some decent scores. So Mate's wave, compared to Bronson's wave, it is going to be the question of quantity over quality, and the judges will go with the quality every day of the week. There was quite a few little rail catches upon reflection on Mate's wave, which the judges don't like to see. Bronson almost had a couple of caught edges and did an epic disguise and a great recovery on both counts.
Well, Teddy's slapping the water. He's throwing his arms up in disgust. He's just got the one wave. 50 seconds to go. What are your thoughts? Does he want to be sitting there, or does he want to be paddling up and down the point trying to find a lump?
It's not working right where he is. He'd just be disgusted that the ocean is just dead.
And I mean, I don't think he should be assuming he needs a .35.
No.
He's going to need something
Oh.
quite significant when these two scores come in for Bronson.
Going to need a
and
5 or a 6.
Made Dara. 30 seconds remaining. I think he might even need more than that.
So, geez, that was a lot of work done from Made. His legs must have been burning at the end. He's got back next to Teddy. Teddy's on the hunt here.
He's on the move.
15 seconds or 10 seconds. I don't think this swell is going to get to him on time. 7, 5. Oh, Bronson's up again. 3, 2, 1. Whoops.
Well, is there Teddy? I mean, it's all pretty irrelevant as Bronson pulled through. Of course, priority ends once the siren has gone.
Yep. I was just leaving that
But
alone for now.
I don't think there's anything to worry about for either surfer there.
No, so we'll hang on those results. We'll have a quick little scan back through our list in a moment and see, just review some of the bigger moments that went down today. We started at 6:45. We tidied up the last 5 heats of the women's round of 64. Sierra Kerr took out the very first matchup of the day, Anon Matsuoka. I really like what she done. She got through a few heats today, scoring 7.50 Bronson. That's the quality. Mardes will come under that, I reckon, just due to the fact that he didn't have those Bronson moments and there were a couple of rail grabs. A 7.17, not far under.
Yeah, so Teddy was in the end needing a 7.51. So, yeah, unfortunately, this is
Might
Bronson
pencil that on
Matey
there.
spinning to win on his way into the beach. And,
G'day, everybody.
Oh, we're on camera. So that was me writing down the final scores for the day. Bronson Matey, our last winner at the end of 21 heats.
Well, look, it was. And when we flash back to about 8 minutes ago, Bronson had a .3, outright last, but had priority. Then got the 7.5, and then got his groove on and you know, got his act together. Well, he got his 7.5 last. He got his 5 to put him in the hunt. The 7.5 was just showing composure and a lot of experience right there. Really, really good job. Back to the women's. The back end of that round saw Coral Durant win her heat in the back end of the round of 30.64 for the women. Sky Brown had a 7 to advance out of heat 15. Philippa Anderson and Ann Dos Santos had a moment together where they were duking it out, and Ann just overtook Philippa at the end to win the very final heat of that round to move through to this round. Chris, how's that looking?
Okay, the women's round of 32. We really started to whittle down the field at this point. Janire Gonzalez, the Basque surfer, kept her
very first heat, but Tenchi capitalised with a 6.50. Right after that, I mean, my little boy Ra got through, and we're happy. I'm happy about that, but it was pretty close, and it was a real after the hooter decision there. Ra threw down an air rev and got it just over white. Heat 2 was a pretty good heat by Danny Widianto. I kind of missed that one. Did you see much of that?
I came in the booth right as that was going down. Yeah, I think he had a 7.33 as his best score. After that, Westernhurst looked really good, accounting for Varun Tanjung, who also went through with him. And then heat 4, Manojo Yahagi, an 8.17 and a 9.27, the best two-wave total of the event so far. And that would have won him any heat.
Yep, everybody remember that name. And we said it today that I could see him in the final of this division should he just stick anywhere near that theory that he showed us today, and that skill level was absolutely dynamic. So Manojo Yahagi, remember. Okay, the next heat, what happened there?
Ah, that was heat 5.
Made, so Shoshi overtook Kato, overtook Made Joy right at the end of that heat for a win.
Yeah, heat 6, Ricky Sato got through with an 8.17 and a 7.63, so another very impressive two-wave total from the Japanese surfer. Made Ariana won heat 7 with an 8.67. That was a pretty incredible wave.
And a touch of the Mega Artanas about his style and everything. I'm really going to keep my eye on Made Ariana because, you know, I'm comparing him to Megatron, Made Artana, for a reason. He was all over it. His style is that good. His speed is just to burn, to die for what he was doing. Bronson to come from behind there at the end did Bronson things and
He did,
dodged a
and-
bullet, dodged a huge bullet.
And Mate Dara hot on his heels as well, sort of feeding off Bronson's energy. That was a great exchange right at the end. Back-to-back waves were both their high scores. Great way to round out the day.
Certainly was, and once again, we're going to have to thank the local region government there, the Pesisir Barat, the big sponsor here, putting 5,000 points together for a second year in a row, men's and women's, with Pro Juniors attached. It's a big deal down here in the province of Lampung, and we'd really like to thank the village of Tanjung Setia. That was 21 great heats, Bill.
Binzi,
there we go, it's been a long day. And we will have some input at 6:30 tomorrow morning as to tomorrow's format. And I asked Ty, what do you reckon, who's going to be on? He goes, everyone on standby.
Yeah, and today was the flat day, apparently.
Apparently. So we've got good things to look forward to, everybody. So thanks for your company throughout the day. 6:30 we'll let you know what's going on tomorrow morning, but get ready to log on, and I'm sure we're going to roll out quite a number of heats again. So on behalf of myself, Mark Clift,
Chris Benz,
we'll see you a lot tomorrow morning around about 6:30, day 5, right here in Krui. Cheers.
Yo.